Copy text. Blam. There we go. Oh, I almost didn't do the Wordle today. Let's do the Wordle while my brain is activated and functional. Wordle's a good way to start the day, I think. Let's see. 6 chances, 5-letter word. Okay, bad opener. Wow, very little info. I'm gonna go ahead and hit a triple word clear. Wow. Okay, we've cleared a lot of letters. I know what 2 of them are. I know what 3 of them are, actually. I know the position of the last one. I'm thinking, like... What? So, like... It's not this, but I'm just, like, kinda... Is this a word? No. What in God's green earth? What word is this? Oh, of course. Of course. I was like, what? I was thinking the completely wrong thing. That is quite the word. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Jeez, what a strange... I knew it had to be... With those last 2 letters, I knew it had to be that because I cleared every other combo. So there's like, what could possibly... And then, yeah. I don't want to spoil it for the people who haven't done the Wordle yet. It's Wordle 1690. And that is day 104 of my Wordling. My Neva, you're trying to gym. If you have one wish, it's to bring your dog back. Did I see the red moon above the sun? Man, I'm glad my chat is just as schizophrenic as ever. Combo these energy nuts? Dude, you gotta admit, if you look at my Wordle right now, Big Josh, that was quite the solve. With the info that I had 3 letters and 1 position. 3 letters and 1 position, and I managed to pull that out. I don't think I could have solved that in 2, given my openers and given the way that I play Wordle. I think that was far out of the question. Holy yes, there is some SEO happening in the bottom in the description. There is some SEO going on. But chat, don't worry. Today we're actually doing something that is relevant to new players. we are in fact doing something and discussing something that does actually have to do with what I would think a relative new player issue would be. Something I should say is maybe more relevant, and something that I think overall be better for the health of the game. And I talked about this a little bit in my server. I hinted at it in my post earlier yesterday, I guess, technically, because it's now the next day, at least as far as science is concerned. And that topic actually has to do with energy economy, and specifically how energy economy works in Warframe. Because the way energy economy works in Warframe is in a bit of an unhealthy state for a couple of reasons. The big thing is that currently there exists a spectrum of interacting with energy, right? And this isn't inherently bad, but in Warframe it is. And to kind of give you an idea of what that looks like, we're going to do something like this. And I'm going to pull up your guys' favorite, my favorite, everybody's favorite. That's Discord. That is MS Paint, baby. Blam, MS Paint, our beloved. We love MS Paint on this channel. We use MS Paint so often. Some would say we abuse it. I would say shut your mouth. So, the thing about energy economy is it is a spectrum. On this end of the spectrum, you have your new players, and the thing about your new players is they basically operate with little to zero energy all of the time. They very rarely cast abilities. They are only introduced to abilities basically once throughout the entire tutorial. And they don't really have an opportunity to kind of explore what those abilities do because they basically don't have the energy or the time to cast those abilities. And on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, you have players who have infinite energy. And these are the players who have a couple of resources and 45 efficiency with... Yeah, I know, right? These are the players who typically are in my community. For example, you guys, I asked in my poll, like, whether you guys struggle with energy at all, and you guys basically all unanimously said, like, you never really struggle with energy. If it is something that you're struggling with energy, you're basically, it's just because of like a KPM issue or like a build issue. Certain frames don't even interact with energy at all, so like it's not really relevant for those kinds of frames, blah blah blah. And the main point that on this end of the spectrum, these players don't think about casting abilities. They cast abilities when their timers are up, when it's time for them to shield gate, when it's time for them to use the ability, they press it, they don't even think about it, it just happens automatically. And this creates a lot of disparity in how this game is played between these two players, where basically these guys are playing a very different game from these guys. If you have tried playing Warframe without using your abilities before, it is a quite painful experience. I would say one of the core defining elements of Warframe and one of the most important parts of Warframe is pressing the buttons to do the things. And not being able to press your buttons is incredibly painful. The other issue with this spectrum here is that there is basically a litany of resources to kind of gradually introduce the player into having more energy, and the problem with that is basically all of the early game tools get you to like this territory, and all of the late game tools are over here. And there really isn't this kind of transitionary space to fill this area to gradually lead players into having more energy. Now, for the sake of balance and for the sake of making the game fair and fun, I don't think that every Warframe should always have infinite energy. I also think that players should have access to infinite energy should they build for it appropriately. For example, if I'm playing with a Trinity on my team, you bet your sweet fucking bippy I better have infinite energy. Not only do I deserve infinite energy, my entire team better have infinite energy, my fucking grandparents better have infinite energy, and my best friend who's in fucking Chicago, Illinois should have infinite energy through the fucking transmissions lines, right? Like, if I'm playing with the Trinity in my squad, I think infinite energy should exist. That's the whole premise of Trinity, right? But on the same end of the spectrum, I don't think that Timmy Fucknuggets over here, who just literally slotted Equilibrium because a build YouTuber told him to, and then uses the Panzerwolpefeile, necessarily deserves to have infinite energy. I think that there should maybe be a little bit more of a blend and deliberation in there, where, like, pretty much as soon as you unlock a fully ranked Equilibrium, which is a large endo investment for the average player, and also a Forma investment for a lot of players who don't have a lot of Forma, until you get to that point in time, you're really not going to be anywhere on this half of the spectrum. You are basically going to be over here with, like, your your Xeneric Wellspring, right? Your little Xeneric circle that gives you like 20% power strength and like 5 energy per second. You're gonna be over here with like with Dreamer's Bond, which basically might as well not even be anything. It might as well just be 0 energy. You might as well just fucking pray that you're gonna get energy, right? Best endo farm, arena farming. Arena farming, it is the arenas for the Kayla Dathame, the prerequisite missions before you go to fight her. You go to the last arena, you run that with, like, I think it's 2 Necroses, a Korra, and a Nidus, I think is the meta squad, if I'm not mistaken. There's a bunch of tutorials for it. You'll find it. Your solo, no Korra. Honestly, Railjack. I love Railjack. I recommend Railjack to everybody. You get a shit ton of credits. You get a shit ton of endo. You get a lot of relics if you're doing relic missions. You get intrinsics, which are very useful if you don't have them yet. You get access to crewmates if you don't have them yet, which are very, very powerful. Farm Railjack. Railjack gives you a lot of good resources. You get hollow keys, which allows you to kind of grind out some tenant weapons. Yeah, farm Railjack. Railjack is great. It's like it's something that I like to recommend to people if you can't do arena farming. But if you would like to learn the arena farm, it is faster for purely endo, but you're also doing it for only endo. If you're arena farming, it's endo, 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 and nothing else. Railjack, you get a little bit of everything. It's not necessarily as fast as arena farming. I would say second place for endo farming would probably be bounty spam. What a beautiful poem description. Yeah, thanks. You're welcome. So, how do we kind of fix this issue? 1999 bounties. Yeah, 1999 bounties are pretty good, from what I remember, for endo spamming. I think if you just do like super fast 1999, it's like, what is it like? Isn't it like 4K per 5 minutes or something like that? Which arena farming you should be at like 3K per minute. I think 1999 spamming, I don't remember if it was 1999 or if it was the other, the Sanctum bounties, which were faster. But I mean, you'll get endo doing those, but I still strongly recommend Railjack because I think Railjack is great. Again, you're doing multiple things at once: relics, credits, and endo, which just kind of nets you a lot of positives for your time. It's a very efficient game mode to play. You'll passively rack up enough endo to rank up like a legendary mod every like every hour or so, which in the terms of like endo farming is pretty bad, but you're also getting enough credits to trade and a bunch of prime parts that you can sell for plat and a bunch of relics as well, from the reward pools. So you're getting a lot of good stuff actually, and corrupted hollow keys. You're getting everything. Most of the endgame bounties give hefty endo bundles. Nokko as well gives a few thousand at a time. Oh, there you go. There you go. Hello, Ossive. Back to the energy issue at hand. Back to the energy issue. These players over here have infinite energy. These players over here have 0 energy. And somewhere in between this threshold is like the average player, where you've got the people who aren't really knowers kind of bundled up over in this corner, and the people who are knowers bundled up in this corner or in this corner, right? And that's kind of how energy works for the average player, I would say. At least according to like how people go about fighting over the energy problem, right? Now, the amount of people in this category here that don't have any energy at all is fairly vast because this is mostly new players, and particularly last year, we had a massive influx of Destiny players, which means that we have a lot of people sitting in Camp Zero over here who don't really have pre-existing context or information or no ways of getting lots of energy. That's also why like new player guides and new player tutorials were really, really big last year, and you probably saw a lot of them from a lot of big YouTubers. It's because there was a lot of new players, and these guys need to learn how to play the video game. There is a video that I would like to really quickly go over with you guys. I'm not going to watch the full video, but I am going to show it to you, because I think that it was a great video. Warframe new player experience. This one here, it's in the thumbnail. I showed it in the thumbnail. Let me switch this source here. It is this video by Invisiron, great username. only 6K views, which I think is a crime, because I think this was a very well-structured and well-organized video with a lot of highlighting of very good points. And he basically goes over the new player experience and a lot of problems in the new player experience. And there are a couple of things that I think are really important to highlight about this video. He kind of goes over, here's my findings with watching 6 new players, and here's kind of what I observed, here's what they did, here's where they had issues, here's where they had friction, here's where things were good, here's where things were bad. And this is a really well-structured, well-organized video with a lot of really good points. I think that he probably spent a good amount of time thinking over and discussing with people what the issues were that made Warframe very much unenjoyable for his new player friends. And the reason I want to mention this video, there's a couple of points that he makes in this video, and a couple of them I cannot solve, right? Like, there's just things that, like, I have been saying for years. There's feedback that I've been giving Digital Extremes for years, and many other players in my camp have been giving Digital Extremes for years, that they just haven't heeded and they haven't listened to. One of those major pieces of feedback is actually, it has to do with open worlds being in the tutorial of the game. I have been a major advocate of removing all of the open worlds from the early stages of the game, completely closing them off and not giving players access to those open worlds until they get to Uranus. There's a very important lore reason for that, but aside from the lore and aside from the continuity of the story, I was around when Plains of Eidolon was introduced to this game. By the time Plains of Eidolon was dropped, I was already a long-standing player who had my operator somewhat grinded out. I had focus. I had stuff. The Plains of Eidolon was given to me at a point in time where I was at a higher level in the game and understood a lot of moving parts and mechanics. And a major criticism and a major issue is that when you introduce new players into these open worlds right away, and you send them to Cetus and you send them to Fortuna, not only are they very likely to get stuck, which is something I didn't really resonate with until somebody told me about, but this is a major information overload. At least they made Plains optional, but it's still not enough. You still have to go through Saya's Vigil, from what I understand. If I'm not mistaken. Which is, like, a major hurdle, right? Like, you still have to go through the very introduction of Plains of Eidolon, and you have to go through the introduction of Fortuna, and you have to go through the introduction of Deimos, and these are massive roadblocks for a variety of reasons. One of the number one reasons is information overload. There's a point in time, I'm going to see if I can't get to it here. If I can remember where it is, where he specifically goes over the fact that his buddy wasn't really using abilities, and he had to remind him to use abilities. And after he reminded him, he basically kind of got the hang of it and started using abilities more frequently, more aggressively. This is the kind of level of player that we're talking about when we're discussing these issues in particular, and we're specifically discussing, like, energy. Why can't I? There we go. We're discussing the people who don't have any energy and who don't have any information. We're also discussing people who aren't really familiar with, like, the ability system of the game yet, right? And they don't really know, like, when to press abilities, how to press abilities. Like, again, it's shown to them once in the beginning of the game. This is a brand new game to them. This is a brand new system. They're not pressing this stuff regularly. And so because they're not pressing this stuff regularly, like the average Warframe player who's been brain rotted in this game for 9 billion hours, these things aren't intuitive to them right away. And part of that issue relates back into energy. So I want to go over what I think could be done to... Most newbies just swing melee, less common to shoot gun, and very rarely abilities. Yes, very rarely. In the video, there was a point in time where I was watching this poor fucking Volt player, this poor guy just running around from objectives in Fortuna, casting his 1.15x speed boost because he has like unranked intensify on a fucking unranked Volt with a rank 1 speed. I mean, we're talking like a 10% speed increase. Like, it was so miserable to watch. The poor fucking guy. I felt nothing but I felt awful for this guy. So poor dude, F's in chat, right? So what is the point of an energy system in Warframe, right? Let's start with that. Why do we even have energy? Why isn't every Warframe like Lavos, where instead of energy, abilities go on cooldown timers? Well, the short answer is that having energy in Warframe allows you a lot of build diversity in how you approach spending energy for abilities. Some abilities provide a lot of value for very little energy. Something like Well of Life here, even as a subsume, provides a ton of value for very little energy. However, the value it provides is also support value, and support value isn't necessarily super rich in Warframe. You don't necessarily need too many support aspects or support angles. It's not like another game where like healing is really, really important. So because of that, this ability is fairly cheap, despite providing you a lot of value. This ability gives you a lot of healing, it gives you status immunity, it gives you lifesteal, it gives you an immortality gate. This is a very strong ability. But again, it's support utility. Something like Mag's Crush, in the earliest stages of the game, acts as a room nuke button. In the later stages of game, this is a really strong defensive option and also an armor strip if you utilize the augment, and also a brief crowd control. So this also provides a decent amount of value, but relatively speaking, the value you're getting out of this is very different. In a low-level context, you're getting DPS value. In a high-level context, you're getting survivability and utility, and you're also getting a damage amplification through the form of an armor strip. That value, despite being a little bit less overwhelming from Well of Life, is a little bit more relevant to the average Warframe player and Warframe experience. So this ability costing 100 energy at base isn't really that offensive. On top of that, Mag has a very large energy pool, and having a large energy pool can also be a justification for having abilities that are a little bit more expensive. Certain Warframes also generate a shit ton of energy, so somebody like Garuda, who has to press her 4th ability a whole awful lot, and who, despite having to spend a lot of energy on this really expensive ability and having to do so very frequently, Garuda also just has access to like an instant energy refill button. And at all times of the day, you can just fucking 3-3-2 with this specific setup, and like you have a gazillion energy. You literally have infinite energy, and you can piss it away on your abilities. So there's a bit of a push and pull here. There's a bit of a back and forth that we're noticing. Abilities have their costs because they either provide some sort of value, they're thematic, or there's like something that makes them worth pressing, right? This 4th ability is really, really good. 100 energy to kill 6 enemies pretty much on a horde shooter. Well, we'll get into the semantics of like base path scaling versus whatever. There are, however, some abilities where their cost doesn't make a lot of sense. Saren. Talk of the town for many things and one of the best frames in the game. Saren has a lot going for her. But one thing she does not have going for her is her 4th ability. This is one of the weaker abilities in the game. It is... Oh my god, they gave it a cost reduction. I didn't even know they gave this a cost reduction. That's how little I play this ability. And I still kind of don't think it's worth 75 energy. This ability used to cost 100 energy for basically no buff and stats. And for most players, 99% of like the super high ranking, like, you know, players who've been playing a billion years forever, this is their subsume slot. Even for the average player, I would say this is probably your subsume slot. Even despite giving this an energy reduction, I had no idea this was 75. I was actually going to harp on this for being 100 energy. That's how little I pressed this button. I press this button so infrequently, I didn't even know they gave it an energy reduction. That's fairly impressive. I'm actually kind of shocked by this. This ability is fairly bad. There's a lot of bad things about it. The big thing here is the spore damage multiplier is very misleading. This doesn't multiply the damage of your spores. It multiplies the damage of itself if there's spores on the enemy. Oh my god, Kura, hi. Hi, Kura. Even with this being cheaper, this is still not worth pressing for 75 energy. Which is quite shocking that this even got an energy nerf, and it's still completely valid to my point, right? Still completely works, and Gloom Saren is real, by the way. Arcane Persistence has made Gloom Saren very real. I hope you do with that information whatever makes you unhappy at night. Not all abilities make a ton of sense, right? Some abilities, for example, Loki's invisibility is very, very energy efficient. And for 50 energy, you can go invisible for a very long period of time, upwards of 22 seconds, without any like Archon shards or like crazy investments. This is a very stock standard build. And other frames who have a similar energy to invis ratio, like Ash, for example. That's not how you spell Ash. Ash, who has a similar energy to invis ratio. This ability feels a little bit worse to use. You have to pump in a lot more duration to get that same 22 second threshold. And despite that, he has a lesser energy cost. So you would think that this kind of balances out, and you would think this kind of equalizes things, but Ash gameplay and Loki gameplay are very different for a variety of reasons, and there's actually a lot of talk about how Ash's invis is generally worse than Loki's, just because of this base duration difference, and just because of this functionality. Now, hang on, does he have the same base duration as Loki? Did they change this? Did they buff Ash? Oh my god, they buffed Ash. Oh, I didn't know they buffed his invis. Wait, for the longest time, he used to have way shorter invis. Yeah, his base duration went up to 12. Wow, that's actually shocking. Because he used to have, was it 10 or 8? That was last year when he got the touch-up. They have the same duration now. Oh my goodness, dude. See, do you see how long it's been as an old head? My entire point has been invalidated now. Fuck. Tech Rot. It was 8? Yeah, it was like really bad. It was like an 8-second duration. Wow. Ash now has better invis than Loki. Ash passive good for endgame, like level cap still scales. Yeah, Ash still has a lot of tools going on. Ash has a lot of tools going on. This wasn't to shit on Ash. This was to showcase that, like, sometimes energy to duration ratio doesn't keep up. But I mean, fuck it. They just buffed the shit out of him. That's really funny. Ash mentioned. They keep shitting on Loki. Lol. Anyways, energy economy exists in the game. Omega was Omega was genuinely summoned by Ash mention. That's so funny. Energy economy in Warframe exists to, in some ways, act as a way to quote-unquote balance how frequently players are utilizing their abilities in specific situations. This system, however, doesn't really work, and it doesn't really prevent people from overusing their abilities, and also, it's not really distributed very evenly. We're now going to talk about Frost, the final point, because this guy, I know how he fucking overloaded his kit is, because no matter what, DE seems to refuse to want to actually give this guy the energy economy he deserves. And this poor fucking guy needs 3 Tau Forged energy shards just to have a usable fucking energy economy, in my opinion. Poor motherfucking Frost needs so much energy sustain. I have a Flow, Equilibrium, Nourish, and a Steadfast on this guy, just because his energy economy is so bad. And I run 3 fucking shards. I have a lot of energy economy going into this Frost, and that's just to play him comfortably. You might say this is too much investment. You might say that's too much energy. Nev, what are you doing? You're trolling. Not having this much energy investment means I am very frequently running out of energy in mission. Now, the 3 shards is admittedly a little bit overkill. I could get away with 2. But the point is that if I want to play Frost comfortably, you see the heirloom? Yeah. Yeah, not even 700 energy for 3 shards. This guy is never using primary overcharge in his entire fucking life. This dude is just so far removed from primary overcharge. Weapon platform Overguard Frost is the way. Yeah, his bubble's good. Missing on the synergy. I don't know what you mean by that. Garuda gets 900 just with Prime Flow. Someday Frost will get Justice? I doubt it. They already gave him a touch-up. And it's pretty bad. And if you ask me, they didn't even touch his base stats. He's still really slow. Anyways. There are also frames that exist on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. Frames that are just too energy efficient and have too much energy. A really good example of this is Ivara, actually, who, for some godforsaken reason, has almost 900 energy just with primed flow. And none of her abilities really demand that. Don't mind this build. This is a meme build made by this is made by another YouTuber. Steel Fiber Ivara can't hurt you. Steel Fiber Ivara isn't real. This is a build that somebody was running on Ivara, and they put her in D tier. I wonder why. Don't mind this build. This build isn't real. Ivara. Yes, this is the Pupsker Ivara. Yes, this is indeed the Pupsker Ivara. Great Ivara. Great build. I can't lie to you. This is a pretty peak build. I don't even think you can auto-install this. It's not even... No, I'm pretty sure auto-install does a better job. Oh, no. Well... I mean, you know what? You gotta admit, it kind of is better, actually. Anyways, before I get sidetracked, none of Ivara's abilities, bar Navigator, justify this gigantic energy capacity. And even if you're like exclusively utilizing Navigator for this like insane energy drain, which is like, it's like 3, and then that also gets multiplied by the damage multiplier for some reason. This massive energy pool that Ivara has is largely useless for her. There's no universe where your Ivara is draining your entire energy bar. If you are draining your entire energy bar as Ivara, you are trolling, or you are being a very funny individual. So yeah, there are frames that just exist on both ends of the spectrum. Some of them literally have like no energy economy to their name, and you need to brute force them just to get their abilities on life support. And other Warframes just literally could not give a shit. Steel fiber for her wires, they're made of steel Oh, dude! Oh, you're so fucking genius. Oh my god, my brain just actually grew. And I don't think it was the tumor this time. I think that was my intelligence. Oh my god. Either planted a fucking brain tumor in me, or you made me so much smarter. I can't tell which. Oh god. Thinking ahead like Pupsker the All-Knowing. Truly. So, we've established that energy is really unbalanced in this game. Some frames have infinite energy by default, some frames need to work for their infinite energy, but there's another layer to this, right? And it's player-solvable energy economy. Banshee doesn't have any energy generation tools, and despite that, I can run a 45 efficiency Banshee with negative-ish duration, or barely positive duration, and I can get away with it because of nokko subsume. I can completely justify and have no issues playing Warframe with very expensive abilities. We are talking about 15 energy drain per second on a Warframe, and I don't feel it at all because I have a funny button on the Mushroom Boy that gives me so much energy economy, it makes me question if we're even trying to, like, say that the word balance exists in Warframe, right? Another example of really good energy economy, a lot of us have pointed out, a lot of people keep saying it, it's everybody's favorite word. It's equilibrium. Equilibrium pretty much goes on everything. Equilibrium is just like disgusting nonsense. Equilibrium all the time. Equilibrium is incredibly strong. Not only are health orbs more likely to drop than energy orbs, they are 2 times the value of energy orbs, and Equilibrium gives you a 10% bonus on top of that. Equilibrium is like the option. It is the choice. It is the mod for solving energy economy. Every single Warframe you can put on Equilibrium. Even if you don't have a health orb generator, it doesn't really matter. Equilibrium is just that fucking good at generating energy. Equilibrium knocks out other energy generators from the discussion and from the conversation because there is just so many health orbs in the game. You can see this through like even this ability where you're just more likely to get multiple health orbs to drop from these enemies, and those health orbs give you more energy anyways. So Equilibrium is kind of sitting here as like the champion of energy economy, and it is kind of breaking the balance of the game. You, by the way, do not need a max ranked Equilibrium in order to like break things. This is a flawed Equilibrium, which for much less capacity, and therefore could save you a Forma slot, you can still get a decent amount of Equilibrium. Even a slightly unranked Equilibrium like this, which will give you 70/70 and a capacity cost of 5, like this will still give you more than enough energy. This will give you plenty of energy, and as you rank this up, rank 12, whatever, for a capacity cost of 6 with a Forma, even if you wanted to make this a 7 rank mod or an 8 rank mod, 50 is so justifiable. I mean, this is like 300 endo and 1500 credits. An average player can run this on their builds, and energy economy will largely be better for them. And I do think that for new players, there is also the element of like, oh, it's a skill issue because you don't know better. Yeah, they don't know the fucking game. They don't know, you know, they were given to this for free. They don't really understand how good this is. They don't see immediately, oh, I drop like 1 billion health orbs for every energy orb. I should probably use Equilibrium. That's not immediately apparent to everybody, right? 50% is basically just an energy orb. Yeah, so you're doubling your access, in some cases more, to energy orbs by just doing this. That's not immediately apparent to a new player. A new player is going to see this when they're given it for free from Teshin and be like, I get it now. Because the enemies actually drop 4.3 more 7% more health orbs than energy orbs, I should be equipping this so that I can double my access to energy capacity. Yes, of course. They're not going to fucking come to that conclusion on their own. What the fuck is, like, this is obvious. This is the Redditor answer, right? Like, this is a Redditor answer where it's like, actually, I know better than you because I watched all 37 episodes of the Rick and Morty series episodically as they were being released before it was popular. So I was actually there for when the pilot dropped. I was one of the first people to watch Rick and Morty, and so because of that, I saw all the cool references before you did. So actually, I'm smarter than you. Yeah, okay, buddy, sure. Good fucking job. I'm so proud of you. You know what I mean? So you kind of have to think separately from like all of us who have all these answers, and we all know how the game works, and we all know how to press our buttons, and we all have this experience, blah, 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 blah. 90% of the player base is going to, well, 90% is a large number, you know, 40% of the player base, these new players that are coming in, they're walking into the game, they have no context for like how good this is. It doesn't really does this mod jump out as you as being one of the most important mods in the game? Absolutely not, right? An average player is going to look at this, and then it's going to get buried under the rest of the mods that they get, and they're never going to click it. You know what I mean? I'm a Redditor now. I got rank 2 on r/Warframe. Dude, I did get the second top post just yesterday. That is true. I have defeated Reddit once, and now I have claimed the throne of Reddit. Actually, I need to kill the top poster in order to claim the throne. So I guess watch out for that in the future. I'm going to be murdering an innocent Redditor. I'm not going to be doing that. This is a joke. Hi YouTube. In Minecraft, by the way. Anyways. Mod description's a heavy undersell on this one. Mod description's a heavy undersell on a couple of mods, but that's besides the point. So, energy economy. It's really unbalanced. It's really unfair for new players, and it's also really unfair for high-level players. But I also still believe that even though it's a little bit unfair for players who have all the tools, that we should still have access to infinite energy. In fact, my goal is not to remove infinite energy at all. My goal with my rework supposition here is to shrink the distance between these guys a little bit, and to shrink these and kind of move everybody a little bit closer to the middle, where infinite energy still exists, but it no longer exists completely for free. If you want infinite energy, I am of the opinion that you should have to work for it and put in effort. Put in the put in the effort. Alright, that's the main goal for what I would like to do. So, you're saying, Nev, you fucking idiot, how would you propose such a system? Let's really quickly break down what energy economy actually means. When we talk about energy economy, we're really talking about two separate things. We are talking about your, that's not a brush, your capacity for energy and your cost for energy. Okay? And basically, both of these things together will change how many abilities you can cast. Dude, my brain broke for a second because I was alternating colors. Right? If your capacity goes up, that's not the right color. If your capacity goes up, you can cast more abilities. If your cost goes up, you can cast less abilities. It's a very good topic. It might become, right? You can't read white. Valid. The more expensive abilities get, right, the less you can cost them, or the less you can cast them. The more capacity you have, the more you can cast. This is the relationship between these two things. You can increase your capacity by doing a myriad of things. You've got things like Argon shards, you've got things like mods, you've got things like temporary bonuses from the syndicate weapons, which nobody really uses this. These are kind of the main two ways to do this, right? And then you've got the cost, and oh boy, does the cost have a myriad of options, because you have positive efficiency and negative efficiency, which is super, super important here. And you also have something that I'm going to call relative cost. And a relative cost, Nev is pirate software doing us? I really am. I'm just drawing over here. This is just to visualize shit. The relative cost of something means if I compare how much value I'm going to get from pressing a button, right? How much value is this going to give me compared to pressing this bigger button over here? Is the difference here going to be worth pressing this one or this one? You thought on the idea from earlier in the server and you kind of agree? Yeah. So cost is not simple and not straightforward. There are a lot of moving parts for cost. There's a lot of moving parts for capacity, but probably the most important thing to keep in mind here is that basically, as it is right now, and as we are discussing this system, let me grab my fucking funny steel fiber Ivara again, because I actually just want like a naked frame to look at. There we go. Let's say I put flow on my Ivara. What have I done to my energy economy by putting flow on my Ivara? In simple terms, I have given myself breathing room to cast my abilities. When I cast an ability, I'm no longer in immediate danger of running out of energy, right? Because when I press a button, it's not like I'm going to spend 855 fucking energy. It would be impressive if I spent 855 energy, but the likelihood I'm going to spend 855 energy is basically zero. I would be really impressed if some of you found out how to fucking do this. Despite this, I have not generated any energy. I have not created energy, as some of you have pointed out in chat. I still need to get to the 855 energy. So what I have effectively done for myself is I've given myself a safety net or a buffer, or increased the amount of time I have before I need to collect energy. What this has done is this has increased how much time I have to spend my energy before I go and get more. This is a cushion, but I have also given myself additional casts of abilities. On the flip side, if I grab Blind Rage here, I have now made it so that casting abilities costs more. It is now more expensive to push my buttons, it is riskier to push my buttons, and it also, in turn, makes it so that I need to more immediately generate energy. So while one of these systems that I just did doesn't have anything to do with energy generation, the other one very much does. On the flip side of this, if I go for a positive efficiency mod, like Fleeting Expertise and Streamline, let me unrank my Fleeting by 1, this has now put me in a situation where pressing my buttons has directly put less strain on my energy economy. Equilibrium, synth, deconstruct, panzer, gas, hellstrom, be like, yeah, we talked about this. We talked about the infinite energy, the disparity between players, blah, blah, blah. We went over this. Not to dismiss you, but yes, we talked about that. By increasing my efficiency, I have now made it so that I can press more abilities, which is very similar to if I instead grabbed flow. I can press more abilities. I've given myself more breathing room by giving myself positive efficiency. Herein lies the crux of the issue. Positive efficiency is the same thing effectively as building for capacity. I have not actually generated additional energy through this method. It is because of this system that positive efficiency and energy capacity are basically the same thing, but efficiency is much harder to build for. If you look at the relative increase in what happens here, I would much rather have a buffer of time to generate additional energy rather than spend an extra mod slot casting that ability, especially when I'm comparing how much space I'm spending. Would I rather spend one mod slot on doubling and then some my capacity, or would I rather spend 2 mod slots on plus 75%ing my capacity, right? These two options are basically identical when you think of them. That's also why Equilibrium tends to be comboed, because as a 2-mod combo here, you have effectively solved your energy economy. Because Equilibrium, even if it provides you a bajillion energy, which this does, if you don't have enough capacity to store it, then it's not really super useful. If I generated right now 500,000 doubloons of energy, which is like 7, and I didn't have 7 capacity to spare, then I wouldn't be taking advantage of that energy, right? This is the Haro problem. Haro can generate the fucking infinite energy and then some. Haro can generate so much energy that not only can he not use it, but his team doesn't use it. You're still locked to your hard cap of maximum energy. So, herein lies the problem. Energy efficiency, specifically ability efficiency, only works in the negative direction for its intended game design purpose. If you put efficiency in the positive direction, it's directly competing with a better option, and you're still not solving the problem of generating energy. Does Energize better than Equilibrium? 90% of the time, the answer to that question is going to be no. There are very select few circumstances where the answer is yes, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Arcane Energize is a bad energy solution. It's definitely not nearly as good as people make it out to be. This is a very overhyped Arcane. But this doesn't make it bad, but I would strongly say that like equilibrium typically wins in utility and in flexibility. The big thing that separates the two, just as a side tangent, this is a mod versus this being an arcane. Having only 2 arcane slots means that arcanes are incredibly competitive and they're very specific to your build, where you don't really have the space to sacrifice an arcane slot most of the time. Some builds you do, and so you can throw on energize and it doesn't cause anything. Mods, on the other hand, tend to be a little bit more flexible. I can trade an equilibrium for like a health mod, for example, if I'm not going to be getting hit very frequently. So it's a 50-50 on that one. Back to the original point. Positive efficiency is competing with capacity, which is not what you want it to do. And negative efficiency is functioning as it should, which is making it so that you are spending more energy when you use abilities. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if your buffer is big enough, and it also doesn't matter if you just have an energy generation solution to counterbalance that. This negative has basically become free because of this positive, as opposed to this negative becoming free or lesser than because of this positive. This positive and this positive are competing for the same space, and this one is way better, and this doesn't solve the problem of this, right? That's like the crux of the issue. And that is the core fundamental flaw with ability efficiency in Warframe. It only works in the negative, and it doesn't really make sense in the positive for most cases. There are, again, some instances where you do need to utilize flow and positive efficiency, right? There are some builds where like you absolutely would need a setup like this because you're spamming super expensive abilities and you absolutely need this energy. But it's very far and few between, and more importantly, they're kind of gimmick or meme builds. They aren't really relevant to what the average player is doing. So, how would I fix this system? First off, the biggest problem for new players, and the biggest thing that holds new players back, is specifically that issue that I mentioned in the beginning, which is the fact that they have 0 energy. Why do they have 0 energy? Because they don't have any energy generators. I'm just gonna fucking generator. They don't have any energy generators. They don't have anything. The most energy generation these fucking poor bastards have is going to be Dreamer's Bond, which I don't know if you've seen this. 0.3 energy per second. 0.3 energy per second. Chat, do me a favor. Tell me how long it takes you to generate 100 energy. I'll let you figure it out. It's not a really complicated one. I'll give you a hint. It's more than a minute. You cannot get Energy Nexus early in the game. You get Energy Nexus at the end of the game at Sanctum Anatomica, which is after all of the quest shit. As far as energy generation is concerned, this is 5 minutes of standing there doing nothing to generate 100 energy. As far as passive energy generation is concerned, if I am a brand new baby Volt player and I've never touched Volt before in my entire innocent, sweethearted little life, and I'm trying to wait to press my 4th ability, I am going to be sitting there as a baby Volt player for more than 5 fucking minutes. Now, obviously, in regular gameplay, when you're killing enemies, you're going to be picking up energy and health orbs. Let's really quickly just hop into a mission, and we're just going to kill enemies at, like, a new player level, with, like, a Mark 1 Bratton here with, like, no mods. And we're gonna fucking take off these things here because I'm a masochist. And we are going to be running the new player experience here, and we are going to see how frequently I can cast my abilities. Now, it's a little bit unfair because I start with a lot of energy, and I also am going to be starting with max ranked abilities because I have my Volt Formad. So to compensate for that, we are going to do a couple of things here. Probably just casting speed, actually, I think. Because we're just going to dump our energy in the very beginning of the game. Actually, I don't need this. That's instant cast. I don't need that. So we're just going to dump our energy in the very beginning of the game, and I'm going to give myself, like, I don't know, Serration, so I'm not sitting there forever. Which is probably still more than the average player is going to have. Buy base Volt with Plat. See, listen, I'm down for immersion, but I don't want to waste my Plat, man. All right, I am going to go into E Prime Exterminate with a Mark 1 Braddon and a Volt. Am I on solo? I am on solo. All right. And I'm going to immediately dump my energy in the very beginning of the game. And then we are going to see how long it takes with Dreamer's Bond and killing enemies in order for me to generate energy. So I have completely dumped my energy thanks to his second ability. And we are now going to run around. And we are going to see if I ever get to cast my... Wow, I did not think a Serration Mark 1 Braddon would kill enemies, but I guess these guys are level 1. We're going to see if I get to cast my fourth ability. I am a new player. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not playing optimally. I'm learning how to jump for the first time. Okay, there's nothing up here. Okay. What's this? Oh, okay, cool. Okay. I don't have vacuum. I would be shooting these guys a lot more. I did not think Serration would be enough to one-shot these guys. I guess Volt passive is carrying a lot here. I don't know what's going on. Oh, an energy orb. Awesome. No, that's really good. Dude, the dogs are tankier than the guys. That's crazy. Hang on, these guys give me energy. Give me more energy. I want more energy. Give it to me. Well, they only gave me 1 energy, but it's okay. I'm going to get more from the next guys, I think. Just sprint with no rolls? Just Mexian, bro. True. Now, granted, a new player would probably be using a lot more melee than I am, but we're doing a little bit of LARP here. You guys will have to forgive the inaccuracy. Oh, the mission's done. Oh, an energy orb. Well, I don't really need my fourth ability anymore. I'm just gonna go, I guess. Okay. Well, I didn't really press my fourth ability. I didn't. Where am I going? God, I don't know this tile. I'm a new player. I probably would have run a little bit farther than that. I'll just run. That's genuinely how new players are going to play the game, right? I didn't press my fourth ability a single time. I didn't press my third ability. I barely pressed my 2. It took me 3 minutes to do this mission. I was one-shotting every enemy. The average new player is not going to one-shot every enemy. I did not realize that my thing would go. That's how bad energy generation is for new players, okay? That's what it's like. If you're a new bro and you're hopping into this game and you're like, that looked genuinely fucking miserable, why do people like this game? I'm going to really quickly hop on literally anything else for like any Volt build, because Dreamer's Bond did fuck all for me, and I'm just gonna grab like this. I'm just gonna literally use this Equilibrium, and I'm going to use... Am I gonna use anything? Do I even use a companion? I could use a Panzer, but that's a little bit shitty to use a Panzer. Use Zeneric. God, you guys are funny. Buy a Mark 1 Braddon? This is a Mark 1 Braddon. That was a Mark 1 bright. You know what? We're just going to use equilibrium and nothing else. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to dump my energy when I walk into the mission, actually. And we're going to do the exact same thing. And we're just going to see the difference between just equilibrium and no equilibrium. Enemy density makes it even worse? Yes, enemy density does make it even worse. And then you yell at them to use abilities and chat like a good backseater. Yeah, so we're going to dump our energy. There we go. And we're going to get rid of it. And we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to run around like an idiot. But this time, I'm going to specifically get energy because of health orbs. Because you guys are going to see just how much more energy you get. Well, I picked up an energy orb. That's a bit counterintuitive to my point. First off, my ability lasts a lot longer. So because my ability lasts a lot longer, I'm already going to be getting a lot more value out of my ability, right? After just pressing it. If I don't get a single health orb drop, I'm going to crash the fuck out. I'm going to lose my mind. Maybe the enemy density is really the biggest issue all along, and Warframe should maybe be changed around a little bit. Give me a health orb. You know you want to. I want to see if equilibrium does exactly what I say, or if it really is just carried by companions and forced health orb drops. So I feel like equilibrium really is the problem, but honestly, if it's not a problem isolated, and it is instead just the fact that, well, that's lucky. Where are my health orbs, though? Hello, I want health orbs. Can you give me health orbs? I really want to prove a point, and this is really awkward. I really want to prove a point about health orbs. Maybe if I don't say anything, I'll get a health orb. I'm also already moving faster than a regular player because I got bored running around last time. I have picked up 3 energy orbs. Life is unfair. I could probably just press my 2 right now. Oh my god, I have picked up another energy orb. You know what? Fuck equilibrium. Equilibrium just gives you more energy orbs, chat. I actually lied about what it does. It doesn't actually increase your... It doesn't turn health orbs into energy orbs. It just gives you energy orbs. That's what it fucking does. I lied about everything, guys. I'm a fake streamer. Life is over. This is actually a pre-recorded video on YouTube. Can you believe it? You guys are just watching a premiere cap. Oh, I have energy. I pressed the volt things. That doesn't really count, though, because I didn't pick up a single fucking health orb, which is kind of counterintuitive to my point. I'm actually just shocked. I just got lucky, which is insane. Oh my god, an energy orb. Hello, would any single one of you like to... There's another energy orb. Dude, hold on. Are we being trolled by the energy gods right now? What is this? Mod descriptions lie yet again. What the fuck is this? Bro, okay, hold on. Maybe I was trolling. I put on equilibrium and I'm on a... Dude, every enemy is dropping energy. What? What is this? What is this? What is this? Is the game just trying to fuck with me? There's actually got to be a psyop going on here. This is worse than ChatGPT conditioning me to kill myself. What is this? Also, can we talk about the sheer amount of affinity orbs I've gotten? This is actually a psyop. I have picked up so much energy. Check him PC, literally. Oh my god, a health orb, finally. There we go. Not that it really proves too much of a point now. Man, if anything, this has just convinced me that, like, the issue for base path missions is just the rate at which shit drops. Bro, put all Riven luck into finding one orb. Oh, I did not touch this. There you go, it's my fault. When I'm doing my 1999 calendar shit, it takes about 20 minutes longer to kill 500 to 1,000 enemies on a normal hell scrub. Yeah, that makes sense. The enemy density is a huge issue. It's a huge disparity. Suffering from success and failure. The DE spy has altered the H. Yeah, the DE spy is interfering. It's just inconsistency in enemy density. I'm just more surprised at how few health orbs I generated there, because the last run without equilibrium, I didn't get shit for orbs. Or for energy orbs. I got health orbs. I got like 3 health orbs, no? I noticed them and was like thinking to myself, like, damn, if I had equilibrium, I could have just gotten so much. DE Glenn, the mastermind behind the scenes. Yeah, genuinely. Honestly, that has kind of given me hope that equilibrium isn't necessarily the end-all be-all solution, and that new bros aren't necessarily being super misled. I know you said rage mod, but it's not like you took health damage either. Yeah, no, and obviously level 1 content. Level 1 exterminate, there's 20 enemies to kill, so it's also a little bit unfair for like what you're actually going to be seeing in like a level 30 mission, where you've got a couple more things going on. I'm also genuinely surprised that... I guess I shouldn't be surprised that this is enough to kill low-level enemies. Because 50 damage is like... That's quite a lot for low-level enemies, like level 1 enemies. They basically have, like, no health, so that shouldn't surprise me too much. But it did anyways, because I'm a dumb idiot with no brain. Maxing out Serration is... Yeah. I always forget that, like, early Warframe is literally solved by max Serration. No one on base Earth got max Serration. Yeah, I know. I'm more surprised that max Serration was enough, because usually you'd think like, oh, you'd want like an elemental mod, but level 1 enemies, my brain wasn't on. Well, I did have more energy, but I feel like it was misleading to say that it was because of equilibrium. I did have the ability to cast more buttons, but it wasn't equilibrium that did it, to be fair. I did instead just get insanely lucky, or unlucky, because any of those energy drops could have been health orbs instead. Pick your poison. Either way, I had more energy. You'd be using unranked electric and toxin for Grenier? Probably. It was a little bit disingenuous. I also have Arcane Steadfast, which would have allowed me to cast a bunch of abilities for free, which would have also done things. Equilibrium's so bad, they should buff it. Yo, true, DE, you see this? Get on this right now. So, back to the issue at hand, right? Back to the issue at hand. New players have no energy generation. You can still say you collected 8 orbs and equilibrium does double the total at the end with the 1 health orb. That's true. There are things here, right? The big thing is energy generation for the people at the 0 end of the spectrum as opposed to the infinite end of the spectrum. Obviously, my energy generation showcase wasn't necessarily accurate there, but you get the point. You paint the picture, right? Obviously, in a higher level mission, higher density is the thing. You're killing more enemies. You're killing more enemies with equilibrium, with the synth mods, so the synth deconstruct mod, so enemies are dropping orbs. You're also using abilities that generate more energy. You also have access to Nourish. You have access to Bright Bonnet. All this shit that's going to be generating puddles of energy, right? My proposal... Is energy generation really a problem when it's compensated by low enemy density? Yes, because pressing buttons and pressing abilities on Warframes is really, really fun, and that's what makes the game enjoyable. If you are a new player, and you see people pressing their buttons all the time, and you see them flying across the screen and shooting out big, shiny, fancy colors with really cool sound effects, you know what I mean? Like, you're seeing all the cool shit. You want to do that as well because that looks fun. Nev gonna gut the entire system. I really am gonna gut the entire system. Here's my proposal. Because positive efficiency is basically the same thing as increasing your capacity. Capacity and positive efficiency are basically the same thing. And the only contributor to your cost is negative efficiency. Instead of this kind of annoying system where positive efficiency isn't necessarily worth investing into because you can just get more value out of directly investing into capacity, I would propose a system that looks a little bit something like this. Basically, every Warframe now has... Shut up, Big Josh. Shut up. This is my proposal for a system. This is a proposal for a rework, and it's a radical rework idea. Follow along with me. Every Warframe now has a base 100 energy, and efficiency no longer modifies the cost of abilities. Every ability will now always cost its default value. Okay? Hear me out. Don't go crazy. This does mean that pressing 4 on Volt will drain all of your energy. You're going to say, Nev, that sounds awful. I, as a player with my Ivara, I like when my Ivara has 900 energy. Hold on. Let me cook. In exchange for this system, efficiency is now a multiplier to the amount of energy generation you get over time. Okay? Energy over time. I fucked this letter up a little bit. The idea here is that you now have a passive energy regen of 5 energy per second at all times at base, which means that over 20 seconds, you are going to generate 100 energy. This number could be changed and could be something like 3.33. This could be something like 2. Whatever feels better. Maybe if we really, really wanted to, make it so that this takes exactly 60 seconds, so whatever 100 divided by 60 is. Whatever the case is to make this feel good, right? Whatever feels fair. That way, Warframe players are not spent as a brand new baby player, literally going an entire mission without the ability to press their buttons. What does this do to efficiency? Efficiency now acts as a multiplier against your energy regen from all sources, including your passive regen per second. So if you have 45% efficiency, that negative efficiency is going to kneecap your energy regen passively. This does not interact with the system where you are able to generate energy via orbs. However, I would nerf abilities that generate energy, like Trinity's ability, like the Nokko Subsume, things that directly make the energy number go up. And I would also probably nerf Equilibrium to now just be maximum 50%, right? Energy. I would probably maybe nerf the energy or value down to 15 from 25. A lot of things going on there, right? A lot of energy generation would get tweaked in order to compensate for this system. This system does a couple of things. Number one, now that everything costs 100, increasing your capacity to 400 via flow suddenly becomes really, really valuable, right? So capacity still sounds good, but this does something else, which is that negative efficiency builds are now no longer so extremely negative that you are basically fucked if you play a negative efficiency build without any capacity. If I decide to go the route of having a minus efficiency build, that's not an E. What happened there? If I go the route of having a minus efficiency build, and I don't go the route of having flow, and I only have this 100 energy, I'm not going to be as fucked, right? Because I can still compensate by generating additional energy with something like Equilibrium. However, if I do decide to go instead the route of having the positive 400 energy with the negative efficiency, these two things can now balance each other out in a much reasonable way. Not only that, but for the new players, again, we give them a baseline where they are now able to press their buttons at least semi-regularly. So I think maybe 20 seconds is a bit too short of time for them to press 100 energy ability, so maybe something like 45 or even 50 seconds, which would be about 2 energy per second. 2 energy per second seems pretty good, right? That seems pretty solid. The idea here is that efficiency effectively becomes additive with nourish, in a sense, right? Because efficiency is now a generation multiplier, and because you now have a flat baseline of 2 energy per second, this means that increasing your energy per second from something like Energy Nexus, right? You now have a flat baseline of 5 energy per second. Now your abilities don't... What the problem? Returning player took a long break, made his steel path's horse best weapon. It carried... That's a very cool comment. Very cool. All right. Anyway. How would doubling the Dreamer's Bond aura effect change the experience so that it's the same as Siphon? We could buff that one as well. That wouldn't really solve the problem, it would move the issue. Because this addresses another group of players, which I didn't really talk about, who also exist on the spectrum between infinite energy and zero energy, and that's the poor fucking people here who use Zenerek. These poor fucking bastards have no other option than to use Zenerek because they still don't have any energy generation tools, and this is the best that they have, which is 5 energy per second. These people are basically in the same boat as the 0 energy per second people, but they're further along in the story. These poor, miserable fucking bastards deserve so much love and attention, and they deserve so much special treatment and kisses for the miserable task of playing with Zenerek. Zenerek is far and away the worst focus tree with no competition, but it's basically mandatory if you're a new player because 5 energy per second is by far the most passive energy generation you can get until you get to late game resources like the Nokko subsume and like Equilibrium. So because Zenerek is basically mandatory for these players, and because they're not going to use their operators for anything else, they are in that camp of like, what if we just make energy generation better? If we just buffed Zenerek to 10 energy per second, it would be fine. But the problem is this doesn't really fix the issue that we're running into here. The issue here is that, if you had Nokko but censored, the issue here is that these poor fucking players have to depend on a system like this, and they have to get it from a method that isn't immediately available to the base game. You just crushed a little MR12 Timmy's heart. Nokko redacted, the Nokko files, Jesus Christ. Nokko was sent to the island, man. He was abused there. Nokko got covered up in baby oil at the P. Diddy parties. Hashtag justice for Nokko. GG. The problem with just buffing passive energy generation sources is all it does is establish basically what you do with that system. So these are my 0 people, these are my Zenerekers, and these are my Equilibrium players, right? And again, this is our infinite energy. All you have done when you buff the energy system, the energy generators that exist, is you just move this up a little bit. That's all you really do. You don't really address the fact that this gap is so vast, and it would be much nicer to eliminate this part, make this the baseline, and make the graph look like this. Infinite energy over here, and like a 5 baseline over here. This is the goal. This doesn't really fix that, it just moves the problem later down the road. Oh yeah, you get more energy from Energy Siphon when you get it. You get more energy from Dreamer's Bond, which has to be worse than Energy Siphon. So you're technically not at 0. But it's still going to feel like you're at 0 unless you buff it to the point where it might as well just be Zenerek. So if that's the point, then just make this the baseline. You know what I'm saying? If that's the point, then Zenerek should just be the baseline, or something to that effect. Now, with a system that's like this, right? We have established, we're doing things really interestingly, right? Every Warframe has a base of 100 energy. All of the ability costs no longer change with efficiency. So if I have minus 75% efficiency on my, or whatever it is, minus 45%, whatever it is, that's what 4s look like, definitely. My 100 energy ability will still cost 100 energy. My 75 will still cost 75. My 50 will still cost 50. And my 25 will now cost 337. I'm just kidding, it'll cost 25. The point of this system is that we now directly attack how you passively generate energy with the negative efficiency. Doing this also inadvertently nerfs Equilibrium a little bit, but Equilibrium is still going to be generating a shit ton of energy for you. So it's not going to be that bad. And again, if you go with the plus capacity route, right? The plus capacity route, you still have that bigger buffer room and that bigger wiggle room for these abilities. How do you address channeled abilities? You can't gain energy over time with energy siphon with a channeled ability while it's activated. I think that's a perfectly fine state, and I actually think that channeled abilities really wouldn't move too much from the current system. The reason for that is channeled abilities are really fucking energy efficient. Even my boy X-Scout here, my guy, my Warframe of all time X-Scout here, even with a minus efficiency build like I have here, my channeled ability is 2.5 a second. You picking up what I'm putting down here, man? Ember's channel needs a rework. Ember needs a fucking rework, man. Ember needs an entire rework. We're not getting into that can of worms, okay? Ember needs help. If you remember, these costs no longer change with efficiency. Now that they no longer change with efficiency, this will always be 2.5. If I have negative efficiency, positive efficiency, it doesn't matter. This will remain as 2.5. What that means is that with a system that's like this, I can run Blind Rage all I want. This stays 2.5. This just so happens to be that because I have duration modded on, but this would be the case for everything. Duration or no duration. I could take duration off of this instead, and I could give myself energy capacity, which would then give me a larger buffer to generate additional energy. The idea being that even though I'm running negative efficiency, I'm hurting my energy generation, but I'm not hurting my capacity. So we are now making it so that efficiency no longer competes with capacity for the same slot. It competes with energy generation, which is what the intention of efficiency should be in the first place. These abilities don't change. This will never be 38 energy. This will only ever be 25. This will never be 77. It'll only be 50. So if you think about the system from this new reference point, you go, oh, channeling abilities basically feel the same. They don't change in cost. And if you want to increase the amount of time you have to spend that energy, then you use capacity instead of efficiency. Efficiency is more like a final energy generating multiplier. Exactly. Think of efficiency in this new system as additive with nourish. And your brain should expand. You should go, oh, additive with nourish. So it's like negative nourish. Okay. Now that we've standardized the cost of everything and we've given all of our Warframes a flat energizing... Oh, thank you, Big Josh. Yeah, like an X energy gain source, X nourish type. Exactly, Amelistic. Exactly. We've established a flat energy generation source so that Warframe players don't go for a super long time without being able to cast their fourth abilities. Also, I removed the efficiency cap and increased the base values of fleeting and streamline. Yes, I did do that in the concept when we were talking about it, because I think that realistically there's no longer a need for an efficiency cap if it's no longer reducing the cost of abilities. Every ability always costs the base value. So you're only interacting with capacity. You're not interacting with this confusing system where efficiency and duration are fighting for your drain. It's just never going to change. And you now have a system where you have a baseline for your ability to cast buttons without hurting your high-level players, because guess what? Your high-level players can just brute force with a ton of energy generation. Now again, because everybody's energy capacity goes down, this changes a lot of things. For example, something like overcharge, primary overcharge, would need a buff from the system like this, because this basically kind of hinges on you having 1,000 energy. Well, now that doesn't really exist. Now, in my new system, you're capped at 400 energy, right? So you would kind of need to buff or change this a little bit. You would need to buff or change the one that gives you... the arcane that gives you... Actually, would you need to change this one? The arcane that gives you energy capacity? I don't think so. I think 1,000 energy is maybe high, but... I mean... just change this to like 500 and call it a day. I don't know, GG. since now your final energy gain is 0.45x. Exactly. What's the point of efficiency then? If you use the current tools in such a system, there's no reason to use efficiency at all. Counterpoint. This doesn't change anything for people who already aren't using efficiency. This is specifically to target the lower end of players, and if you don't touch efficiency to begin with in the first place, the system doesn't change for you. The only thing you're getting is a minor energy nerf if you're running Blind Rage, which doesn't matter to you because you have energy generation out the wazoo. Now, I would like to nerf the energy generation tools that exist, but you now have the freedom to no longer rely solely on those energy generation tools. But if you don't interact with the system, there's no negative for you. Then nothing changes, which is fine. Always bet on nothing. Nothing ever happens. That's also still a net positive. The goal of this is to shift the players that are suffering. You're targeting nerfing the players that are later in the game by decreasing capacity to a flat 100. Yeah, but their costs go down as well. And again, if you're using flow anyways, if you're using energy capacity, which most builds are, this one doesn't because Xcal is a super efficient frame, but most builds are utilizing flow and energy capacity, right? So you're going to have enough energy capacity to tank this, because I'm not going to change flow. I would buff flow so that you would go from 100 to 400 energy. That's what I would do to flow. I would buff the shit out of it so that you still have 4x the energy, which is fine. I think you'll be so okay. I think you will live. The system would probably fuck over your high efficiency Sevagoth. Yeah, it would a little bit. To target nerf the endgame players is kind of the point of the change. Can we talk about EDA? And EDA is minus 75 max energy. In my opinion, it's not as offensive as it sounds, because as a high-level player, you should be able to build around that. You should have the resources and tools at your disposal. You should also be coordinating with your teammates and playing with your friends to kind of compensate for that sort of system. I understand how that can be frustrating if you're a solo player or if you're playing with randoms. The point of EDA, ETA, technically, is to play with people. 90% of the player base isn't going to do what I have been doing for however long I was doing it, which was playing EDA, ETA with every single modifier and every single dragon key. With the new system, I see what you're saying now. I think that energy modifier would probably either have to go, or it does just force you to use flow, which would basically balance out to just having 100 energy. So it would kind of force you to slot in flow, or use some other energy capacity tool, which would eat up a mod slot, but that's also kind of what the energy modifier does anyways. The energy modifier in ETA already kind of forces you to use flow in your builds, if you weren't already. So, kind of balances out. If you invested 1,000 hours, you manage, it won't be that. It won't be the end of you. Yeah, that won't be the end of you playing EDA. If you're playing EDA and you run into that energy modifier, you're gonna be fine. You'll live. You'll figure it out. You're a smart cookie. You're a high-level player. You got this. You know what I mean? You know, like the end goal here is not to necessarily like fuck over people who have like super high efficiency spam builds. It's to force them to engage with the system. By the way, having a bunch of positive efficiency and you're a spam caster build, Rhino with primed flow and negative efficiency can't cast Roar with that modifier. That is completely correct, Cephalon, and that is why I would change the system. Because negative efficiency on Rhino, you should still be able to cast your fucking fourth ability. So look, I have Rhino here. If I slop on, I have naked builds on this guy. Look at back when Eidolon Rhino, you guys weren't around for that. You don't know. If I slop this on, I can't cast my 4. That's a problem in my eyes. That sucks. That is really bad. That's not good. One of my abilities is missing. I am forced as a Rhino player, if I want to put this mod in, which is a pretty valuable mod for 3 of his 4 abilities, arguably 4 because of the augment, then I have to, no questions asked, completely forced to slot this in. And unfortunately, yeah, it does have to be this one, and it cannot be this one. Because even though I'm technically able to cast this now, I'm only able to cast this because these other abilities are still too expensive. If I use this one instead, I can at least cast this and this and still have enough for this. Right? So even with efficiency in the current system, it's competing with this, right? The current problem is that these two mods are competing and this one is better, so I'm going to use this one. There's just no way around it. Make Blind Rage give you minus 50% efficiency instead of 55. Why overcomplicate it? The point is that the system is fundamentally flawed, and that giving a band-aid like that doesn't fix the holes in the system. That's like plugging your finger in the hole of a leaky ship and saying, all right, let's go on a cruise around the Atlantic. Like, first off, there's leaks all throughout the ship. You plugged one hole. And why would I take a ship like that on a cruise? Not only that, but you completely fuck with all kinds of systems when you do that, right? If we're going to fuck with the system when we do a band-aid fix like that, let's overhaul the system. The whole point of overcomplicating it is to solve all of the problems that we are going to invariably start by digging at this old wound. Energy economy is unbalanced as fuck. It's not in a healthy state right now. I just went over a whole spiel in the beginning how certain frames don't even give a shit about energy economy, and it doesn't make sense for them to have an abundance of energy, and other frames are fighting tooth and nail for every energy that takes way too much time and resources, and devs are absolutely not doing that. Raven, this is one of the most important issues for new players in particular. This is one of the most important categories for Warframe to be focusing on. This is the most important conversation to be having at Digital Extremes HQ. Second only to the fact that new players are introduced to open worlds, which is inherently bad and which also needs to be solved. This is the most important demographic to DE, because this is how they remove from their competition and how they get more people invested in their game. One of the major roadblocks for new players is their inability to interact with the systems in the game that makes the game fun. And that is pressing the buttons on your warframes to make them do things. Using abilities is an incredibly important part of the video game. So yes, this is important, and yes, it is a massive system overhaul. That's their only important demographic, IMO. They're probably working on armor and tanking right now. They are working on armor and tanking right now, which ironically doesn't really help new players and is really only going to address their mid to high level player concerns, which is fine. And I do appreciate when they do things like that for us. I'm a big proponent of them working on things for me because, yeah, I like being worked on. I'm a sad little fucking high level player and I don't really get all that much love, so I'm down. I'm down for when DE wants to give me nice things. Please give me nice things. You guys never do anything nice for me. You fucking hate me. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and fucking lie to you. I'm not going to tell you that I am more important than a new player. Can I explain again the core changes I suggested in my system? Yes, I can. The core change in my system would be that we move from efficiency modifying the cost of abilities to instead interacting with and changing how you generate energy. Currently, the current issue, right, fundamentally, is that your capacity is competing with your efficiency. And the issue between the system is that capacity is always going to win when you boil down what is actually happening with the energy economy, right? Because there's two parts of energy economy. There's the cost, and then there's the energy generation. And capacity and efficiency both fall into the cost category, with capacity being largely more important. What this means is that when you build for negative efficiency, it does matter because you're increasing your cost a lot. But when you build for positive efficiency, you're decreasing your cost by a really small amount. Your relative cost, I should say. Because what you're actually doing is you're increasing your capacity. And you're increasing your capacity by such a small amount that you might as well just increase your capacity, because it's going to make a bigger difference. And the issue at hand is that Warframe player has an issue where capacity and energy generation generation is very disproportionate, where all of these tools exist at the very end of the game. And these tools exist, but they're not nearly as important as these ones. These are way more important. Like super, super, super important. So, the system works by basically replacing the efficiency as a cost system. So all of your abilities will now be their base values forever, right? Having negative or positive efficiency will never change these values in my proposal for the new system, right? And instead, what efficiency will do is it will modify how much energy you gain. You can think of my new efficiency as being additive with nourish. To compensate for this system, we would also give Warframe players a flat energy regen per second, so that way new players who never get to cast their abilities because they don't have any of those energy generation tools I talked about, these don't exist for them, they don't have to depend on those right away. They can live off of this for the time being, and they can live off of this and efficiency, giving them a bigger boost here, which then allows them to cast their abilities more frequently. Because the big issue at hand right now is that new players cannot cast abilities very frequently. If you're a brand new player, you have no way to give yourself energy other than getting energy orbs, which is really fucking brutal. And modern energy solutions that we as high-level players have don't apply to you because you don't have them yet. Those aren't available to you. So because you're so dependent on these high-level tools that you don't have access to in order to press the buttons to play the game, it's really frustrating for you. So the idea would be to make it so that ability efficiency now changes how you generate energy as a multiplier that is additive with nourish. So if I have more ability efficiency, I'm going to make this number bigger. And we're going to go from like 2 to, I don't know, 4 or some shit, right? Whatever it is. And if I have negative efficiency, then I'm going to make this number smaller, and it's going to go down to like 1. If that makes sense. The idea here is that efficiency no longer changes this part, which effectively would be the capacity, the relative capacity of abilities, the relative cost, and instead it would be how you go about generating energy. So negative efficiency would hurt things like your energy orbs, equilibrium orbs, passive energy regen. Positive efficiency would buff those things like nourish. This doesn't really hurt energy generators. I would tweak them to fit into this new system, but it wouldn't destroy them. Yes, Animalistic, pretty much. Ability efficiency is a multiplier for energy gain, and energy cost for abilities is always the same regardless of efficiency. Those would be the changes I would make, and also the really important one is establishing a baseline energy regen so that players can generate abilities passively as new players who don't have access to energy generation tools. Because being able to go an entire mission and barely generate 50 energy is really fucking cringe. But if I can go an entire mission and at least generate 100 or 125 energy, then that works out. In exchange for this system, by the way, where does this go? Your capacity for abilities. If a new player invests into efficiency mods and they get to a point where they can generate energy, they just wasted their resources, which is a scarce early game resource. That's called progression. How would channeled abilities work then? We went over this. Channeled abilities basically wouldn't change. Because if you think about channeled abilities right now, where's Excal? Excalibro. There we go. If you think about channeled abilities now, this is just staying at 2.5 energy per second. You wouldn't get the benefit of your passive energy regen while you're channeling, which is normal. That's fine. So just generate energy the way you normally do. Basically no changes. Yeah, it's the same. These stay the same. The only difference here is instead of costing 38 to cast, it would cost me 25. So hang on. So if a new player invested in energy efficiency mods, they get to a point where they can generate energy, they wasted their resources. That's called progression. If I'm a new bro and I invest all of my Forma and all of my mods into my Mark 1 Bratton, there's going to come a point where I'm going to find a weapon that has better stats than the Mark 1 Bratton. That's just progression. That's how it works. Sometimes you invest a little bit into a weapon until it's usable, and then you move on. The great thing about ability efficiency, Raven, is that ability efficiency is really cheap to invest into, because there's all of 2 mods for ability efficiency. Both of these should be buffed. This one is like technically also ability efficiency, but it's a corrupted mod with a pretty heavy side grade on duration, which should probably be reworked and buffed. But you could buff all of these to still make them viable late game solutions and not run into any problems. Because the idea would be that even if you get an energy generator, you're still going to want efficiency as well. The idea would be to make efficiency competitive. And if you don't want to use efficiency, you're not forced into a system where you have to use it. What's my let me pull up my Torrid build. That's a really funny question. That was very spontaneous. Do I even have like a legitimate Torrid build? This is probably fine. You're not going to do anything over level 500. This will clear level 500. You can slot the Bane mod for oh, you know what? Sorry, don't use this. Because this is for the regular fire, not for the beam mode. Because this has multi-CO on the regular fire, but on the beam mode, this doesn't work. So don't use this. Surely I have one that doesn't. Well, that's not really useful for you. Honestly, I'll do this. I'll make you one. Hold on. Let me make you a Torrid build, big guy. I got you. I imagine you're like a casual player, so you probably won't use Bane mods, which hurts you a little bit. Let's get you a viral build, because I think that's pretty useful, and I imagine you might not even have a Riven as well. So we have to play like a baby player. Let's give you Serration. Let's give you, I guess, status chance, because you want this to auto prime, right? So we'll go like this, I guess. Honestly, can I get away with... I can't get away with corrosive. That's innate toxin. Probably magnetic mod, right? Probably the magnetic mod would be really good for you. Magnetic capacity. And then I think you can get away with... I mean, you can get away with something like this, but I don't know how many headshots you're going to hit. Is viral good? Yep. Yes, Daniel. You've pretty much nailed it on the head. Give everyone innate regen, stop efficiency from affecting effective capacity, and instead make it interact with energy generation. Do I have this mod on? I do. Not using the augment mod is cringe. I guess, fucking, I don't know. What gives punch through? Well, why is my punch through locked? Oh, because the beam isn't locked. Shred gives, but yeah, you know what? Fire rate is probably good for this build. There you go. Do a build like this. This is probably a decent build. This will be fine for like casual, mid-level, no Riven play. If you don't have a Riven, if you do have a Riven, replace this with this, and probably this as well. But whatever. Beam is AoE and Firestorm works on it. Yeah, but the beam has like a fucking like a 2-meter AoE. It's not worth it. Doesn't know Hammer Shot? Oh, dude, fucking true, actually. Hammer Shot is a great mod. That's true. Hammer Shot's great as well. Would I prefer this? I would prefer this, because the crit damage is way more important than the status chance. That's just, like, optional. You've seen Void Luggers. Twitch certainly need accuracy on the beam. Good luck getting Hammer Shot if you're new. Well, the person asked for a Torrid build. They can't be that new. They can't be so new that they're struggling for shit like that. Hammer shot is... if you don't have hammer shot, then just use status chance, whatever. It doesn't make too much of it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's a fucking Torrid Incarnate. This will kill. Oh, you have status chance through Crux anyways, so yeah, crit damage all the way. Fuck it. What other crit damage mods? You could do bladed rounds. Because, fuck it, you have Crux. I forgot I put Crux on here. What's up? Professor! Dude, you missed my really, really good rant on energy generation. Those efficiency mods you're proposing are competing with damage mods in the early game, which are arguably way more important to invest into. That's a hard disagree, because throughout the entirety of the game, you do not need that much strength. I have overinvested in strength in this build because I can get away with it. You don't need that. You don't need 800% status chance on a fucking Exalted Blade. It's certainly very nice, and it does wonders, but you can definitely get away with less strength. There's also way strength resources. You've got strength shards, you've got strength arcanes, you've got strength whatever. Strength everywhere. If you're playing at a base path level, which is again the target demographic for these changes, Raven, which I do, by the way, I don't want anybody to be like, Raven's an idiot, These are really good, valid criticisms to raise. These are really strong for, like, this is really good for, like, making sure that we're building a system that's good. It's always good to be, like, critical of things, so I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea. I'm fighting with Raven a lot. No, he's bringing up really, really valid, fair critiques that are important to address, to discuss and explain, like, what makes a system good. So he is improving the system by talking with us about it. I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea. Thank you, Raven, for being here. I don't want anybody to get, like, the impression that, fuck this guy, he's just fighting with us. No, he's being incredibly valuable. This is what people should do when discussing changes that they're making. This is awesome shit, and I'm really glad you're here. These are, like, great points you're bringing up. I don't want you to feel, like, unwelcomed or anything like that. I want you to feel like, keep going. Like, this is good stuff. Oh, yeah, I saw you, Cephalon. I saw you say that to me earlier. Biggest hater for real. Yeah, this motherfucker's fighting me. No, these are great points to bring up. I really like this kind of conversation. This is good stuff. Yeah, damage mods. Damage mods are not really that relevant, and they're not really competing with, like, your weapon damage mods, which your weapon damage is going to be a lot more important during the early stages of Star Chart, right? We're still talking about players in base Star Chart. In base Star Chart, we just saw that my Mark 1 Braddon with Serration was one-tapping the earliest levels of the game. Surely by the time you're in level 30 content, you're going to have, like, crit chance mods and crit damage mods, and you might not have a max Serration, obviously, but you're going to have elemental mods, and you're going to have frame buffing going on. You're going to have melees with their stances and their innate multipliers, so you're going to have a lot more going on, right? Try Boltor level 30 with mods on rank 1 to 2? Absolutely. We will do that right now. I will bring a base Boltor. Early game players are more likely to use their weapons, however. This system gives them access to their abilities that they're not using in the first place. Let me put it to you this way. What do you think is more important to a new player? Having an ability that they're not pressing deal more damage, or being able to press the abilities over and over again? We're going to grab the Boltor here, the regular Boltor, and I'm just going to throw... I'm going to throw, like, a stock stand... You know what? Fuck it. Let's auto-install. Fuck it. Let's see auto-install. Auto-install is too strong. I'm looking at this and I'm vetoing it and saying auto-install is too strong. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab Serration, and I've got a rank 10 here. I think that's pretty... I think that's... How much endo is that to go up? 1200, so the previous thing was half of that. I think that's okay. I think that's fine. We're going to do flawed mods, actually, I think. I think flawed mods are a great middle ground. So we'll do... Where's that one? We'll do corrosive. 20 multi-shot. I feel like that's too small, so I think that I'm not going to go with that. I think the 60 crit damage is fair, though. I think that's probably reasonable. Let's do... What is point strike? What can we get on point strike? You can max rank a point strike for 300 endo. All right, I'm throwing that in. I think that's fair. We're actually over 30 capacity. Let's try to keep it under 30, actually. So maybe we won't go this route, and we'll just go multi-shot. Multi-shot. I need to actually start multi-shot. Multi-shot. So this already puts us over, so let's use vigilante armaments, and we'll rank this up twice. And that puts us at 30 capacity. We're really not taking advantage of this polarity, which sucks, but whatever. We don't have an arcane. We've got 1.3 MS, which is tough. We're dealing 120 damage. Yes, Daniel, the idea there with efficiency no longer interacting with effective energy capacity is that you now have more room for what that efficiency does in a positive manner that separates... You're basically standardizing energy regen for new bros. You're removing it from the effective capacity conversation. You still think Serration's a bit too high for someone who's MR4? Well, you said level 30. I feel like level 30, you're deeper into... I want to say you're into Neptune territory, are you not? Yeah, Neptune territory. So these guys are magnetic, so I might even get away with... more, because I can take this off and I can run a cold mod like this, and I now have extra capacity, which I think means I can justify using a maxed out multi-shot split chamber. Now, how much endo is a maxed out split chamber gonna get me? Or I should say, that's 930 is maybe a bit expensive. Oh, also I miscalculated that actually, because I have 10 capacity for a base split chamber. That's not worth shit. With 10 capacity, I actually kind of prefer some fire rate, I think. I think fire rate would be a great thing to grab. So let me split between... Oh, that's kind of a nice mod. I know new players don't have it, but that's kind of a nice mod. Let me split. What is this? So this is 20% fire rate. This is 20% fire rate. That's kind of funny. I'm using this because it's funny. And I'm going to go back to that multi-shot that I had, because I actually did like that multi-shot. Oh, fuck. That was my... Shit. Do I break my rule by 1 capacity for the sake of the fire rate? Or do I do something else that's creative? I could just upgrade this. I could just upgrade that to 9, right? Yeah, why not? Fuck it. That's a little bit better. 150 damage against level 30. We're gonna do... You know what? Let's do a capture. Capture enemies are pretty tough, actually. Capture enemies are big tanky boys. Keep in mind that an early game player on average has like 300 endo. Let's just see. I think that is more than fine. I think that is more than fine. These enemies fall over instantly. Now, these are Corpus, so they're a little bit weaker. Oh, I have a Persistence Excal on. That's a bit awkward. Hold on. I have a Persistence Excal. My form of healing is very different. Man, these guys give a lot of shield capacity to their homeboys. My form of healing is through my 4th ability, so I might cheat a little bit. But I think that's more than fine, right? This is so reasonable. I am going to heavy attack a singular time here so I don't die. There we go. Which I know does kill guys. Oh, I forgot I'm doing the capture. Let's kill this guy. Now, is this the greatest KPS you've ever seen? Is this like super ridiculous? No, it's not. But yeah, you're chilling. And again, notice how much energy I have because of high level energy solutions, right? I'm basically maxed out on energy all the time because I have rage going on. I'm gonna die in this level 30 mission. Stop hitting me. There we go. Right? Where do you get the vigilante set? Vigilante set is what's it called? Also, I need this, or else I'm gonna die. There we go. Vigilante set is Cetus. Plains of Eidolon. Yeah, this is more than good enough for, like, entry-level players. I think this is super, like, yeah, you're chilling. Honestly, the goofy part is the fact that I'm running persistence in level 30, and I have to actually spam. Now, see, this is what I wanted to see. An Xmas unit. Xmas units... Wow, in low-level content, you're chilling. You can just beat the shit out of those guys. Yep. Hi, I need to heal again. Which, lol. I don't need to be here anymore. I'm just fucking around at this point. I need to leave. Try this, but use melee instead, and you'll see, well, it's obvious why newbies prefer melee. Oh, 100%. 100%. Melee has a bunch of innate multipliers. I'm using fucking Excal sword, and it's ridiculous. Now, obviously, I have it fully built, but, like, yeah, it's night and day difference. Get me out of here. Get me out of this fuck-ass rescue mission. I just cold procced myself. Give me my status immunity. There we go. God damn it. I accidentally hit enemies, and now I have to watch a fucking cutscene effectively. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Oh, I don't have a melee to slam. Yonk. Try to invest in efficiency mods and keep up the damage mods unranked. You'll see what I mean by your point. Yeah, but you're more than fine with this, with that amount of investment. MR4 is at least 4 days of gameplay. You would be dead by now, by the way. Well, if I'm using a fucking 200 efficiency would be 2x generation. Yes, the new system that I implemented, or that I proposed, implemented as if I'm making it. The new system I proposed would be uncapped efficiency, because there's no point to capping efficiency anymore. I also think you're very much undervaluing how much endo you get as a new player. Like, I made a new account a while ago, and I was very easily able to rank up my mods. I didn't have a rank 6 Serration by any means, don't get me wrong, but that's because I was playing for a day. In a day, I had a rank 4 Serration. So, like, a couple of days of gameplay, getting into, like, MR8 territory, like a week of gameplay, you should have some endo saved up from Deimos bounties. Now, that's if you're a new player and you know to go to Deimos bounties because you watched a good new player guide. Weekly Ayatan hunts and a shit ton of duplicates. Yeah, a weekly Ayatan hunt is like, what, between 1 to 3k endo? Don't forget dark sectors. You have endo. The thing that gets new players is not these first 6 rank of mods. It's specifically these ones. These last 3 are the big killer because the scaling is exponential. This is where new bros are going to have issues. From 1.2k to 3.8 to 8.9 to 19. Like that. Those are the big hitters. That's where your new bros are going to be struggling. It's the last, like, 3 to 4 rank ups. 8 to 10 is the killer in endo and credit gain. Yeah, and honestly, as a new bro, your bigger issue is going to be the credits more than the endo at that point. A regular base build with some hard carry weapons would be good enough to let you farm RBs since the unlock for them has changed. Yes, it has. Professor Disto, if you want, I'm gonna give you. I've had a couple people come in and be like, "What's your thing for the new system?" Basically works like this. Okay, the new system works like this, Professor. Efficiency no longer changes the cost of abilities in my proposed system. So your abilities will always cost their base values. They will never change. Efficiency is now additive with nourish instead, and every Warframe has a base 2 energy per second energy regen. This is to solve the fact that new bros don't have efficiency, sorry, they don't have energy generation, they only have efficiency. So the idea here would be to make it so that they have a passive energy regen that, while not being very good, they can interact with by buffing their efficiency to make this number bigger. In turn, capacity basically retains its value or becomes more valuable or less valuable depending on how you interact with it. So it's a new system. Things are going to be better. Things are going to be worse. Things are going to change. The TLDR is that basically all of the players who already have all the energy generation solutions, like the Bright Bonnet Subsume, like Nourish, like fucking energy generation, equilibrium, orb fountains, whatever, those people aren't really going to change too much. They're just going to generate energy as per usual. Maybe the numbers should come down to make them a little bit more balanced, but it's not going to be by a whole lot. These people basically aren't going to change in the high level. They're not really going to interact with the efficiency system, or if they do, it's going to replace like a couple of their setups with energy generation. And new bros get access to these abilities that they never get to press. Also, fixed costs are kind of easier to get. Yes, fixed costs are also much simpler for a new player. So think of efficiency as now being additive with nourish. This also means that negative efficiency would be like having a negative nourish. So if you have negative efficiency, you have less base generation going on. If efficiency doesn't affect the cost of abilities, wouldn't that destroy shield gating builds such as negative efficiency, brief, or spite? It could, and so in turn, those things could be buffed, but the point here is to target the energy spending system as a whole, and that's part of that discussion. So you can just buff those numbers and it'll be business as usual. Or you could just nerf those things because shield gate has changed so much. I'm neither here nor there. I think shield gate spamming sucks, and I think it's cringe. I understand that DE has now embraced it with the catalyzing shields mod, so if they wanted to just buff the shit out of brief respite, it wouldn't really hurt anything. Because you can just, oh, we're changing efficiencies as a whole? But think of it like this, Disto. Now that your efficiency is a flat fixed number, just spend this button. Or this button. The argument works in reverse, where you can have a positive efficiency build and you can still shield gate because you can press this button. The argument works both in reverse and negative. It's an interesting idea, but maybe efficiency should affect how much energy you receive from energy orbs? Yes. No, yeah, that's exactly what it would be. So again, ability efficiency would be additive with nourish. So it would be giving competition to nourish. So all energy sources. A lot of these 75 cost abilities are abilities you press once and they do their thing like roar. Exactly. Which is perfectly fine. Because that gives you time for while the ability is ticking down to generate additional energy and to get yourself back up to the 75 to cost it. Right? Because this is happening gradually over time. Effectively. Because you press the button, you're immediately here. But because you have the time for this ability to be active over this duration, you effectively have that much time to generate another 75 energy to push the button again. So would 50% efficiency be like a 0.5x multiply? Exactly that. 50% efficiency, which would be negative 50% efficiency, would be like cutting your energy generation in half. So half the energy orbs, half the passive energy regen, half the nourish subsumed, half of the nokko subsume, half of everything, right? It would be, well, I guess it wouldn't be half of nourish if I said it's additive, but you get the picture. Half of Trinity, half of equilibrium orbs, half of everything. It's kind of a major change, and it would change a lot in balance of the game and also change years of information in play. A meta-changing update, basically. It's been a bit since we had that. Yes and no, Disto. Because the honest truth is that this target, the main demographic for the targeting this, and the reason I opened this up so much, is because the really big issue I want to solve is that new players can't press buttons. So I visually represented it earlier. But basically, the current issue is that you have a spectrum that looks like this, where these people have 0 energy and these people have infinite energy. And my goal is to shift the spectrum to look like this, where these people still have infinite energy, but they have to do a little bit more work to get there. They don't just get it for free. And these people now have like a baseline energy so that they're no longer sitting at this end of the spectrum and not pressing their buttons. Because as a new player, one of the most frustrating things in the world, and one of the reasons they don't push their buttons in the first place, is because they literally don't have the tools to do so. I was watching this video. Let me switch. Boom. I was watching this video, and this video was great. I don't know if you've seen it. It's by Invisaron. Great fucking name. And this video, it's just him introducing Warframe to 6 people, explaining where they were having issues, where they stopped, and why. And he goes over like his personal thoughts and like the things that they're running into, and like he does a really good job of breaking down like, this is what they experienced, this is what they told me, this is what made them stop playing. And one of the things he immediately picked up on is that his friends weren't pressing their abilities because, look at this guy has a full energy bar and he's not pushing his buttons because he doesn't even know to. He got his ability bar completely filled up here because he leveled up his frame at some point, and he just doesn't, in his brain, in his noodle, he doesn't push the button, right? He doesn't push the button. His energy bar is full. It's been full for this long. And he just doesn't push it. Right? And so it's like, for us as Warframe players, we immediately see that, and we're like, push your 2 if you're going to be meleeing and running around, press your shield, yada yada. But like, that's because we have that intuitively. New players can't press buttons, fucking Lamau, they gotta install. Yeah, being free to play is sometimes people's first game, not understanding keybinds or having basic game knowledge. Well, it's more along the lines of, think of it like this, Disto. You're dropped into a game. He did a really good job of contextualizing it. You're dropped into a game, and the only time you're ever told to push your abilities is in literally this first tutorial. This is the first and only time you're introduced into pressing abilities. It's also the first ever thing you do after the cinematic. The very first thing you do is press your abilities, and then after that, you're never told again. You're also never really told when you get new abilities unlocked. It does show up at the top of your screen that the ability has been unlocked, and it does make a sound effect, but that doesn't really mean anything to you as a new player. If you're already being bombarded and overwhelmed with information, you're going to forget that immediately, right? There could very easily be a tooltip that just pops up occasionally whenever a player's at max energy that just reminds them to like press a button, just like this. They could just show this to new players because their energy is full. Out of the first 3 Warframes, I think the only abilities that really give you incentive to use ability are Volts 2 and Excals 4, just due to how they work gameplay-wise. And that's another part of the issue, right? I was talking about that, where like pressing Volts 4 is really expensive for what it is, especially when you're early in the game. But if you have the freedom to press those buttons a little bit more liberally, because you were changing the baseline from literally 0 to... God, I have to swap again. We're changing the baseline from literally 0 to having a baseline to start with, then you're not going to be hurting yourself too much. A lot of the abilities are underwhelming when you don't invest into them, so there's no reason for them to press it. Why use Shock when you can smack them with a frag or a slam? I actually hard disagree with this take. I hard disagree with this take, and the reason I hard disagree with this is because if we just really quickly take a look at base Volt, like just, again, naked Volt, which I think this one is naked. Nope. Fuck. I have subsumes everywhere. Fuck. Oh god, every build is full of random shit. Oh, my volting. You would think, right? You would think. Open build. Open build. Oh my god, open build somewhere. Solo build. Fuck. Whatever. This shield is insanely valuable. His 4 is insanely valuable. His 1 does deceptively decent damage and good crowd control. 1 shock versus bullet jump in the air and slam on target, less key wins. Not only that, but a new player is not going to really be doing too many evasive slams and evasive maneuvers. They don't really know how to bullet jump. Ignoring interactions, just decoupling efficiency from capacity and innate energy regen, which is a great idea regardless. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's kind of the end goal, right? 1.75x speed and just blocking all damage and also dealing extra electric damage. These are just good things. These are just damage enhancements, right? Like, these are just buffs. 4 is definitely not valuable in the early game without the capacitance augment. It's one of the major reasons you always say Volt needs another mini rework. I hard disagree. This ability for a new player, over 1,000 damage a second. We just went into a level 30 mission, and I was killing enemies just fine, dealing like 500 damage a second. The base of this is 1,200 per second. Hang on. Like, with one strength mod, with one intensify, which this would be an expensive investment, I would, you know, maybe something like this. 1,300 damage a second. Maybe this rank 9 intense. Here we go. This 9 cost intensify, 20 strength, 1,400 damage a second. For a new player, that's going to go nuts. This is absolutely very powerful for a new bro. And again, Electric Shield is still, like, going to be solid no matter what you do. Not only that, but this scales with duration and range, right? Like, the base range on this is 20 meters, and the base duration is 4 seconds. So if I just give myself a slightly under-ranked stretch, because I'm a new bro and I don't have this shit maxed out, and I get myself continuity, which, they did buff continuity. We're going to go with Augur Message instead. We're going to do a higher ranking Augur Message, though, because it's a cheap mod. If we go for something like this, we have a 25 meter AoE that also has the ability to extend its range by almost 10 meters, where I'm dealing almost 1,500 damage a second for, like, over 10 seconds. Mission's over by the time you have 100 energy, and you're using it on 6 enemies that take 3 seconds to hose down with a Braddon. That's the point, right? The point is giving the players the ability to push these buttons. It'll be like, everybody's like missing the point, right? The point is letting them press the fucking button in the first place. They're never able to use the button if they can't push the button in the first place. Whether or not it's super effective in our eyes doesn't matter, because for their eyes, this is going to be a really fun thing to do. For them, this is going to be incredibly entertaining. They're going to push this button, and the whole fucking room is going to die. And even though the room has like 4 enemies in it because they're in base path, this is going to be incredible for them, right? This is going to be perfectly fine. This is awesome. But they'll never be able to do this so long as they have to rely on an energy generation tool that they don't have access to. I just so happen to have Dispensary on here, which is perfect for the argument. If they're never able to give themselves the opportunity to push this button, they're never able to even fucking utilize it in the first place. But this is great for new players. This is a perfectly fine ability for the level of content that we're specifically talking about. And also, they don't have access to, like, the fucking goofy tools that we do. Give them Tennokai, but for abilities instead of melee attacks. Tennokai for abilities. The mission's over by the time you get the energy. Kind of a tower on strike problem, but for newbies. Exactly. If they have this... Can you show a build for a survival nuke steel path? Like, just a frame that doesn't die and also kills things? Because that's all of my frames. I guess I'll show you Sight Sobek, because Sight Sobek is just as effective as Saren Sobek, but way easier to not die. This one... Oh, for Volt. Oh, like one where you're nuking with abilities and not dying on Volt? I don't know how much you're getting away with on that. I have an Isovault build with the Slam setup with like a Heliocore. It's not necessarily a nuke build, it's just a Slam build. You don't really use his 4 for nuking in as you get higher up in levels. Yeah, Volt's not really great for nuking on account of, like, the fact that his values don't scale super uber high. You can still nuke in, like, base path, like we were talking about. Like, base path, you only need, like not even 60%. For ESO nuking, Volt 4 is better for shield gain. Very good for shield gain. For ESO nuking, I think I have a setup. Or I had one. I think I just cleared it to Yap. Volt, my other Volt. This one. This guy does have primary electric. I think I literally just, like, nuked my ESO build. I sure did. Let's make you an ESO build really quickly. It'll take no time at all. I'm going to assume that you're of at least a level of play where I can do somewhat aggressive modding, and you'll be able to keep up with the thesis here. So I'm going to be going a little bit more into, like, the aggressive territory for modding. We're going to be running this, probably that, because we just talked about that, actually. You don't really need any of these. Technically, this is just good to have. So you might as well, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really make too much of a difference. This is kind of a free slot. You can do whatever you want with it. I'm going to put that there because that's more expensive. I'm actually going to put it there and then put that there because that's how capacity works. Give myself that. And honestly, you kind of have a free slot to do whatever the fuck you want with. You know what you might actually do instead? Instead of this mod, you would do precision intensify. Because it's more strength without hurting your duration, because you only care about this. And then, honestly, I would do... This is a free mod. This is a free mod. Probably just, like, I don't know, something comfortable like that, so you don't have to worry about it. Because you have the capacity, so you might as well. You could also, again, change this. Doesn't really matter. And then, like, I don't know. Actually, you know what? No, I would probably do this instead for ESO. This is much more comfortable. This also kind of lets you maybe go without this one, but I don't know. I don't know. That's maybe preference. You could even go like this, actually, for ESO, because honestly, you've got an open slot. You might as well fucking throw it there, right? There's no reason not to. For this, you might as well just do more strength, because you're fucking gonna be doing strength things, so you're gonna do something like this. And then, honestly, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you could do, like, an extra energy solution, because you're generating orbs. You could do whatever the fuck you want. Preparation ESO is a must. Duration is going to be more useful. Unholy amounts of range duration in order to make discharge deal damage. Not unholy, just high amounts, which is normal. Honestly, yeah, we'll get a little bit of duration, because that's not how you spell duration. Yeah, fuck it, why not? There you go. That's a Volt ESO build. Sure. That's probably good enough. You've got Precision Intensify, 2,000 something damage a second for each enemy. As long as they're chaining to each other, it'll be fine. Steadfast? I don't think you're going to need it with Equilibrium Flow Dispensary. You'll be fine. Yeah, I agree that all of those things are probably better for nuking than Volt, but we were asked for ESO Volt. Why does efficiency need to be decoupled from capacity? I understand that flow is more impactful, but how is the solution here making it have zero impact by reworking the whole system? Another major issue for efficiency, I'm going to leave this for a couple more seconds before yapping. Okay, cool. Another major issue for efficiency is that it affects the abilities very differently in terms of, like, value, okay? So let's look at things on a microcosm really quickly, and let's just really quickly compare the base cost of abilities, right? I want a frame that has... Where's Mag? Mag is a frame who has abilities on the frame. Dude, I'm a fucking poet. Okay. Mag is a frame. We're gonna kill this build. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't need to exist. Okay. Efficiency does not matter for this ability or this ability. I don't care. They don't cost a whole lot. Efficiency only really matters for this ability and this ability. The reason for this is very simple. If I go from costing 25 energy to costing 17.5 energy, have I actually saved myself anything? Have I done anything that's meaningful? I've saved myself 5 energy. Or, I guess, 7.5 energy. I've saved, like, no fucking energy. I've done nothing for myself. This is a waste of time. However, what I have done is I have cut this down by 30 energy, which is an additional 2 casts of this ability now. Almost. It almost comes out to that much. So the problem with efficiency is it's very lopsided on what it matters on, right? What cares about efficiency is very inconsistent, where negative efficiency fucking obliterates your expensive abilities, but your cheap abilities, not really. It's a cast and a half for 25 energy, which you can generate 17 energy within a singular orb. But this doesn't actually benefit me. Like, if I generate a singular orb, I'm still, like, I have a little bit left over, and in the long run, this will add up eventually, but in the grand scheme of things, the bigger difference is going to be this one. If you think of it in terms of energy orb difference, right, the difference between this and Streamline is 1 energy orb and some change, like 1.1 energy orbs, right? But the difference between this and Blind Rage is 2 energy orbs and some change, like 2.1. So if you're thinking in terms of energy spending, that's what you've got to deal with. And on the flip side of that, if we just go to energy capacity, we can now press this 7 times as opposed to 2. So if you think in terms of like total casts and like total output, isn't it the same for the new system? Not particularly. Because now that everything always costs the same amount, your efficiency is going to modify each of their cooldowns by the same consistent amount. Because if you think of it in terms of cooldowns now, these abilities effectively go on cooldown unless you're generating energy orbs by either picking up orbs or by generating energies through other means, right? So if you think of it in those terms, you are reducing their cooldowns by a consistent amount, or you're basically making it so you can cast them a consistent amount faster. What's up, Nev? How's it going? It's going well, Nestor. As far as I know, you cannot generate more than 10 stacks of blast. Well, you can, it's just they roll over into the next stack. It's the same cast per minute. Are you missing something? Okay. Let's say you pick up 4 energy orbs. That's 100 energy, right? With a newer system, with the efficiency added... I'm sorry, with the current system, instead of picking up 4 energy orbs to cast this ability... If you want to see what you missed, just go back in the VOD. We go over it in extensive detail. We go over it a lot. I need to pick up... with negative efficiency, I need to pick up 4 orbs... plus the 2 orbs, and then that little bit extra change that we talked about in order to cast this, right, with negative efficiency. In the newer system, your base regen is what's going to be modified instead. So even though your negative efficiency is going to come down, it's going to affect that. Like, you're still going to be able to generate energy orbs and still going to be able to pick shit up. And your base regen and everything else with the negative efficiency system, yes, you're still going to have a slightly longer cooldown on this, relatively, but it should be about the same. I wouldn't say 6 for both, though. It would be closer to like 5 or like 4.5 for both, because you have the passive regen filling in that extra space, right? So you're not going to be... You know what I mean? Like, net, you're going to have more energy and require less orbs. So it's not going to be 6 for both. It's going to be more like 4.5. Because you're going to have that passive regen still there, if that makes sense. You've always used Equilibrium and Duriga for energy economy? Yeah. The entire crux of this conversation is reworking the entire energy economy. My main argument is decoupling efficiency from the actual cost of the abilities. and make it so the ability cost never changes and efficiency is instead an energy multiplier. If you have 50% efficiency right now, an energy orb would only give you 12.5 energy with the new system. Yes. But again, to counterbalance that, you also still have your passive energy regen, which would at that point also be nerfed to 1 per second. In totality, but it's regardless of decoupling efficiency. I still think that decoupling efficiency is still the right way to go about it. Streamline level 3 fleeting expertise. Use a lot of your builds where you're spamming abilities constantly. The point of this system is to do a couple of things. One is to make it better for new players. 2 is to also address, like, super spam builds. Would need to remove the purple shards with Elec. Not in particular, just change the values. That's the thing. With a system like this, capacity isn't really going too far. Because I'm just, like, in my world, like, just standard, like, okay, let's say base capacity isn't 100, it's 200 instead. For, like, all frames. That, like, solves every issue, does it not?
I'm hardly desperate for anything, really.
You were talking to Raven? I see, I see.
Whereas mine is looking for me. I don't feel desperation.
Or, like, you could even make the system so that it's, like, 300 energy is the standard for all frames. And then, like, flow is just, like, 100%. And, like, prime flow is 150 or some shit. You know what I mean? You're making a build for Artemis bow that shoots, like, 50 arrows. Oh, interesting. Two to 3 casts of 100 energy seems reasonable. Yeah. From base, yeah. I think that seems reasonable. And then with like 2 energy per second base, or like maybe 3.333, whatever, energy per second from base, I think that's super fair. You're 50-50 on the system. You're a fan of making new players be able to use abilities, but not a fan of hurting some of your high efficiency builds like the Sevagoth build. That's the sacrifice we're going to have to make, man. Not only that, but my take on that is it's not really hurting your high efficiency build so long as you have energy generation anyways. You think the system is really harsh for negative efficiency? So, negative efficiency builds are coupled with a shit ton of energy generation. Would the energy generation be cancelled out by channeled abilities? Yes. Channeled abilities would still function the exact same. If you're running negative efficiency, then it should be more punishing. As it stands currently, negative efficiency is basically free. Because if you're running a negative efficiency build, just slap on flow and any energy generation. You don't like that we have to work stuff around new players when old players get screwed almost every update? Old players get screwed in a very different way, though. Balancing the game is not something that screws old players. You feel like negative efficiency right now is free low? Yes. If you have negative efficiency with the new system, you cut down your generating energy in half. That's really harsh. If you're at a state in the game where you have infinite energy, half of infinity is still infinity, man. The point is to force players to interact with the system. You do not need to be running Blind Rage on most of your builds. 90% of the people's builds running Blind Rage, you're not interacting with the energy system still. DE hates a rework that fundamentally alters multiple aspects of the game, and the proposal Nev shakes it to the core. I agree. But I also think that shaking it to the core like this would be generally healthy for the game. Also, imagine a system where, like, with this new setup, you now have things where, like, you have certain effects that you can trigger at max energy. Like, for example, imagine a mod that's, like, at maximum energy, pressing your fourth ability dumps all of your energy, but then multiplies your ability by a number per 50 strength spent or 50 energy spent or something, right? Like, imagine a mod that's like, every time you cast this ability, you drain your entire energy bar, but in exchange, you boost your energy gain for like 30 seconds or something. They did Jade Shadows, so maybe they're willing to try? They are willing to try. They're working on a whole armor health reshake-up right now. We shook enemy armor to the core of Jade Shadows? Yeah, exactly. Ionic Ember, it's kind of funny you make the point about like how old players get screwed almost every update. The ways we get screwed are way shittier than something that's like improving quality of life for new players. There's never a point in time. Can you focus on the energy efficiency decoupling, not the energy regen, and what's the advantages over the current system? Can you focus on the energy decoupling, not the regen, and what the advantages are over the current system? Okay. I had to reread that. I had to like make sure I was understanding what your question is, or like what you wanted me to do. Currently, the way energy efficiency works is it is basically an additional way, a more convoluted way of saying energy capacity. Energy is in two parts, which is capacity and generation, right? So between capacity and generation, that's pretty much the majority of energy management. The problem for efficiency, right, is that if I have something like Blind Rage on, and I need to increase the amount of abilities I can cast because I'm hurting my efficiency, right? All of my abilities are more expensive, right? If I'm putting something like this on, the more effective option for increasing the amount of abilities I can cast is this, as opposed to putting on this. Because between these two, this gives me the much bigger number, and it gives me a lot more value. Also, this is inconsistent between frames, and doesn't really make sense balance-wise. Right? This is a very obnoxious thing here, where between these two, right, if I wanted to cast more buttons, even without Blind Rage involved, if I wanted to cast more buttons, this versus this is the obvious winner. Because in terms of relative capacity and relative button pressing, this is basically irrelevant. So as it stands, efficiency is in a situation where it's competing with energy capacity, and capacity is always going to win, and it's going to win by such a large margin that this doesn't matter. So the idea is, neither of these things have anything to do with the other part of energy, which is the part where you generate additional energy. The idea of moving... Where's my other energy nexus? Energy nexus, there we go. The idea of moving or changing energy efficiency to now be a part of this system, the generation system, means that negative efficiency becomes a lot more impactful, and you have to be a lot more deliberate with it. But also, you're interacting with the generation side of things and simplifying the abilities and increasing accessibility for the average, like the new players, the new bros who can't press buttons. Also, high limit, Musaya. Capacity and efficiency, instead of working together, are competing against each other. That is exactly the point. So the idea here would be that this and this would no longer be completely for free. In exchange for that, however, this and this are suddenly really good together. Right? These two things are suddenly now synergizing really well. And now these suddenly have a lot going on together that makes them really valuable for each other. Not only that, but this and this also have a lot of synergy together. And now these things are working really well together. Does that make sense? So like now for your efficiency, you've got more synergy, and there's also a greater consequence when you use this. Because as it stands currently, this is basically just hard countered by this, right? This is just basically like, whatever. Okay, I don't care. I have 800 energy. No amount of negative efficiency is going to make me spend 800 energy when I push this button. So who cares? Because these two basically override each other. And the other part of that is both of these. Yeah, this. This basically needs this to work. This overrides this, and this like completely puts this in the fucking dirt, right? That's the problem that we currently have balance-wise. How do you want to fit efficiency mods into frames that at minimum use 2 augments? That's part of building. That's part of what your Archon shards are for, man. Like, let's take a look at Frost, okay? Let me also show you something. There's also, like, benefits to frames who struggle, and they are currently, right? Frost is a frame who genuinely has no fucking room because of this energy capacity, right? So if you're a Frost player, where's my Frost build? Let me show you something on my Frost. Let me show you something on my Frosty boy. Let me show you this guy. First off, I have 3 fucking blue shards on this guy for energy capacity. I also have Steadfast. I also have Equilibrium. I also have Flow. I also have Nourish. And I still sometimes struggle with energy on this guy. But guess what? It doesn't matter if I have a negative efficiency build. I have to run this negative efficiency in order to use Frost effectively. Right? You just, like, have to. I guess nowadays you don't because of Archon shards, and I could trade my Archon shard setup for Blind Rage and da-da-da-da-da-da. But, like, the Blind Rage synergizes with this, so it's like kind of like a back and forth thing. It's a back and forth thing. You also really want the high strength value for this, for the Overguard cap. So, like, this depends so much on strength. This is kind of depending on strength. Like, everything is kind of revolving around, like you're kind of running a system like this. Best place to get 200 Stella, the same place you get the rest of the Stella, which is in the Sanctum. Just do the survival. Thumbs up emoji. With a system with Frost, right? The new system with Frost. I don't think this matters. Do any of these builds matter? This build doesn't matter anymore. They killed this build. With a new system with Frost, because the base cost of his abilities doesn't change anymore, and because they don't matter, right? Even with a negative efficiency build, I can still push this button. If I didn't have energy shards right now on this guy, and I had a negative efficiency build on him, I could not press this 4th ability button. I have these shards on specifically so that I can do that. Without those shards, he doesn't have enough energy to do that. With this new system, now he does. Because negative efficiency doesn't change the cost. It does change my energy generation, which gives me a longer downtime in between pressing this ability, but I can still press the fucking ability. And if I can just brute force my way through with energy generation, like this, because this gives an insane amount of energy, then I'll be fine. And I can now run a system like this, and I don't have to worry about capacity. But it would still be beneficial to run capacity, but I don't have to anymore. And I don't have to give this guy 5 fucking Archon shards and free arcane button presses. You know what I mean? Product of time, Chief. Neglected and silently buffed simultaneously. The Iceman. I mean, he's been given attention, but he's... I wouldn't say in a great state. I would say that Frost is in a great state. It's just that his 4 and his 3 are really strong. His 1 and his 2 are dog shit, but his 1 is basically mandatory to stop his 3 from bugging. So you're left in a situation where you have to keep a bad ability. Best Warframe streamer, goated. Hi, Casey. What's the best way to get credits? The best way to get credits is the Profit Taker speedrun. However, the Profit Taker speedrun is hard and requires a lot of resources. One of the other best ways to get credits, because there's a lot of competitive ways to get credits, is to go to these bounties in 1999 and find the caches. There's like little vaults that you can find. Those vaults will give you like oodles of credits. The next best way to get a lot of credits is actually to utilize a very cool and fun little farm where you grab Chroma and the Secure Electa. So the Secure Electa has a passive that gets more credits from enemies when you kill them. And Chroma also has a fourth ability that doubles credits when you kill them within the range of his 4. I think I have a Chroma Dragon build. Yeah, it's something like this. Now, it's very important for Chroma that you specifically put his 4 at, like, the edge of his range. Otherwise, he'll knock down the enemies, and he does, like, a little radial scream. And you also don't want to kill the enemies using certain damage types. Otherwise, you'll end up breaking the farm. So, it's a little bit, like, you don't want to use electric damage, for example, because then they get a different animation, and then they don't drop as much credits. You want to use gas damage. But Money Whip Chroma is a thing. There's a whole document on it. Let me see if I can't pull it up. I think Crow sent it to me before. Not the Raven who's been yapping with us and debating, but Crow the bird. I would like to close MS Paint, please. Is my computer crashing? What's happening? Do I want to... No, I don't want to save MS Paint. Can I open my Discord? What happened here? Thanks, you're the best. Thank you. Okay. Why can't I open my Discord? I'm just gonna start ending Discord tasks until something fixes. Okay, well, the first one I ended closed all of them, so that's a good sign. Okay, there we go. Discord was just frozen. It's linked in the YouTube video as well. Oh, goody. Chroma credits. Chroma. I don't... Credits. Oh, God. We talk so much in the server. There's no way I'm finding it. More gas ticks, more credits. Here we go. Publish Lecta update. Here we go. Secure Lecta credit guide. Yeah, here we go. Security limitations. Limitations are... okay, whatever. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let me drop the credit farm link for you. I found it. That's the document. There you go. Money Whip Chroma. There's also a video that goes with this. Chirp, chirp, thanks. You're welcome. You are rank 0 right now. Oh, so you're brand new to the game. Yeah, for you, man, I would just recommend don't worry too much about credits in the early game. In early game, like you're brand new, farming credits realistically for you once you get like 50k, there's this mission type called the index here. There is a once you get 75k, you can grind up a couple credits here. Oh, you're MR15. Never done parent sequence. Oh, I see. Dark sector missions and index. Yeah. I thought you were like super new. Because I was going to say, if you're super new, like, fuck. If you're like really, really new, then like Satura, excuse me. Satura Pluto. I don't know if you guys know this. You can speedrun this. Would you say Necros best starter frame because loot? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If you guys don't know the method, by the way, Satura Pluto, let me show you guys actually. Hold on. Let me grab Site Sobek here. I think E is for Sobek. Yeah, E is for Sobek, and I'm gonna just grab this so I can fucking move and grab. I don't know. None of these matter. Let me just show you guys this really quickly. You don't know how to get standing with parent sequence? Okay, before I continue, let me show you. This terminal right over here, this is your syndicate terminal. This terminal is syndicate terminal. Over here, you have the 6 main syndicates. Your daily cap is right here. This increases with mastery rank, so yours might be lower than mine. This down here is how you pledge your allegiance to these different guys. Now, these guys are friends and enemies with each other. So when I pledge to be friends with this guy, this one goes up and these two go down. When I pledge to be friends with these ones, this one goes up and these two go down. You can either game the system very efficiently by strategically befriending 2 people and then balancing one of them. So for example, I'm friends with this person and that makes this one go down. But I can balance that because I can be friends with this person and then this one goes up again. And since this guy is neutral to both of these two, that he doesn't care, then I'm chilling over here, right? So I can get 4 of them at a time. Most people only run 3 because it's a little bit easier and it's a little bit more chill. But if you wanted to play the balancing game, you can do a system like this. If you wanted to do the opposite of this, I believe it is Suda and Meridian, I think you're friends with. Yeah, Suda Meridian. And then that gives you these 4 instead. So you bounce between either these 2 or these 2. And that's how you do 4 at a time. And I think you can do like... what, this? Yeah, you can do like this combo as well. I think. No, you can't. You do this combo. Yeah. No, you don't. You do this combo. I don't fucking know. You don't do that combo. I don't know anymore, man. I don't know what's really. Do you agree about when casting cost is higher than max energy, but in the new system, the only way to increase effective capacity is with max energy, so you're kind of forced to run max energy anyways? Yes and no, Daniel. Yes and no. Because in a system where, let's say, for example, you have a shit ton of efficiency, but no max capacity, you're still fine in that situation. You're still eating good. Because you have so much energy multiplication anyways, your abilities are going to come up before the Denta. Suda Meridian is... yeah, Suda Meridian's 1-4, and then the other 4 is the other one. How do you pledge with both? You don't pledge with both at a time. You go back and forth between them. So, like, for example, I'm pledged to New Loka. I can now switch to Red Veil. And then I can just switch back to New Loka. So you just go back and forth between them. So you can grind like 1 day on New Loka, and then grind 1 day on Red Veil, and then 1 day on New Loka, and 1 day on Red Veil, and go back and forth. Or you can just do what I did, grind a shit ton on Red Veil, max out these 2 broskies, and then start grinding on New Loka. Because this one will whittle away at this one, so it takes a little bit of time. You can also just say fuck this guy entirely, and just grind these 3 if it's easier for you. But I prefer having 4. I actually have all of them. As in, like, I grinded with these guys first, and I maxed out their shops, so I bought everything from all of these guys. All of these are weapon parts to weapons that I own. And then these are, like, renewable things that you can buy forever. Yeah, don't rep Steel Meridian. You want to rep Red Veil. and then rep New Loka, and New Loka gives you Perrin. So New Loka gives Perrin, Red Veil gives Steel Meridian. If you do it the other way, where you rep Steel Meridian, you fuck up both of these two, which is no bueno. And if you rep this one, you fuck up these two, which isn't necessarily relevant. Yeah. So I would say do like a couple of days on this guy here, rank him up a bunch, and then swap over and do like a day or two on this chick. And then that'll give you enough to rank up these bundle here. Speaking of, I'm almost done with these. I'm almost done. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items, and then I'll have maxed out this one. And 1, 2, I guess I need this. Hey, you know that? 3, 4, and then I'll be done with this one. Oh my god, I can't wait, dude. I can't wait. Ugh. Anyways, do I do Saren Ogress or do I do Sight Sobek? You can also trade with people? Yes. Yeah, trading with people is very nice. Poor Casey. I'm debating on doing Sight Sobek versus Saren. Surely Saren Ogress is easier. Let's do Saren. Let's do Saren just because Saren Ogress is easier. Alright, let me also make sure I'm running the thing that doesn't look like shit. There we go. Alright, behold my locked character creator Saren. I haven't got enough studs to unlock this Saren, so she's here. Okay, Ogress, my beloved, yeah. How are you gonna do Saren if you haven't unlocked her yet? Don't worry, guys. So let me just show you guys really quickly. If you're like a brand new baby player, right? Get one of your high level friends to take you into this node on Pluto, Satura Pluto. Okay? And have them do this shit. Alright? You're literally just gonna I should have Sight Sobek, but that's okay. They're just gonna do this. And just clear the waves really fast. And this is not a lot of credits, but it is a decent enough amount of credits. Who the fuck is that guy just tanking my shots over there? Crazy. Might as well reload. And you might say, like, Nev, you haven't picked up credits for shit. What are you talking about? Just wait, young Padawan. Just wait. Observe. Watch Grandpa tell you about his past. You see, back long before, when missions used to actually last for 5 waves instead of 3. $24,000 credits. This mission has a 20,000 credit reward and like a 5,000 baseline. And if I had a credit doubler, that's 50,000 credits. As a new bro, that's not bad. 20,000 credits a minute. You do this over and over if you're a high level player. You carry your little homies around, give them a credit booster so they're getting double the credits. I don't have a credit booster. 50k credits like that in a minute. 50k credits a minute is pretty decent for a brand new player with no credit grinding. Think about that in the perspective that's one taxon every minute. Taxon is 50k credits, I believe. Or like one carrier. Or fucking Jesus Christ, I don't have a blueprint for these guys. Carrier. This guy. Okay, sorry. 1 carrier every 2 minutes. If you have a credit booster. Right? That's not too bad. That's pretty solid. 1 carrier every 2 minutes. So for you new bros, that's like what you know, that'll help you out a little bit. For when you're like first starting out. And then if you like with that tile, I should have ran sight. We could have finished that in well under a minute. That could have been like 45 seconds. Once you're done with that, like once you've got enough credits, you can then go to you can then go to index, and then from index you can start gambling basically, but you're not really gambling. Do you think DE still remembers they haven't released the Axani Prime and Fusilite Prime? Not a chance. How do you bullet jump like that? Clueless. How to get normal Nautilus? You've played 60 hours but don't know. Railjack. Nautilus. It's funny. Actually, Nautilus tells you. If you go to Nautilus here, Nautilusy, he will tell you that he gets found inside the ice mines around the Neptune Proxima. Neptune Proxima being in here. Neptune Proxima. So just fly around this and you'll find it. Somehow I haven't done this. I'm not doing it now. As Railjack's #1 simp, that's incredible. Because I love Railjack. I'm surprised I haven't done that mission. There has to be a reason for that. It's just a Corpus Spy. Let's just speedrun this really quickly. Wukong. Railjack too hard. What? No, they're not. Don't be silly. They can kill me even if I'm on wing outside the ship. Have I also not done Pluto? No, I have done Pluto. I just haven't done this one. Have I done all the others? Hold on, now I'm like curious. I need to finish this apparently. How do I not have these finished? That's the dry dock. Okay, I was gonna say there's no way I haven't finished that. That's the thing. I apparently have 2 nodes that I haven't done. Orphix missions are bad design. Valid. We are about to enjoy ourselves some Railjack. That's not what I wanted. Well, whatever. Can I press operator yet? There we go. Alright. Approach the Corpus Pillar. Okay. Destroy cruise ships. Okay. Trying to fucking disable that stupid shield. Stop it. Go away. There we go. Hello. I need dome charge. Gimme. Why is Nautilus Prime cheaper than normal Nautilus? Because nobody wants to farm normal Nautilus. Alright. Security nodes. And cruise ship. Hello. I hate this thing. There we go. Oh my goodness gracious, I trolled. Bonk. By the way, teleporting there is faster than exiting out of this stupid animation, because they nerfed the animation for some reason. The animation was bugged for a long time, and it was a lot better when it was. I love Digital Extremes. They're awesome. Smile. Hello. Thank you. Spy time. There are a lot of quality of life upgrades. from what's it called? Railjack intrinsics. Yes, there are a lot of upgrades from having Railjack intrinsics. I don't know why I did that. I can just hack this super easy. I know how to hack corpus things, but whatever. Too late now. Bum, bum, bum. Ah. Ah. Let me down. I'll just wait for this to run out. There we go. Let's do that. There we go. By the way, this is why Wukong is great if you don't know. Wukong is awesome because you can do this to spy missions. If you guys don't have a Wukong, get a Wukong. It is B up here. It is nice. Why is there a whatever? Let's see. That one's closed. Let's see if the other one is open. Usually one of these is open. Yep, here we go. Hello. Hello. Oh my goodness. There we go. Give me you. Spy missions. Yippee. I love spy missions. They're so fun. I should have run the Molt Wukong, but this one's not so bad. Oh my god, I got power drain. That's really cool. Alright, that's done. I need you now. What are you? Orphix? I don't feel like doing an Orphix mission. Wukong is slop? True. You accidentally fed Helminth to the Wukong. Can you refund it back? No, but that's okay because Wukong has a prime. So it is no problemo. You'd say it's very hard to tutorialize Warframe because if you give detailed tutorials in Codex, people won't sit through them. And if you give them in-game voice lines, that's when people are distracted. Not to say all in-mission tutorials are good, but yeah. Warframe is a difficult game to tutorialize, but I think the bigger reason it's hard is because of open worlds. I think that open worlds are the problem. No new player should be introduced to open worlds. So let me just show you guys something really quickly. And let me make it like abundantly obvious that I think the open worlds are good for the game, but they are not for new players. So first off, gotta go, almost time for work. Go for it, man. First off, if you're a new player, you will probably come into the open worlds and you'll come into Cetus Fortuna and you will think that this is where a large chunk of the game, this is what the large chunk of the game is going to be like. You will think, oh, every planet is going to have an open world. It's going to have a syndicate system. It's going to have a vendor. It's going to have this dun-da-da. Only to realize that it's only 3 places out of the entire star chart. Not only that, but it's one of many systems. And what makes this whole fucking endeavor worse is that you can't even do half of the shit that's here. So what is available in Cetus? Well, You can grind standing with this guy, this old guy. You can grind weapons with this guy. You can grind resources to grind weapons with this lady. You can grind different resources to grind weapons and resources with this guy. You can get random mods here that you can't really use yet because they're too expensive. This person's fucking useless. And then you can't do anything with this because you don't have this yet, which is the other half of the thing. So if you run all that back, you basically have a guy that sells you weapons. What the fuck is the point of being here as a brand new player? What is the point of being here if you're a brand new player? Now, if you're a higher level player, say you've beaten the second dream and have your operator, the other half of Eidolon is here. This guy has everything. He has operator amps, he has arcanes, he has the Eidolon boss fight, which is like a whole level of content that you can't participate in. If you're a fucking new player and you go out here, first off, you don't even know that Arcwing exists. So because you don't even know Arcwing exists, you don't even know that you can fly around this area, which makes moving around this area way better. You see this fucking guy right here? You can't even fight this guy as a new player. Half of the reason you come to Plains of Eidolon is this guy. This dude is like one of the main reasons you come to Plains. Why would I ever want to be here as a new player if I can't even fucking shoot this guy? You see this guy? I can't do shit to him. He's immortal to me. You know why? Because I gotta hop in this dinky little fucking toddler and fucking blast this dude. You can't even unlock this as a new player. Fuck you, Terry. Get kneecapped, bitch. You know what I mean? So it's like, why would I want to be here as a new bro? There's nothing for me here. There's Gara, which is a good Warframe. But as a new bro, you're not interacting with that. You don't know that. You don't know to grind Gara here. It's pointless. There's no reason for you to be there. He knee broke Terry. Yeah, fuck you, Terry. Fat bitch. Nah, Terry's not so bad. It's Jerry that I don't like. Harry is whatever, but fuck Terry. He's immortal for you? Yeah, because you need to unlock this little fucking dinky-ass toddler and blast him in the kneecaps a bunch. And you can't do that until you unlock the button that unlocks this character. You can't even do that until you get to this point in the game where you can push the button and out comes a fucking toddler. And then once you do that, you walk in here and talk to this guy, and then he gives you some free shit so that you can fight that guy. And then, after that, after you do that, then you get the stuff to actually fight the guy. Because actually the shit you get initially really sucks. And you need to get all these other parts that you grind from fighting that guy. So the whole content loop for being in Plains of Eidolon. Yeah, I guess the Dice Lady guy is here. The Dice Lady shrine. Kome. This shrine is here. This is also not for new players. You can't fight the walking tree branch until you're allowed to adopt a child. Kome is also not for new players. Kome is a frame that only works in late game missions and in endurance runs, like survivals. Kome is awful for new players. It has a 24-hour crafting time because DE wanted to make this character for new players, but she's just not, fundamentally. 1, none of Kome's abilities scale with mods, so they don't teach you anything. 2, Kome is specifically designed for endurance and, like, late-game-oriented content. She is awful for new players who can't utilize any of her fucking abilities. As if it would matter anyways, because none of her abilities scale with any stats. Kome is absolutely good for base star chart. She's a new player frame because she can work without mods. That is the argument for Kome, is that she works without mods, therefore it's a frame that's built for new players with no mods. For no mods, I assume you mean. Here's the thing about Kome. The actual utility and usefulness you get out of Kome doesn't kick in until you're sitting in a mission for like at least 30 minutes. She's dumb tanky because of Omamori and it doesn't need mods. I'm not disagreeing with you guys that Kome is fucking good or bad. I'm saying she's not a good frame for new players. I think Kome is an awful frame for new players. You're okay putting Umbra form on Kome because you think a prime Kome is kind of irrelevant. Well, Kome is also brand new, so you're several years out. You'll be able to make back that Umbra forma. New players can treat her as a random bullshit go and it works. She's for the new players was a poor excuse on their part. Yeah, it's because rather than balance the actual game and rather than balance Kome properly and make her abilities scale in a way that was reasonable or make sense, she also teaches all the status and incentivizes to use all weapons. I think the biggest benefit that Kome provides to new players... Yeah, Kome is very taxing on your knowledge. Yeah. Jade Light are powerful, and the many legs, the Oni. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, this game mode's also not exactly very easy for new players, is it? Her passive, Kome has a lot going on. Her abilities are complex. Utilizing her full kit is not something that I think is new player friendly. Rhino is very simplistic. Rhino you can take into a mission and he works. But Kome is in a situation where, like, you have to know gameplay elements. I feel like she's not good for new players. I feel like out of every frame in the game that should have been designed for new players, Kome was not it. You know who I think is better for new players? I unironically think Nidus is better for new players. By the time you can unlock Shrine Defense, I don't think new players are having a good time in there by themselves unless they're being carried. That's what I'm saying. I feel like Shrine Defense has to be an awful game mode if you're a new player. It's very confusing. I think it's fine for frames to be hyper-specific for content, but Kome does need more knowledge. You don't understand. I love Kome. Kome is one of my favorite frames of all time. Kome is one of my, like, all-time top 10 favorite frames, but she is just so not for fucking new players. She's such a specific frame that only works in specific content, which is what I love about her. Like, I like that I have my specific endurance frame that I can just pick, and I have an overpowered princess that plays, like, fucking Kome. That gives me a lot of fun, and I have to, like, do fun tasks to get, like, shit. Kome is one of my favorite frames of all time. Her gameplay is genuinely some of the most rewarding shit you've ever played in your entire life, and it's nonsense. But she's so not for new players. Not in a million years. I think Kome is fucking awesome. When you compare full builds, but for new players, she's not weaker than the other frames. I guess the argument is, like, because you don't need mods for her, then, like, random bullshit go. But I feel like that's not really good for new players to teach random bullshit go. You know what I mean? Protea is probably good for new players. I would say yes, except Protea is fucking hella time gated. You need to be hella far in the game to play Protea. Kome is for a second account player. Yeah, Daniel. That's a much more correct way of saying it. Kome is for the motherfucker who's on the second account. Not that far in? Protea is after Deadlock Protocol. Or is Protea... Protea is Deadlock Protocol. That's pretty late in questing. You're in Pluto at that point. A second account? What do you mean? You can make multiple accounts. There's nothing against Warframe's TOS that stops you from making multiple accounts. I have multiple accounts. You can do challenge run accounts, free-to-play accounts versus paid accounts. Some people do, like, they specifically have, like, a Smurf account or an alt account to play with friends. So like they hop on with like less mods and less stuff so they can progress the game together. To play with like new bros. Or like, you know, they make a new account together. They just can't interact with each other. Yes. Iron Man runs. Yeah. You can just make multiple accounts. There's nothing stopping you. It's a fucking email. I know y'all hate the new base Valkyrie, but she's an insane for new player. Her Serration passive on the Zorus is nuts, and any mods make her unkillable. The reason we hate Valkyrie isn't because of her effectiveness. She's a very effective frame. There's nothing arguing against Valkyrie's effectivity. It's the fact that her rework was not a real rework, and it really sucked. Yeah, Valkyrie is strong. Yeah, super strong. We just don't. Valkyrie strong rework bullshit. Yep, perfectly said. Philosophy-based hate. That's so fucking for real. Also, hello. Diesel Dupe? That's a cool name. Oh, bro. All right, Casey. All right, put the fries in the bag, bro. Put the fucking tier list in the bag, buddy. Come on. I need another tier list from you. I need an incarnate tier list, all right? Your damage type tier list left me frothing. I need a fucking tier list on the double. Fries in the bag. Come on, content creator boy. Come on, tier list guy. Not Warframe Gaming. Warframe Gaming. Valkyrie strong, rework ass. Yup. Those who played old Valkyrie don't like it, but the new players never did that. That's 100%, dude. Put the tower on strike in the bag. Zephyr Bible first. Nice. Rework tier list. Oh, dude, the Nev rework tier list would be insane. The Nev rework tier list would go fucking viral on Twitter. And then I'd get canceled by a fucking blue-haired alt girl for saying I don't know. These damn void luggers need to go back to where they came from. That would cancel me. That would get me killed on Twitter. Anyways, I need to just not bullet jump around here aimlessly. Do it, lol. The Nev rework tier list? Bro, I don't upload content. I stream. Afraid they'll give Equinox Overguard and Immortality button, LOS, and Gooner skin. God, I hope and pray that an Equinox rework is so distant in the future so that Pablo can just retire before it happens. Because that fucking guy is creatively bankrupt, man. Equinox Gooner skin. Ah! Equinox has so many parts. She does. But I'll tell you something. Fecolt, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Fecolt. I'm gonna call you Colt. Fecolt. Maybe that's what it is. Fecolt. Equinox is one of the fucking best frames ever. And I love Equinox so much. Equinox is so fucking awesome. This frame is so worth it. Logarithmic base scaling is difficult to code and understand. Nice fashion. Thank you. Thank you. I would say Equinox is a more complex frame for the average player. But, I mean, man. Omniforma merchant? True. Is Warframe everything free, or is some content locked behind a paywall? Everything is free except for some of the cosmetics. Everything gameplay-wise is free. And most of the cosmetics you can grind for free. But some of these cosmetics are paywalled. Which is totally fine. If you ask me. Everything in the game that you can grind that is gameplay is grindable. However, it is pay to skip or pay to grind faster. So I'll give you an example, right? Let's say I want to... let's use this as an example. I want to get a new Warframe, right? Any Warframe, whatever it is, I want to go get a new one. Well, when I come over here to the shop, I can either buy this Warframe for platinum, and it gives me the fully built Warframe with no time gating. It gives me the capacity doubler already installed inside of it for no platinum, and it gives me the slot for this Warframe, so I don't have to purchase anything extra, right? Or I can build it for credits, which means I have to wait 3 days, and I also need to build my own capacity doublers. Oh, this is still in Warframes. How do I just... Featured? I have to build my own ones of these, or buy them separately. And I also need to buy a slot, or grind them separately. So, buying things is still part of the main gameplay loop. However, you can grind platinum. Now, grinding platinum is a bit of a misleading term because you're still getting it from players who did purchase it. But you go into the game, into the trade chat, or into Warframe.market, and then you sell things to players for plat, and you can trade with them. So you go here, this guy wants to buy something for 10 plat, right? So I'm like, oh, I have that, I can sell it to you for 15 or whatever, and you just play the market. You can grind platinum. This chat isn't necessarily the greatest source of that. You're better off using a website called Warframe.market, which automates a lot of the process for you. And you just see what people are buying. People are buying prime parts, you go grind prime parts. People are buying mods, you go buy mods. Whatever. Yeah, some people buy special mods, yada yada. And you can get everything for free. But this is a big but, right? This is a big badonkadonk but. There will always be the advantage given to those players who come over here and they click on these things and they buy these shiny things. Which, speaking of, I still have Regal Aya. You come with any cosmetics? Templar Prime. I don't really care. What about you? I think I already have you, so I don't care about you. Ivara Prime. I don't need you. You don't come with anything. Garuda Prime. Whoa, that's a cool ephemera. Is this not new? This isn't in the old Garuda ephemera kit. Whoa, that is a bitching ephemera. What? Whoa, oh. Valkyr kit. I have you. I bet I have an older one. I wanted to keep looking at that. There we go. Korra kit. Korra gets her own dance? Well, own emote, I should say. This is new, though. Is it not? Garuda's OG ephemera? Did Garuda have an ephemera with her Prime Access and I just don't remember? Fuck, I kind of want that. Want to buy sanity pills 10 plat? Yeah, fucking for real, dude. I sit here staring at spreadsheets all day. What is bro smoking? How to get Aya the blue thing? You get these randomly from certain missions like bounties or void missions. So anytime you have a question like how to get something, usually hovering over it with your mouse will tell you. So like you were like, how do you get Nautilus? If you hover over Nautilus with your mouse, it'll tell you. 90% of the game has a bunch of tooltips that are just like you move your mouse over it and it'll tell you. Not that I'm shitting. You can ask me whatever question you want. I'll answer every question. Can you not get the ephemera separately? You probably can in the Prime Resurgence shop. I bet you can. Yeah, there it is right there. Oh, I can get it for 2. Isn't that kind of a scam, though? Because wouldn't I be better off getting this and then getting the... Well, I guess this doesn't give me anything. Because I'd just be getting 10,000 endo. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Like, oh boy, 10k endo. Pff, lol. I guess I can just get these for 4. And then I'll have 3. This is leftover from so long ago. I bought this ages ago. Whoa. Korra Prime had an alt helmet? Huh? Dude, that goes to show you how little I paid attention to Prime Accesses. Prime Accessees, you could say. Color Pack Prime. Oh, the Prominence Sigil. Man, these are so cool. The problem with the ephemera is that it hides if there's no enemies around. Really? The armor set looks really good, though. Fuck it. You know what? Regal Aya time. I don't need Aya, so... Or, I don't need, I've been sitting on this Regal Aya for, like, 4 years. What's... I am broke. Me space ninja. Me play free. Ninjas play free, baby girl. That's what it's all about. Alright. Let me see this ephemera. Dude, this ephemera is bitching. Look at that shit. Dude, that looks insanely cool. My sight is already very visually noisy, but sight goes invis anyways, so it doesn't really matter. I'm more interested in this. Oh, what? Where has this been my whole life? Do all of them bleed? Oh my god, they all bleed. What? That's the wrong one. What's the name of it? Kukri. Oh my god, they all bleed and they all look fucking awesome. Dude, what? How did I not know that Garuda Prime Access was the most goated Prime Access of all time? Look at the shape of this thing. Dude, this is the best looking leg piece I've seen in my life, bro. What? What? Dude, this armor looks sick. Can you imagine how much shit that's gonna look good on? The ephemera is a little bit underwhelming compared to some of the other ephemeras that we have. But like, bleeding body with this? Hello? Dude, I'm just dripping in fucking lava lamp. Regal Aya is real money. Oh, wait, money. Real money. Oh, real money only. Blah, 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 blah. The little blue Aya is not. So I'll show you. So there's regular Aya. This is regular Aya. You can grind this. The one that I just used is money only. Diarrhea site. Well, great. Now I can't unsee it. It's okay. Performance site is here to save the day. Oh my god, I'm so sleepy. Bricked up site. That's definitely not what he is. Cute is so good. Yeah, I knew you meant site, but this is just funny to read. Is this void shell? No, it is not. The site does not have a void shell. This is a void shell skin. This is also a void shell skin, as you can see. With the signed on to match. You never get signed on as that you get all black out. The Nova Umbral Banshee, real. I have so many good looking Banshees, man. I work so hard on all my Banshee fashions. It's a shame I can only use one Banshee fashion at a time. Look at this shit. Can you play Uriel for 5 minutes and not get dizzy from visual clutter? Nope. One of the most unenjoyable frames ever because of the visual clutter, and he has one of the coolest abilities, I think. Which material's the blackout one? Aya 10 elegance. How get blue Aya in survival mission like 2 for 5 minutes? You get the blue regular Aya anytime you have a chance to get. Okay, when you do any of these missions, you have a chance to get a relic. Any relic also has a chance to be an Aya. So for example, Titania. Shit, do I have I think you. So we're just gonna do this. Can I make a Megatron Banshee? I don't think so. Ah! I'm trolling so bad. Awful capture times. It's GG, it's Jover. So basically, this has a chance to be an Aya. Just anytime you do a void mission. So there you go. Is 25 seconds my personal best time, or is my PB 24? Does chat remember? I don't remember. Because it's crazy that that very first ever run that I've done in so long, 25 second merchant, Lamau. I think my PB is 24, is it not? Because that was a shit run. That could have easily been a 23. You got blue thing next to void, which you don't have. Blue thing next to void. Oh, this? You'll unlock this later. Don't worry about that. Yeah, this is a story thing. You unlock this through the story. You unlock this through the story. This one floats around the star chart, so if I click on it, you can actually see it move. Bit by bit. It's very slow. Oh, there we go. It moved. Yeah. Yeah, that you unlock through the story. That you unlock through the story. This one you unlock through the story as well. Brick by brick. Yeah. All of these you unlock through the story. So don't worry about that. You'll get there. Doesn't this also show up through the story? Because this doesn't show up until later, does it not? You were thinking about trying to level cap Cascade with Caliban. Is that a good choice? I would say so. Level cap Cascade is like freelo nowadays. So, yeah, go for it. Do what makes your heart happy. Post new war wreckage? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm going to do this again. I want to see if I can get to 24. Level cap doesn't really matter nowadays. Because, like, it's super easy to level cap. Anybody can level cap. Ah. Dude, I'm so bad at this video game. I'm actually atrocious. We're gonna use tile pattern recognition. I knew it. Ah, bad flying. It's Jover. It's Jover. I'm the worst flyer that's ever flown in this video game. I'm the worst Warframe player on planet Earth, dude. It's Jover for me. Shit, Titania. Ifta, you just missed my 25 seconds. My first ever capture in, like, I don't know, months. It's been literal months since I did a capture, and it was 1 second off PB. It's Jover. Oh my god, I'm the worst Titania ever. Oh my god. It's actually just Jover. I'm just the worst Titania player that ever fucking existed. It's up there and I can't even fucking move preemptively. It's not even up there. I got baited. It's Jover. Straight line tile? I could never be a straight line tile. Oh my god. And I'm flying into walls. I'm never playing a capture again. I give up. Level capping is what exactly? Level capping is the process of playing the game until you get to the level cap, which is 9999. So basically, enemies in this game scale up in level the higher mission you go. And also, for certain missions, you can stay in an endless amount of time. So when you stay for an endless amount of time, like survival, the level will slowly get higher and higher. The active level capping is going until the enemy level stops going up, which is level 10,000. The problem is the game is so full of power creep, and the game is so like bloated with like overpowered nonsense that doesn't really matter. Like, it sounds really cool, like, oh, I went to level 10,000, but like realistically it's not an achievement, because enemies basically deal infinite damage once you get to like level 3,000. So the average player isn't going to survive that long anyways, unless they know how to survive. And enemy health bars don't really exist anymore because they've been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. So level cap is just a thing that people do to like, they feel really good about themselves. I used to be a prolific level cap player. That was like what I started my channel on, was like, here's a cool niche build at level cap that's like specifically designed to like kill demolisher units. Demolishers are basically squishier than Xmas units now, so I have no reason to play level cap. I tried playing a level cap earlier, and my pets were killing things as effectively as like my actual builds. So it's like, you know, you can theoretically do a solo stug level cap. You only do level cap through duviri without using decrees. You get to level cap in less than an hour. There was a guy called Lifewater who did a level cap with every frame, and it was just being carried by others, and he made it look like he did all the work. No, that's so crazy. I hate that rather than nerfing specific units, they nerf all enemies. Enemies need a massive overhaul in this game anyways, man. Enemies need a fucking massive overhaul. You're stuck at quest kill Jordis. I think that Immortal 2 and the gas behind that thing deals so much damage. Would you like me to just carry you? Would you like to... Well, you can play together and we can just blow through that really quickly. Here, message me in game and I'll invite you. And we can just do Jordis Golem super fast. I don't mind. Jordis Golem is like free. Just send me a message. Then I will invite you. And if you don't know how to send message, it's /w nev. My god, nev. And you can just say like hi. And then there you go. Why are the frames black? You guys are focusing on the wrong things today, man. I can't believe my chat. You guys and your bigotry. I thought I had better chatters. Wrong thing. Send message. You finally unlocked all the Soma chord songs. That is pretty hardcore. That is pretty cool. Soma chord songs, that's pretty cool. I like that. Big Josh, you cannot say we were born with melanin. I definitely was not born with melanin. Melanin merchant. Mlad, shut up. Oh my god. You're such a dork. No, I didn't, guys. You cannot start. You wish you could find the Seri sum chords. I finally played Gyre. I finally played Gyre after all this time. Let me know your melanin build. Oh man, great. Awesome. Very cool. Very awesome. What's the blue orb and purple orb in map? What do I think about Banshee? Banshee's one of my favorite frames. Which cost scan to get? Okay. The blue ones are called cephalon fragments. Cephalon fragments are little lore pieces that are scattered around. And when you scan all of the cephalon fragments, they show up in here. And if they're completed, then one of the guys will tell you a story when you mouse over the spot. So I ran my mouse over the thing, and this guy starts telling me a story. And if you scan all of the fragments, then you get to hear his whole story. Now, unfortunately, it's a little bit out of order because DE has been adding more and more fragments. So if you want Ordis's story, you click on this one. These ones also all have stories. These are for the plains of Eidolon. Where is it? Where is it? I'm gonna lose my mind. There it is. So these will tell you a story. I have my audio volume down, so you guys don't hear too much, but yeah, I have all the ghouls. It's very cool. There's a lot of cool lore in here. This is concept art for the ghouls. Look at this guy. Doesn't this guy look horrible? Ugh, freaky. The art is really cool. Look at this guy, dude. This guy knows how to skin somebody. This guy knows how to skin a cat. Look at this bro. Dude. Help me. I have to piss in a tube. Yeah, cool comic going on here. All kinds of cool stuff. There's all kinds of really cool lore in here. I should go and finish grinding all of these. The Gas City fragments are a real bitch. Yeah, there's a lot of lore. I haven't even done these. I don't even know what these ones are. The tenets? I don't even know that's a thing. Also, apparently I'm 5 out of 6 on this one. Huh. Honestly, newer lore, not nearly as high effort. Deposit Granum coins into the pyramid tile. Oh. Bro doesn't have the Prex cards? I do not. I also don't really care about the Prex cards. Did they get infected? I believe the lore of the ghouls... Okay, is it just me, or is this song like... Okay, it's not just me. This has been going on for like 6 minutes. I'm down to switch up the radio station a little bit, YouTube. YouTube is a platform of all time. Let's switch the vibes a little bit. I feel like Fake Holt is very far behind in the stream. Fake Holt is like reacting to things that happened a long time ago. By the time they hear this, it'll be minutes in the future. We'll be in a survival mission. They'll have no idea. But that doesn't mean I have to get in a survival mission within like 5 minutes or so. I don't know what I don't know what to like. I don't know what I don't know what to what. Can we start over? Oh, hang on. Where's my Vitrica? I have fallen in love with the Vitrica. This weapon is so fucking cool. You're half tempted to restart the Warframe grind? There's a lot to do, man. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to grind. There's a lot of stuff to enjoy. You know, for all the problems this game has, and for all of my many, many issues with Warframe, I still come back to it, you know? Behold me. I will stand here at you aggressively. Can we be strangers? All of my anger. Behold the stand here build. This is gyre gameplay at its peak. We start over. Such engaging gameplay. Yeah, I know, right? Gyre is Volt, but with bad knees. Yo, that's kind of fucking facts. All of my secrets. Kill. I've been knocked over. This is really rude. My feelings were hurt by getting knocked over. I will pick this up now. As you can see, I'm very engaged. I should have picked a different energy color for my gyre. Try Null Star on gyre? What's the point? I just press Tempest Barrage. And all of my enemies become a memory. I simply press forward. I have no reason to be here. I am just genuinely running around pointlessly. I did this earlier, last stream though, where I was like, fuck it, I will just mess around. I'll take this. Give me this. I had no reason to press that other than because it was cool. Give me you. Hello, misery. I need combo. I don't know why I don't just fucking do this. What other weapons do I have? Where are you? Where the fuck did you go? I'm trying to remember which... Is this the afflictions? No, this is the influence build. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the Vitrica wouldn't be very good on Gyre on account of the whole... Oh, look at that. Her abilities don't unfreeze enemies. That's cool. Or maybe it's just the electric DOT doesn't do it. That's cool. Do you like Gyre now? Not really. I'm very whelmed by this playstyle. I'm not overwhelmed or underwhelmed. I am just whelmed. You know? It's like it exists. I don't think it necessarily... I look at the numbers. It's like, oh, it's zapping them all right. It definitely does area damage. What it is World on Fire with extra steps. But it's also better World on Fire. So I can't sit here and tell you like it's bad. It's just when Ember had World on Fire. But for the modern era. Goated song. Hello, Juname. That's a cool name. Which, like, you know, like, for World on Fire, like, it's not bad. Like, I can just stand here, you know? And shit will just die. I'm literally walking around, and everything's just dying. Give me you. I am underwhelmed by Gyre's energy production. You know, double Archon stretch procs and what's it called? And obviously, like, the third ability. And it's, like, it's decent. But I definitely thought it was more aggressive, the way people hyped it up. Will my abilities kill you, Malice? Sort of. My abilities will slowly whittle you down. I think my companion will probably kill you first, though. Alright, I'll start killing you. Goodbye. Lol. Oh, thingy. Oh, I should have picked this up and then I might have been able to kill him. Oh, I wouldn't have had enough. I don't know. Gyre can proc a virtual stat. Numbers on screen, damage visual effects. Where's the grouping? I actually have grouping. I just don't need it because Gyre has World on Fire. But I have grouping. It's right here. See? It takes no time, and it makes my damage bigger. But this specific build doesn't utilize grouping on account of it's fucking Gyre. Codex told me it's buns. True, true. That is in fact exactly what he said. I was there for that conversation even. I was in fact there. Those were the words in his mouth actually. He said grouping is awful and terrible, and if you ever use it, you're dumb and bad. These are all facts, by the way. And if you disagree with me, you're wrong. Hello, you're mine now. How did the ball land there? What in the fresh fuck? Hello, give me you. I want you. Pablo is in the Nevstein files? Really? That's fascinating. Honestly, now that you reminded me that I have a grouping tool, this is working way better. I did not mean to do that. I wanted to do pairs on finishers. That's so sad. Well, whatever. These abilities work so much better with grouping. I didn't even think about it. Now I'm like actually using it properly. How many frames explicitly use balls in their abilities? It's a non-zero number, so I guess this is a valid line of questioning to strike up. But most people say like, hi, how was your day? For future reference. They should buff some of the Argon mods. You mean all of them? There's not a single good Argon mod, man. The only one that's technically kind of okay is the heat one, and even that one, like, it's only okay because heat is overpowered, so it's kind of fine that it's not as strong. Argon Flow, yeah. Argon Flow needs a lot of love. The coda you got right now is named Raccoon Smoker. That is a fucking name of all time. I don't even doubt that, knowing DE. That's the crazy part. You know, somebody was saying that you don't really take a lot of damage as Gyre because of all the electric crowd control. I have to say I disagree. I don't know if it's just because all of these enemies have Overguard or what, but like, I take plenty damage here. Hey, don't stagger me. That's fucking rude. I have that ability too. Take my sticky grenades. I'm gonna get my stickies on you. I'm just gonna beat the shit out of you because I don't. There. You'll die eventually. I really didn't bring an acolyte killing weapon. That's my fault. You know? Usually better than that. I should have just brought a companion that kills acolytes. How much damage do you take from like the DOT here? Well, you dead, so. What coda weapon is fun with Haro? The Sporothrix. Fuck you guys. Spinny staff attack, go! Fucking magical girl anime ass attack. Holy shit, this guy lived. Oh, there he goes. Fucker. Get in my circle. Everybody get in the hug circle. Get in my cuddle zone. Yeah, get in the cuddle zone. That's what this is. This is the snuggle zone. This circle radius is so, like, underwhelming. Yeah, get in the cuddle zone. Yeah. Share damage. Share damage, you weaklings. Get in here. Get in the cuddle zone. I feel like Nidri needs either a range buff or it needs to actually suck enemies in. Madoka Magica. Dude, so fucking for real. Madoka Magica, my goat, by the way. I didn't know what that was until my fiance made me watch it with her, and it was fucking awesome. That was like the best anime ever. I was like, this is fucking peak. So what's the problem new players are facing? There's a myriad of problems new players are facing. That video was a really well-made video. The one that we tackled a lot of was specifically with energy economy and how brand new players really struggle to cast their abilities at all because energy solutions are all mid and late game. And I think that energy issues should be like access, I should say, to energy economy solutions should be kind of modified in a very grandiose way, like a very fanciful way. If you want to see the full breakdown of the whole argument, you go back like maybe 30 minutes to an hour in the VOD, because this is YouTube, you can go back in time. And the whole yap sesh, I mean, we broke it down pretty good. We made our points. We had vehement disagreements. It was a wonderful time. I don't know why I said that like Trump towards the end there. We had wonderful disagreements. Nobody had disagreements quite like us. We even said we had the best disagreements, but you know, they didn't want to listen. Crooked Sage and Khan, crooked Casey, they're all crooks, all of them. I tried to warn you folks. Withered shut up, M-Lad. Anyone got a timestamp on the argument? Fucking, we went into it. Warframe. There are 13 frames which have an ability that use balls. That's really cool, man. Can you name all of them for me? Fuck you for shooting at me. It's rude. Oh, this weapon does electric. Oh, violence is spawning. I don't really want to deal with you. Ah, shit. I can't do anything right now. I'm just kind of chilling here. All right, when I can press my 3, dude, you're so cooked. You're so cooked. You're about to get fucked up. Oh, never mind. My ability's on fucking cooldown. Dude, wait. Hold on. I don't have amp damage on, do I? I do have amp damage on. Come here, bitch. I could have just killed you with my amps this whole time. Oh my god, I've been magnet procced. This is so brutal. Since we're having discussions about problems in Warframe, can we talk about how we should get a rework on Sister and Lich systems and how it could become like the Coda Liches? Man, you would love the conversations I have. One of the major things I wanted to add to the Kuva and Coda systems was I wanted the adversarial systems to be more adversarial without necessarily violating the copyright that they unfortunately cannot copyright. Did violate infringement shit bullshit. Fuck off, Jade Xmas, you stupid fat bitch. One of the bumpa-da-beepos, one of the angles of that, I had this idea for a game mode. And that game mode would basically be something akin to Kuva the Lich, Kuva Lich Capture the Flag. And the premise of that, why do I have such a low duration on my 4th ability? Why is it capped at 30 seconds instead of like a minute before? Look at that. It's such a short cap. What happened to my duration? What is this? Look at this shit. It's 30 seconds. What? What happened to my 72-second long ability? Anybody want to explain to me what the fuck that's about? Whatever. It would be Kuva Lich Capture the Flag, where like the idea would be like there's a data console that you have that the Lotus sets you up with. Why are you invulnerable to me? What? I love this video game. And basically the idea is that both of you have these vulnerable cephalons, and the objective is literally just to get a hold of the other cephalons, and so they would send demolishers at you. So like there's an emphasis on like one person sticking around to defend. Meanwhile, there's also an emphasis on like you want like something like a Titania player or some other kind of speed oriented player to run around from point to point to like pick up the cephalons, and like the idea would be that like killing enemies, because there'd be like a swarm of enemies coming after you as well, to like obviously defend their demolishers. But that was back before demolishers got the massive health nerf to basically be fucking literally heavy gunners. So I feel like demolishers need to have their old like damage reduction added back to be like 90%. Otherwise they're basically fucking nothing burger enemies and they don't do anything. Like they're not real enemies. The nemesis system pattern is too strong. It really isn't. You can have like storyline mission progression and like an enemy that has like like an enemy that fucking like progressively gets more obnoxious or more angry without it being fucking a nemesis system. Like the nemesis patent is such a fucking dog shit patent that they just sit on and do nothing with. So like because they do nothing with it, it's kind of like fucking free game if you ask me. Also, I absolutely see why you would run the Ooga Booga Strength Pillage Subsume. Gyre is a fucking squishy bitch. Whoever said that her crowd control is good was a fucking liar. She has no crowd control. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Getting fucking shot everywhere. Liars. Mania spawned again. Oh, fuck you, you fat pig. Come here, Porky. I gotta sit here and build up combo on you. I'm just gonna sit here and just do this until I have enough combo. Surely you die from like this. Oh my god, he didn't. I love this. Anyways, I had a whole idea for revamping all of the Kuvalich missions to flow into each other. So the idea would be slow down the adversaries, in exchange remove like the random percentage chance from the fucking weapons entirely and just make them all 60%. And so what that would look like, I don't need to be here. I can go to a mission, or like I can go to a place where I can like think and use my brain. Like just sit in a thing and jump around a room back and forth. The idea would be basically like, let's say in order to vanquish the Kuvalich, instead of you randomly get information on 3 random mods and it's like a random order and it's like you just kill a bunch of random enemies and then do a Parazon finisher and that's how you get the information, and it makes no sense and it's clunky and it slows down mission pace and it's like, what? Instead of doing that, the way you reveal the mods for the Kuvaliches should make sense in universe. So you have, first off, let's say a Kuvalich captures a planet. First off, their territory over that planet should actually matter, right? So if you do an exterminate mission, the point of exterminate is to thin the enemy forces, right? It's to make the enemy weaker. So if I do an exterminate mission, then that means that when I go do another mission, sleep well, Colt. When I do another mission, there should be less enemies present, right? And if I do enough exterminate missions, the enemy forces should be so thinned and so weakened that I should be able to basically like walk in there and it'll be like no enemies are there at all, right? Like super weak enemies, right? Because I've done a bunch of exterminate missions. In exchange for doing that, however, every exterminate should also get harder. So there should be higher level, more difficult, tankier units for exterminate missions, and also the exterminate requirement should be more. So when a Kuvalich conquers a planet, instead of leaving the planet after you fucking beat a mission, it should double down. Now hold on, hear me out. instead of grinding out lich progress through stabbing random fucking enemies, which would suck balls, you grind out information progress by doing something like a spy mission or an interception mission. So the idea would be, if you do an exterminate mission, you weaken the defenses until the other game modes, like interception, like spy, are super easy, and then you just get the mod info for doing those missions for a certain amount of time. So let's say like every round of interception that you do, you get like a third of a mod progressed. Or like half of a mod progressed. I don't know. So like what? Like 12 rounds? Or like a spy mission. Like one whole spy mission is like a mod or something. You know what I mean? It makes it so much more interesting. The mod info should be quicker. That vid in your thumbnail was so bad? I disagree. I liked that video. That guy made a lot of good points. Different nodes also have rotation rewards. You need to specifically grind things. This whole concept is awful. We're talking about the Kuvalich system. We're talking specifically about the Kuvalich system. We're not talking about regular missions. I feel like you hopped in at like an interesting time where you didn't hear the full context. Because I also just talked about how I would reduce the grind by basically... Well, I would side grade the grind. So instead of grinding for like multiple weapons over and over again to combine their percent, you would just go once. So you grind one mission, but it's one Kuvalich. But it would take you a little bit longer to grind that Kuvalich. I feel like that's more rewarding. Because currently I can blow through a Kuvalich in like 2 hours. So I would rather a system where instead of me going through a Kuvalich in 2 hours and some other casual player taking like a whole week to do a Kuvalich, instead of that being the system, let's meet somewhere in the middle and make it so that like grinding a Kuvalich takes like a fair amount of progression time. So like let's do it like this. Like let's say like this. Like interception would give you the mod information, and maybe like 3 rounds would tell you the mods, right? Like one interception mod, or one interception round would be one mod revealed, and then spy missions tell you the order of the mods, and like 3 spy missions is that, right? Then let's say doing a defense mission, replacing the weapon drop with tokens, buy one from the vendor, how it works in 1999, would have way less friction. Kuvalich got a lot of endurance to resist. Okay, buddy. I think like doing a defense mission should make the lich physically weaker when you go to fight them, right? Or like it should like give you like some kind of reinforcements or something during like a Kuvalich confrontation. Like when you go into space and you go to fight, how about like the more defense missions you do, you get like friendly fighters with you in the space fight that help you speed up objectives. Or if you do rescue missions, they get you like intel or resources that specifically help you fight your Kuvalich. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I want the Kuvalich enemies to genuinely be a difficult mini-boss, where like the more preparation you do, the easier the Kuvalich the fight is, right? Doing an excavation mission gathers you extra resources that just give you a damage boost or some shit when fighting the Kuvaliches. So the idea would be you could just rush in, do 3 spies, do 3 interceptions, and go fight the Kuvalich, but that motherfucker's gonna kick your ass because you didn't do any prep. And so you'd be rewarded for doing prep by doing other game modes. And then the idea would be like, yeah, it would take you longer to grind out the full lich that way, but the trade-off for that would be that it's a more cohesive and intuitive system that is a lot more fun and engaging and has a lot of like different excavation but Parita style buffs. Yeah, kind of. I believe the percentage to figure out new mod symbols should take way less time to figure out than what we currently have. Yeah. And I feel like I feel like it shouldn't be the main goal. Figuring out the mods should not be like the main objective. I feel like the main objective should be weakening your Kuva Lich's control and then assassinating them. You know what I mean? 3 random game modes with a boss at the end and a chance to get the weapon, but it has a pity system. Oh, good God. As someone grinding to get your Sobek to max percent, the main thing you wish is you could attune a specific weapon for your larvaling rather than have to run 30 capture missions to get the right guy. Honestly, is the larvaling that much of an issue if you're just grinding all the weapons anyways? Like, obviously, if you have one weapon to max out, or like you're only focusing on one weapon, yeah, it's a pain in the bitch. Like, right, that's a pain in the ass. But like, also, that's like kind of a mild inconvenience. Like, 30 capture missions is 15 minutes. And then maybe 5 minutes of loading based on your computer. Maybe 10 minutes if you're on console. Well, yeah. So, I mean, like, issue heard, issue understood. I see your issue. I don't really resonate with it. Laptop gaming, that's tough. That's very tough. That's very tragic. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts to hear. My fiance is a laptop gamer, so, you know, I hear your cries, soldier. You had brain rot yesterday, having over half an hour to spawn the new core larva. Speaking of liches, I might grind another Kuva Ogress for the higher heat percent. I guess my thing is also, like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, the percentage matters so little to me. This is my Kuva Ogress. It's been a 30% cold Ogress forever. It's literally like low percent. I don't care. Let's say the Kuva Lich is a lot harder if you don't go in without buffs. How do you prevent people from going straight to a Lich with a strong loadout and still killing it? Here's how I would do that, Gloomy Trader. Here's how I would do that. You know the damage attenuation system that literally everybody despises and they keep adding it in a way that really doesn't make sense and it's unintuitive? Make it so that doing defense missions specifically, or like rescue missions or whatever, gives you specific percentage bonuses to ignore some of the damage attenuation. Can you join my Discord? What you can do is you can email me, Nestor, at like my actual YouTube email, Nev's inbox, and from there I can I'll send you a private, like a link or something, because I think you've been here before and I feel like I trust you enough, because my server is not public, so I'm not just gonna drop an invite link for everybody. So I can send you a one-time link in the email. It is technically my business email, but it's only for YouTube, so it doesn't really count as a business email, because YouTube is a hobby, it's not a business to me, but you know. And then I think I have my YouTube email just linked in my YouTube channel description now. You've been here every time I've been live since 2025. That's awesome. We got DE assassins out here. That's true as fuck. That's so real. Mods are what makes Kuva Liches bearable, just unbearable. Keep in mind your thought to hunt Lich is speed, so any mission that drags either makes dread it or love it when it's defense and no. Hold on. Mods are what makes Kuva Liches just unbearable. Keep in mind, your thought to hunt your Lich is speed. Okay, that's a sentence. Gotcha. So any mission that drags either makes dread it or love it when its defense and Nova is there. You lose me there. You lost me. I was keeping up, and then you lost me. I think I get what you're saying, though. Wish they would add small games in the orbiter and relays that don't take you to another instance. Godzilla had us, not the Godzilla reference. Like how Destiny has a mini soccer you can set up in 4-man. Chat has a horrible character limit. It's okay, man. It's okay. I forgive you. Yeah, I was gonna change my primary. I don't know. Buzzlock. Buzzlock is a good primary. I don't know. I don't know. What do I do? What am I doing? Why am I running Influence Vitrica? Swap Flictions. Oh, I was running the wrong Bane. That's why this was so unimpressive. Oh. I forgot about this. Status duration, initial combat attack speed minus range. That's what this is for, right? Should we roll this in honor of Crow? Oh, this is this band that I thought was AI, and then it turned out to not be. And I felt kind of bad because I was like, damn, I didn't mean to call these guys AI. Their music just sounded generic. And I was like, what am I listening to? Anyways, back to the yap, by the way. Back to the yappening about the Kuvalich system. So like when a Kuvalich takes over a planet, it's always been my idea that like pissing off your lich should genuinely be a scary thing. Like I feel like at a certain point you shouldn't actually be able to damage your lich when it's brand new. Like if you do a survival mission, the point is to survive. So at some point, your lich should spawn in and just start fucking hunting you. And the idea would be that you never really are able to kill the lich, but instead fend it off long enough to, like, gather some fucking intel, just barely, right? So, like, imagine a survival mission where instead of surviving, you know, by normal means, like, oh yeah, you kill a horde of enemies and you get a bunch of life support. Yeah, you do that. At the same time, an unkillable ghost of your Kuvalich is hunting you down and is trying his best to fucking kill you. That would be a lot more interesting and engaging, and it would make your Kuvalich scarier. And let's say the reward for doing so is like increasing your fucking mining speed for excavation or something. Remember, if you feel bad about liking an AI song, there's probably an extremely similar song made by real people. It's not about... So, when I clarify, like, I felt bad about comparing them to AI and saying, like, oh, they sounded like AI because they sounded generic. Because they weren't. They were just original artists, and I just didn't like their music too much. The thing about AI music is it genuinely sounds fucking terrible. I know a lot of people don't pick up on the differences. My KT's better. I like that. People don't pick up on the differences for... Okay. They don't pick up on the differences or like the subtleties or like the things that make AI music sound the way that it does. And really what they're relying on is like the obvious giveaways, like vocal giveaways or like AI album art or whatever. If you have Red Veil and Steel Meridian, how do you get more syndicates at the same time? I just showed this earlier. You come over here, and then you change pledge. So right now you're on Red Veil and Steel Meridian, right? So I imagine you're on this one. You just click on this one. And then, well, you just click on this one, and then boom. And then you level this one. And that's it. And then you just level this one up for a little bit, and then after that you go back. AI was made by people who think art is a product. They completely miss the point that nobody wants to listen to a story that nobody could be bothered to tell. It goes deeper than that, right? The whole point of writing in the first place is to exercise your brain. The point of reading a story is to engage with what somebody created and take a peer into something they imagined or the way they see the world or go through an experience that is crafted based on their emotions, their experiences, their thought processes, their imaginations, right? You can tell an AI to play a sad song, and you can also tell an AI to generate an air raid siren, but what you can't do is recreate the feelings that you get when you watch that fucking Ukrainian guy jamming with the siren playing in the background during the fucking Russia-Ukrainian conflict. It elicits emotions because it's real. It can only exist because there's like real world context and real world emotions and like controversial political theories and conflict happening. And there's a lot of like, you know, like what you hear in the song depends on like how you view the current political state of those two back when that was the big relevant thing that everyone was talking about. You can generate those two things and you can mash them together and it'll sound competent in the sense that like, yeah, that sounds like an air raid siren, and yeah, you're playing the notes that sound melancholic, but that doesn't make the work that you've quote unquote generated actually have an emotional impact, because the emotional impact is the context, it's the story, it's why it was made in the first place. Like when you watch that video and you feel an emotion, be it anger, be it sadness, be it hope, be it whatever you felt, whatever convoluted, complex connection you felt to that art piece, that meant something because it was real. Because there was a dude who sat down and heard an air raid siren going off in his neighborhood and was like, fuck it, I've got nothing to do, I might as well jam out and hope I don't get blown up. Which is like, yeah, that's a pretty strong way to convey a message about a pointless conflict over fucking territory. That's a pretty fucking, yup, makes sense to me, dude. And whatever fucking political motivations and whatever tensions exist in that area and blah, 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 like, it contextualizes all of that. You can't create that with AI, especially when generative AI is only going to produce the lowest common denominator, most applicable, most cookie cutter thing that applies the most appropriately based on a fucking score it gives, right? Based on a rating. AI cannot fucking take something that is niche. It can't make something that is unique. It can only derive from its massive sample size, and it cannot create something wholly unique to itself. Something that specifically solves or articulates a specific set of emotions that is crafted by your experiences. It can never do that. AI can't experience. It doesn't think. It doesn't feel. It emulates, and that emulation, as impressive as it is only ever going to be emulation. It will never ever be the real thing. And all these fucking AI tech bros who sit here and fucking, oh, but look, it's gonna get better, the technology will become indistinguishable from the real thing, you won't even know it's AI. Yes, I fucking will. I will always be able to tell. My brain has now been trained to detect the fucking patterns in which this shit spits out its garbage. I will always be able to see the flaws. I will always be able to tell that this experience and this writing and this work was made to be as generic as and as unimpressive and as fucking cookie cutter as possible. If something is free, you're the product. You're goddamn right, lol pants. When I look at art, I try to think about what was going through the artist's head. You can't do that with AI. There's a lot of AI being used in the medical field, but while the detection tools are fantastic, you need it to be able to explain to a doctor why. It believes what it does for a lot of doctors to be able to trust it, but I think that will happen with time. That's the other thing about AI. AI is fucking pattern recognition software. I got a gift. Grendel pose? What? Why would you give me this? Wait, are you for real? That's fucking fire. What? Hold on. Hold on. Where's my Grendel pose? Give me this shit. Fuck yeah. But Senator, I'm Singaporean. Nice. That's a cool reference. That's a good reference. This is great. Awesome. Very cool. Fuck the previous conversation. Oh yeah, the sumo stomp and everything. That's so peak. Oh, that's fucking awesome. AI at its core is pattern recognition software. And where is China? Senator, I'm Singaporean. Have you ever worked for the Chinese government? No, I'm Senator, I'm Singaporean. Have you ever been a Chinese citizen? No, Senator, I'm Singaporean. Fuck, I can't stop thinking about that now. That's so good. Fuck it, I'm playing Varuna. Varuna's so good. I love Varuna. Uriel Noble animation is pretty funny on a lot of frames. I put Uriel Noble animation on a lot of things. Have you ever eaten Chinese noodles? Yo, for real. Oh my god. Does anybody remember what I was playing on Varuna? When I was doing the Vitrica build? Does anybody remember? It has to have been the Roar build, right? It has to have been the Roar build, surely. Surely it was the Roar build. Yeah, it was the Roar build. It was Impetus. I think I was remembering. I was like, oh yeah, Impetus is good. Yeah, I remember now. I remember. I'm a smart cookie. I'm a smart boy. I remember, Senator. Senator, I'm Singaporean. What's happening? Wrathful is overkill for Varuna in particular. Wrathful on Varuna is great. Do not misunderstand me. It's the fucking most ridiculous shit you've ever seen in your life. It's just overkill. You don't need it. I don't want this one. Yeah, I want that one. Oh, okay, we're good. I thought I fucked up. That Varuna fashion is popping? Thank you. I put a lot of effort into this one. I think I have another one. Yeah, this one. This is what I originally ran. I ran this at TennoCon. TennoCon Digital, I should say. I got this skin. I never did anything with it. I literally hit random colors and was like, well, that's fine. I don't really like it too much. They gave her giant tits on this one. Look at this. Look at this. Look at, she goes from like a very like reasonable, like maybe B, maybe C cup, probably closer to B. Fucking straight to G cups. Straight to G cups. Fucking like genuinely like what? Who made this? Look at this fucking, look at this shit. Petite to MILF mature. Yeah, no, literally, we made that joke where like she became a mom. She got the mom hips, you know, like after, you know, mom hips. Like straight fucking wolf mommy kink was like the joke here. And they made her look like a mom in the worst way. Man of culture. Not for me, man. That's why I literally hit random and then never touched it. I'm much more a fan of this. I think this looks fucking awesome. I think she looks like a fucking animal here, which is what I wanted her to look like. Do I mind explaining the shards on Varuna? Basically, afflictions continuously, infinitely dips Bane mods and status damage mods. So, unfortunately, we switched our build to gas, so we're not able to take full advantage of this, but I still have other builds on Varuna that utilize Toxin DOT and Afflictions. Still hello. Is Varuna's 4 usable? You don't see anyone using it in higher levels. Honestly, I never was a fan of her 4. I've always treated it as a subsume slot, but I know that it, like, isn't bad. And I think this augment is the reason why, right? Yeah, this augment is, like, the reason why, because you can just basically stay perma invis in the first one, the first mode, and you get, like, all your crazy melee buffs. And then you get, like, your spread with this, and it, like, does things, like, I think this can be good. Surely this is good, and surely it does damage. Compared to everything else she can do, it's underwhelming, but it isn't bad. It can't be underwhelming. It's fucking Varuna. She's disgustingly powerful. Her 4 would be God class if it had custom running animations. That's valid as fuck. That's valid. But I think that ability completely hinges on this augment. If I'm not mistaken, like, this augment is what makes or breaks this ability. That's why I said compared to the other things you can do. I guess so. You've taken Ulfrin to the high levels. It just needs setup. There you go, then. There's your answer. Needs setup. Ugh, I need to blow my nose. Boohoo, 1 augment. Let's talk about Equinox. I don't want to talk about Equinox today, man. I've talked about so much today. You guys have gotten me to talk about everything. Today is a Nev Yapperino day. I have yapped so much today. Oh, fuck it. Where's the Stalta? Come here, Stalta. Stalta. Stalta build. Nev, what are your thoughts? No thoughts. Head empty. The thoughts are tired. Me tired. Oh! That's funny. That's actually funny that I don't have the capacity. And I need to use, like, regular stabilizer instead. Because I can't fit this one. That kind of makes sense, though, because of this. But, I mean... Yum, 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 yum. Nev, what are you hiding? Nev, I know what you did. You're right. I did it. But nobody will ever fucking believe you. Nobody will ever believe you. I just should use this instead, right? Because I'm never going to get kills beforehand. So, fuck it. It's basically going to be in the back pocket until I decide it's time to kill an acolyte. And then I'll fucking... do the thing, and then I'll... Oh, I won't have this stacked up either, then, by that logic. Maybe I will. I don't know. If I will, then maybe I will. I don't know. Life is... I'm actually really tired. I didn't sleep yet. His name is in the Suckmut files. He was caught with coolant leak bottles and a bunch of vent kids. And not reading that. Never mind. Your Honor, my client was playing Freebird. The law clearly states. Sniper Elite 5? Last I heard of Sniper Elite, it was 4. Where do you get the Stalta? Oh my god, I should know this. It's not from Jackal, is it? Stalta. One of the best weapons in the game. It's not Railjack. I think it's Jackal. I think it has a chance to drop. Parvos? Blueprint is from Jackal, and the parts is from the Granum Void. Main blueprint from Jackal. Components are from Granum Crown missions. Yeah, okay. I knew it was like something like that. Yeah, one of the best weapons in the game, by the way. You want to know what's funny? This build, this setup, is meant to be like a mecha only nuke. So look at this shit. Hold on. I'm gonna just load into this and I'm just gonna show you guys what this is like, and you're gonna say, oh, why would you even fucking use this as like a weapons buffing setup? Never seen that gun until now. I'll tell you this, man. Mastery rank means less than nothing. Mastery rank is the most fucking irrelevant thing. I have seen MR fucking whatever players. LR5 players, I feel, tend to know the least about this game. Also, this is why Affliction's fucking... Look at this shit. Oh, okay, I didn't slam. Look at this shit. It's ridiculous. The damage that this deals is nuts. And those gas clouds last fucking forever. And I'm not even using my first ability or roar. Or priming. Everything dies now. Everything dies. It's so ridiculous. And the whole room dies. It's just obscene. It does so much damage. Whole room dies now. Goodbye. And whole room dies. It's just disgusting. Oh, okay. Let me use roar because obviously everything dies. Like you run this and you're like, why would you ever put fucking a weapons build on this? Everything dies. It's like, yeah, you're right. It's because I am a goofball. Everything dies. Press button and Varuna and her dog kill the literal everything. And you can just spam because you get impetus from all the status spreading that you do. And you don't even need to use afflictions with this setup. The point of this setup is literally you just stay invis and you press your 1 or your 2, and then like your dog kills everything and you kill everything. This build is disgusting. It's just nonsense. Everything dies. Dog deals so much damage. Everything dies. There we go. By the way, Varuna's 2 counts as melee kills, so when she kills like spread everywhere and everything fucking freezes and whatever, everything explodes. Oh, I missed somehow. There we go. That guy's dead. And the whole room is gone. Look at that shit. It's obscene. Whole room dies. Millions of damage. 500,000 damage there in like the whole room just because. And if you're wondering, my melee weapon is still like generating combo passively because of the dog. I haven't attacked the Acolyte a single time. Let's change that. Oh. There we go. There we go. You need to look a little spread. Don't get stuck. There we go. It's obscene. No, my dog. Get up. There we go. That's a good spot. Look at that shit. Oh, everything dies. Where's my mark? There it is. Oh, it died. Where's my... There you are. And the whole room dies. It's disgusting. This game is so fucking just destroyed from power creep. Rude. What's another fun forgotten melee weapon? I've become really partial to the Halakar after the after melee Dowdy came about. It hits like a fucking ridiculous truck, the Halakar Wraith. Vacor Sidon is in that same category. Both of them are Dowdy weapons, and Dowdy just fucking obliterates everything. Including logic, to be fair. And room gone. And room gone. Oh, my ability ran out. I was like, why am I taking damage? That guy's dead. Whole room's dead. Goodbye, room. Goodbye, room. Just obscene. God, Varun is so ridiculous. Want to buy enemy mark. Did it mark the acolyte? Surely it didn't. There we go. Oh, I missed. Oh my god. I missed twice. There we go. That's good. Goodbye. Bonk bonk. Yeah, you know how Varuna 2 only spreads the first? Yeah, exactly. Well, funny thing about that, there's this silly little mod. Why do you keep dying? You're invis. How does my dog keep dying? Make that make sense, DE. Fucking what? What's my KPM here? I've got 1,000 kills in 8 minutes, so a little bit more than 100 something. Do I give plat away? I hosted contests and events to earn plat, but I don't give any away for free, no. I'm not a partner with DE in any way. I don't collaborate with them, so they don't give me shit to give to people. I would love to. I would love to do giveaways of like, here, have some free shit. But I'm not on the DE cocksucker list, so they don't like me very much. Want to buy blue mark. There it is. Oh my god, the blue mark is mecha. Where are you? No! He's fucking ragdolled. Oh my god. It's Jover. Oh, I'm visible. So what's happening? I keep getting radiation procs. Oh, there we go. Contagious spawn moment. Nev, do you like Umbra? I actually really don't. I think that Excal is now in a really great state though after the persistence drop, because I think it just fits so well into the most brain dead triple Umbral mod Excal kit ever. So like if you played this game like a monkey and unironically ran like triple Umbral mods on Excal Umbra, you're probably vibing. Now, if you mean from a lore perspective, oh, fuck yeah. Umbra is a GOAT character. Top 10 of all time. No contest. 100% goated character. But if you meant as like a gameplay thing, I'm not a big Excal guy. I really didn't like Excal. Both when I was new to the game, when I finally learned Excal, when I finally fucking like actually gave him like his fair shake. I've used Excal 1,000 times and I've never been like, man, I can't wait to use Excal again. You know? It's just always been, oh, Excal. Hello, Skeletal. Mecha proc. I didn't even get to get the second hit in and died right away. Warframe is a sandbox game where the sandbox elements consist of simulacrum. Lol. Oh, mecha proc. Goodbye, room. I'll hate you again. Oh, there we go. Kind of hard to like Excal when Baruch exists. Honestly, I've never understood the comparison of Excal and Baruch. Even back in the day, I always thought it was like not really how they work. They're just not. I just fucking died. What? Hit that guy. There we go. They're just not the same frame. They're not similar, you know? Like they have a channeled melee, but one of them just, I don't know, they just are entirely different. One of them is like pure fucking offensive focus. The other one has so much crowd control and utility. It's like they've never been samey. Good evening, Moon and Star. Does your silly ass have Wraith Guard? I always found Baruch so annoying to play, yet you get why he's good. Okay, my thing with Baruch is I think he's the most fun when you use his first ability. Unfortunately, his first ability is like antithetical to the rest of his fucking kit. You know what I mean? Oh my god, it's mecha procced. It's sucking. Room dies. Can you believe there are people who say that, like, Kalervo's better than Varuna? That's so funny. Everything dies. I hardly get to use my melee because just fucking everything explodes. You never played Morrowind? No, I have not played Morrowind. I don't know what that is, Suckmutt. What is Morrowind? Is it a very good game? Room dies. The suck is mudding. What up, Nevrar? Brain not braining. A posing on a Grenier in a mission will never not be funny. Comparisons based on red numbers. Yeah, literally. See color, therefore better. How do I keep missing these guys? They're point blank, lol. Baruch is top 3 goat. Varuna low diffs the 2.1 billion temple. Real. Fuck, everything dies. If this says hi to Suckmutt. Dagoth, your what? I don't speak Cantonese. What is this? Elder Scrolls 3. What is this shit? What is this fucking language you guys are making up? Elder Scrolls. You would not believe this. I am not a fucking Skyrim ESO fan. Like at all. Why are you my blue guy? That's so problematic for several reasons. One, wait, I can kill you. Okay, or you can go fuck off into Narnia. That's crazy. How do you keep becoming my blue guy? That is so problematic. Okay, well, that happened. Alright, whatever. Skyrim is hot ass. It can't be that bad if people like it, right? Surely it's popular for a reason. This song sounds fucking trash. This song sucks ass. Sorry, man. Not a fan. Fucking L song. Jesus Christ. What a fucking burger song. Holy shit. Was not vibing. You know what? Fuck you. Listening to nice music now. Suck my dick. Vitrica, is this okay? You ran out of Kubo. Oh, that's so nice. Talks on the Riv is so clean. That's so nice. Also, status duration is pretty cheeks. Very nice. Good stuff. Would have been good for you to get heat on the Riv so that you could keep Prime Fever Strike for the higher element percent. But I mean, that's nitpicking, you know? Doesn't really matter. Look at this optimization. You keep seeing that one burger dude on your reels, and he keeps... and it makes you want to die. Bro, I didn't know music like that had a name until I saw that shit and realized that that's exactly what that music is. He had such a way to articulate it. He fucking defined a genre. And I mean, dude, it's the worst. Mailing my slam damage. What? Mailing my slam. There we go. Is there a SR or was it the YouTube bad? What? No, there was not a Somalian rabbi hidden amongst the ranks of the YouTube bad recommendation algorithm. You're making it up. I wonder if there's dialogue. If you bring Leon to Iron Wake, Nev remembers what happened in this. Nev remembers all. Except for when he fucking doesn't. Also, isn't this music nice? This music is so much nicer than what we were listening to. This is pleasant. This is pleasantries. Why am I in this fucking mission, by the way? What am I doing here? I genuinely... This is the second time I've done a random survival. No reason. No anything. I think I just wanted to play with Varuna, and that was it. That was literally, like... Start a thought, want to play with Runa, end thought, no in between, nothing else. And you may ask yourself, what did I need you for last night? I was bored. I wanted to hang out. My man playing on autopilot. Bro, I'm out here just fucking doing what... Is it nighttime in Plains yet? Gotta be, surely. Night ends in 22 minutes. Well, I missed the majority of night. But whatever. Let's give it some runs. Probably not on SP though. If you see Hobo Johnson one more time on real, Ifta, you are always tweaking, man. I feel like you're never not tweaking is the thing. Hello, spawn my lures. Thank you. Ooh, nice. Good lure spawns. Oh my god, I have a Misha on. You're fucking joking me. That's so bad. For, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? I have a Misha on. Everything's wrong. Everything's wrong. Everything's wrong. Everything's wrong. Everything's wrong. Hello. Teleport. Everything is wrong. My amp is wrong. Oh, everything is wrong, dude. Fucking GG. It's so over. New Amisha tech. Gotta learn it. Yeah, I gotta learn how to fucking jump off a river, man. Why? Oh my god. Alright, I'm actually just not even gonna fucking... How is my operator regenerating energy while I'm crouched, by the way? What is that about? Want to buy more? There we go. That should have charged, no? How did that not charge? Dude, I love this video game. Dude, honest, I'm just resetting after this fucking Terry. Fuck off. I'm not doing this shit again. I need to swap everything and figure out what's wrong. Hello. Do you reckon I can get the lure to teleport here? I sure can. I'm just gonna fucking... There's not even a point to finishing this guy other than, like, fuck it. Okay. I don't even have the It's All ability to suck. I just realized. That's so fucking awesome. And we see Nev sub 10 despite this. I could easily sub 10 that, but I'm just not. I'm not even gonna fucking bother. Equipment. Arsenal. First off, moderate. You're on the wrong thing. Upgrade quickly. Ido. Okay, fix that problem. Next, Misha. It's all. Okay. That should be everything. Alright. Well, I don't think I'm getting 2 of these, but maybe. I don't know. I'm not fast enough. I don't think. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Well, I say that and then I immediately fuck everything up there. Kill these pieces of shit. Nice. Thank you for spawning. Okay. Want to buy Ido. There we go. Okay. Where's you? There you are. This is a really bad shield location. I'll just put this here. Cool. Smile Delon, true. What is the yellow circle? Probably the Zenith. There we go. Is there... Oh, fuck off. Oh, good song. Dude, I fucking love this song. Hold on. I want to add this to my thing. Come on. Get up. Thank you. Where's the last... Ugh, whatever. Alright. Let's go grab some more Duntana. Because I got unlucky. Let's grab you. I might have been a little bit overzealous with the lures there, but we'll be fine. Smile emoji. Surely there's like a Vomvalist here. Nope, not bothering with that. Hello. Hold on, before I kill this guy, I need to make sure my lures charge or else I'm trolling. Oh my god, I'm getting staggered constantly. This is awesome. One of you charged. There we go. Not a single one of my yellows that I grabbed charged. That is so awesome. You never learned Idos? I didn't learn how to do them like super properly until recently. Like I knew how to kill them and whatever, but I didn't know how to like speed farm them. But right now what I need to do... Oh great, you're spawning there. That's actually really nice because it means I'm not wasting time if I go grab a Vom. So I just need you to like spawn a Vom for me, honestly. Hello, Voms. Okay, nice. One of them went fucking blue. Coolio. See, this spawn sucks because it was made by fucking evil people who hate you and want you to die. It's actually really nice. You stay. You don't go anywhere. Ooh, free Vom. Hello, dinner. Come on, get close. Thank you. Did I not armor strip this guy? Nice. That's really nice. Oh, another Vom. Hello, dinner. Would you like to come this way? There's two Voms. Oh, that's really nice. What am I doing? There we go. Hello, Voms. Come on. Come this way. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. You are all lovely, dinner. Alright, whatever. There's going to be plenty of Voms that come up. Oh, cool. Nice, 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 nice. Good stuff, good stuff. Hello. You're with me. I should have made those lures hold position so they didn't teleport, but whatever. It's too late now. It's too late now for us to regret our actions. I'm on PC now. Do you want you? No, I don't want you. I don't want you. Suck my... You've betrayed that. You had every opportunity to be wanted before, you harpy slut. Awesome. Nice, I got Lure's charge. Goody goody. You're my friend. Okay. Hello. I saw Volms there. Oh well. Which way are you facing? This way? Okay. A friend of yours decided to blitz through a bunch of the game and described it as her brain leaking out of her ears. Went to the beginning of the streams. You're so spot on for the information overload. Yeah. The information overload, I think, is the really big problem. Especially specifically open world stuff. Open world just doesn't need to be what it is. Like, players in the early game, like, this is what you go to Plains of Eidolon for, is this content. Operator stuff, right? Fighting these guys, fighting Eidos, doing these things. This is what you're here for. Doing this to a new player, like, a new player can't do this. So, like, why would you introduce them to this system? It doesn't make any sense. It makes, like, less than no sense. It's actively just wasting their time to introduce them to the system when they can't even participate. You know what I mean? Why open world for new players? It makes no sense. When they introduced open world to us, as in me, like, I was here when Plains of Eidolon was added. It made sense to us because we had been playing the game forever. So we didn't need to be fucking tutorialized on, like, how the... Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. Oh my god, I almost crashed out. Want to buy bombs, by the way. I thought I saw... There's one. There we go. I just need a couple more. There's honestly hella bombs nearby, so I'm not too worried. But maybe they can teleport, and that'd be nice. Alright, there we go. No, just take your time, lures. Go on. It's fine. Yippee! Yeah, when I was introduced to this shit, I already had my operator and knew what a Tenno was, right? Why would you introduce planes to people who don't know what fucking Tenno are? It makes no sense. I have enough time for one more. I have exactly enough time for one more. Whoa, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves now. Come on, spawn in, spawn in. There they are. Awkward shield, and I still made it work because I'm like that. Fuck off. I don't like this area. This area sucks. What music is this? I believe this is from Ryuichi Sakamoto, if I'm not mistaken. But this might be something else. I'll have to double check. Let me take a lookie. Let me see. Oh, I can't. Ah, shit. That's really awkward. Well, I was just gonna Alt-Tab and C, but I fucked myself. Oh, this is not. I'll grab a link. Ah! I'm trolling. I'm trolling my idle times. Hold on. I'll pull it up after. Come here, Vombalists. Come into my friend. Okay, my friend didn't eat you all. I love this. You. Hello. Hello. Third one, third one, third one. Give me you. Want to buy Vom spawns. 2B please. Nice. Good job. None charged as well. Cringe. Oh my god. Warframe is blessing me right now. Please teleport. Alright, one of them charged. That's all I needed. Hello, where's my bluer? Where's my... Oh, they're inside of each other. That makes things nice. Go fuck yourself. I don't even want to bother with that shit. Can we do an Umbra persistence test? And yeah, I can show you my Umbra persistence build. It's really straightforward. There's not much to it. It is pretty simple shit, if you ask me. It's just persistence on Umbra. I have life strike. I just heavy attack spam. I basically have no issues. Life is good. Alright. I'm gonna make those guys hold position so that I can just fucking go grab lures on this next one here. Why? What the heck? That was weird. I'm just gonna grab one extra, I think, is the correct maneuver. And then grab some fucking energy. Okay, I need you guys to be moving now. And I need to pick up bombs. Are you fucking cat spawns? You're not, thank God. How is my sentinel missing this, by the way? Genuine question. Love this video game. Dude, death to fucking cats. I swear to God. Where are you? Go away. Stupid cats. Come here. Get in, my friend. Thank you. Okay, I will take that. I still have to go grab lures in between, but that's fine. It's very serviceable. I can definitely just deal with that. Pick these up. Okay, let's see. You're still here. Nice. That means you're here. This sounds like YouTuber music, no? Am I crazy for saying that? I am, lad. What's up, buddy? Dude, today was such a ridiculously successful stream day. I'm kind of confused. Everybody pulled out to watch today. No, you don't sound crazy? Stream chat would beg to fucking differ. You were having lunch and then a power outage happened. Have you considered don't doing that? Work day. Oh, you're kidding me. Come on. Come on. Gimme. Okay, he absorbed both of those. That's actually so fucking cool. I love this video game. I would quit Warframe in 2 hours as well. I would too, honestly. I don't know how I tolerated this game when I was new to it. Okay, that's enough to... Surely that's enough. I love this video game. I should start changing my cycle with him, with this guy. Come on, lures, get in here. I hate charging lures so much. There we go. Well, chat, we did it. We managed to get 2 tricaps in. With time to spare, by the way. 8:53. Oh, that's a new PB. Hey. I'll take that. That's a new PB. Look at that. I will take that. I'm happy with an 8:53. Not picking up the sentient cores after is crazy. I got them. Yeah, screenshot. Yeah. At Neru. New PB. I'll take an 8:53. I think my last one was literally 8:59. So that's a PB of 6 seconds. That's pretty cool. The intact ones? Oh, fuck the intact ones, dude. Do you know how many of these I have? Look at this. I have 6.59. I have 7. I have too many of these. I don't give a shit about these. These fucking exceptional, intact, whatever. I don't care about them. I care about these shards. I care about Ido shards. Yeah, no, I'm fucking big chilling on those. Hi, Nilo. Or Nilo. I could give 2 fucks about that garbage. I care about, first off, I want to upgrade you. Before I do anything. Okay. What do I need? I need 500k and then I'll be done with Moderai. But I don't really care about overwhelming power. TBH. You knew, so you have to hunt the Voms to rank quills. You guys be playing a different game? Yeah, very different game. What do I need for you? Like another 900k. And then 400k. Vazarine. I don't need... Oh, I need 600. So I need also 500k. So how much did I get this night? I got 382. That's not enough for anything, is it? I need 4.5. So that's not enough. I think that's enough for really anything. Because I can barely get 400 with this, which would be fine. Yeah, whatever. Not gonna overthink it. Yeah, 460. That goes into that. Cool. I am still live, Yak. How do you leveling up main other focus if your main focus is something else? Okay, so leveling up focus actually doesn't care about what your main tree is. You get a bonus when you pick up a focus orb that goes to your main tree, but what actually matters is the lenses that you have installed. So if I go over to my test build really quickly, you can see here that I've got a bunch of these different lenses installed on my Warframe and on my tools and weapons, right? So these lenses correspond to how much excess affinity gets converted into focus when you pick up an orb. So what that means in simple terms is when you pick up an affinity orb, or sorry, the focus orb, the XP that you get on the weapon or Warframe, it will be split partially into focus and partially into affinity for your weapon or Warframe, right? That split ratio is determined by the quality of the lens. So if I look at the lens here, I have a Lua lens, which converts 5.5% of the focus, and specifically it's a Lua Unairu lens, so it's going to be feeding my Unairu tree. And then my Mutalis Ceranos has different lenses, right? So if you really wanted to rank your shit up properly, and you wanted to, like, farm focus efficiently, you would do the same lenses between the weapons that you're using to kill and your Warframe, because your weapon and Warframe kill have their affinity split. They have it shared. So if you wanted to grind a focus really efficiently for your daily standing, that's how you would do that. Now, there's another way to get focus outside of your daily standing, which is what I was just doing, which is Eidolon hunts. Eidolon hunts will give you Eidolon shards, which you can then convert into focus for your trees, and you can convert them to any focus you want. Now, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, that in order to unlock the different trees to begin focus conversion, I do think you still need the initial 50,000 or whatever it is to initially unlock the tree, as in to, like, be able to click inside of it and see this screen. And I do believe, like, you can't use Eidolon shards for that part. You do need to use lenses for the first 50,000, if I'm not mistaken. And if you're wondering where you get different lenses, basically, as a reward for bounties from these guys, they have different lenses that go on rotation. You can get lenses, and you can also get these Eidolon lens blueprints. Those require greater lens blueprints. From Eidolon lens, I believe you go to... Do you go straight to Lua lens? I don't remember. Like, basically the lenses go up in tiers. You can use your Eidolon shards after unlocking the trees. Yeah. Yeah, you get lens blueprints to make better and better lenses. And each of them require, like, a base lens. Or, sorry, not, here. Let me actually leave and I'll show you what they look like before I talk myself into a corner and misspeak or misexplain it. I can just show you instead. Oh god, Jesus. Okay, so if I just search the word lens, so these are your lens blueprints, right? So, like, in order to make an Eidolon lens, I need a greater focus lens, and in order to get a greater focus lens, I think you can just get them as rewards from, like, other bounties. Like, I think Deimos bounties have them, but somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. And these are the different focus tree lenses, right? And then after the Eidolon lens, you go to the Lua lens, right? So that's up the next stage. So after I build one of my Eidolon lenses for whatever focus, I can then build a Lua lens for the whatever focus. Lua lenses you get from, I want to say Lua Disruption drops a lot of them, but I'm sure they drop somewhere else? Question mark? I don't know. Also, I need to remind myself to start doing conjunction survivals instead of void survivals. It's such muscle memory for me to go here to the void when, like, Lua is right here. It's higher level, which I like, and it's always got, like, a fissure, which I like as well. And the one time I say that, there's no fissure. I'm grilling my schmelf. Yeah, that's focus. Focus is... the honest truth is that, like, you need so much of it that if you were to only do the daily standing cap every day, it would take you, like, literally, like, years in order to do the system. So you do want to be actively doing eidolons, even if you're not doing the super high tier ones, and even if you're not doing them super fast. It's not years, but it will take you months. No, Yak, it will take you months just to do the new Tauron strikes maxed out. Tauron strikes are like an additional on top of that, especially if you're low MR. If you don't have like max MR 30 for, or like higher, like LR rank for your extra daily focus cap, yeah, it'll take you a long time. That's also if you do it every single day. It's pretty fucking rough. Like, the trees are a serious grind. It is pretty brutal. Also, just so everybody's on the same page, Operator looks better than Drifter. Alright. This fucking thing. This. Peak. Ugh. You started out on lower MR than you are now, and you still have all the trees? Yeah, but yeah, did you get all of the Tauron strikes as well? I feel like you might just be misremembering how long it took you. Stop complaining and just play the game. I can't tell if you're shitposting or not. I can't tell if you're joking or not. I've gotten so many, like, new players today. Or, like, people that haven't been around here. Today was a ridiculously good stream day for us. Millions left over in every other tree. Haven't got the artifacts yet. It definitely takes a long ass time, but it's passive, so you kind of don't notice. I would rather grind it all out with Eidolon. What I've grinded in Eidolon would have taken me literal months, and I've only been grinding for a few, whatever. I have like over 1 million focus points for all my schools, like 10 million Mochas for Madurai. Don't remind me about all the focus. Don't remind me about all the focus that I threw away into posters before the Parita was announced. Don't. It hurts me. It hurts me, man. It hurts me. It hurts my soul. You're grinding MR. You only care about the main nodes and waybounds. You know what? I keep yawning. What's a primary weapon I want to increase my usage on this year? Lanka. This weapon's fucking cool. Shotgun Lanka. I need to remake my thing for this. Latron? No, I'm not using the Latron. I respect myself. Not to put a filthy incarnate in my slots. Don't make me guffaw at you. Why do my mods keep reorganizing themselves by name? I don't want my mods to be sorted by name. I want them to be sorted by drain. You know why? Because all of the good mods are the expensive ones, Digital Extremes. Stop fucking fixing this when it isn't motherfucking broken. I hate this. Oh, this drives me mad. Okay, no. So whoever was in here like, why? Just stop complaining. Just play the game. No, you're about to fucking hear it, all right? You're about to fucking hear it. They fuck this up every major update. How? How does this always happen? I click drain, I want it to stay there. I want it to fucking stay there and never move. And you mean to fucking tell me that you can't get this shit to not break for more than one fucking update in a row? You motherfuckers have been developing this game for 10 plus fucking years and you can't figure out click button and leave it the fuck alone? Fuck you, Digital Extremes. Fix this, goddammit. Fuck you! I got spit on my microphone now. God fucking damn it. This shit's so stupid. This is dumb. Make it stay. Sit. Motherfuckers. I don't have an elemental mod on this. Should I go for the shotgun Lanka utilizes a funny bug that I don't think DE knows nor cares to fix. Bro lost it for a small section. Josh, buddy. There's no universe where you say that. That's crazy. That's actually just that's crazy, bro. Bro. Oh, God. Oh, my cranium is deflating. That bug is too specific for them to care. Mlat, I'll fucking wish you a Merry Christmas, man. This basically keeps resetting Nestor. So this keeps resetting to name, which sorts all of my mods by name. Except I don't want my mods sorted by name. You know why? Because I have no use for fucking any of these mods. No use for them unless I specifically want them, need them, or ask for them. I have Aerial Ace on a build, but not 90% of them. Why the fuck is it here? I sort my mods by drain. Oh, you meant on the Lanka. Oh. Basically you can mag dump this. So, if you scale your magazine up and you scale your multi-shot up, this thing turns into a shotgun. Just very fun. Crux will also let you dump the mag multiple times with ammo efficiency. The problem is that it is a frame perfect thing. It's a frame perfect input in order to do it. And it's also not intentional. And your specific fire rate also matters. Looking for good beginner builds sucks because builders forget you don't have a bajillion mods in Endo when you start. Yes, that is something a lot of high-end builds forget. Whenever I make a build for somebody, I usually ask them, like, are you... Like, do you have Forma? Do you have Endo? Like, what, you know, what territory? What MR? Blah, blah, blah. I usually go by MR because MR is kind of a way to gauge people, but it's not always. You know, MR doesn't really indicate anything at all. As proof, I've been MR 30 for fucking, what, 2 years now? I have enough MR to go up and all the way up to, like, LR 3, and I just don't. I refuse to. Or LR 2. What is 2.964? It's like MR2 or LR2, excuse me. Star chart progress is a better measure. That also stops working for certain people. Some people farm like really fast. But yeah, I basically don't touch corrupted mods unless it's like, these are like, okay, you have this one, you can run it like just at a lesser rank and rank it up as you go, whatever. How did I acquire? I imagine you meant so much Endo. Railjack. I do a lot of Railjack. So I also, like, here, if I quick select all my duplicates, I'm also sitting on like another 100,000 here. And then I also have a bunch of sculptures. Jacking my rail to Nev. Yeah, I do a lot of Railjack. Railjack is one of my personal favorite. I even have a Railjack build that utilizes Lavos that I haven't changed to Lavos Prime because why would I? I don't want to take my shards off, and I don't want to replay. I don't want to rebuild everything. It was like, fuck it, I'll just leave it. Whatever, it's fine. I don't need to change. You need to change. I love Railjack. Railjack is one of my favorite. On the topic of farming, how good are the early game farms when you don't have access to the real ones yet? Realistically, early game farms are not that bad. Do I have a good Kome for level cap? Oh buddy, do I have something wonderful for you? Oh man, I'm glad you asked, actually. I'm so glad you asked. But can I not access the fucking thing from here? There, fuck this thing. Because here's the thing. Kome is by far the easiest frame to level cap with, and is also just a disgustingly overpowered princess of destruction and wrath. So I am thrilled that you asked. Let's make this weapon pink, because this weapon should be pink. Let's make this pink like Kome's folds. What? Look at her fashion. Anyways. Kome, this beautiful, beautiful shrine maiden. The great thing about Kome is that her stats genuinely don't matter. Closer to LR5? That's crazy. So because her stats don't matter, you can mod her for quality of life. So I recommend a couple of things. I recommend Arrow Vantage, which makes it so that you don't fall when aim gliding. This makes it so aim glide tasks are really easy. Patagium and Aerodynamic give you a bunch of aim glide and wall latch duration. This lets you do all those airborne kills really easy, and also wall latch kills really easy. If you can afford it, there is nothing wrong with stretch and Archon continuity. However, if you don't have the formas, don't waste them. She needs like 2 formas max. I put more forma in mine just by mistake, because when she first came out, I was like, oh, I'm gonna da-da-da-da-da, and then it's like I didn't need it. So don't even waste the extra forma if you don't have to. Flow is for comfort. Rolling guard is for comfort. Overextended is about the only range increase you really need. with stretch. Overextended is fairly cheap. It's like not even 20 plat, I don't think. It's like 10 or 15. And this is her augment. This augment is very, very important for playing Kome if you don't plan on being in a mission for 6 hours. If you do plan on being in a mission for 6 hours, by all means, fuck this augment, do whatever you want. I like this augment because it lets me max out her decrees in like 2 to 3 hours. Very solid stuff. Now, early decree gain scaling with KPM. Yeah, that helps a lot. It helps a lot. You can get all maxed out decrees in like 2 hours. You don't need to max out decrees for Kome to feel really fucking powerful. You'll feel powerful with like 30 decrees from Kome, but the quicker you get those 30, the better it's going to feel, right? You said you're playing for level cap. I assume you're going to be in missions for a long period of time, so you don't really need this augment if you're planning on being there for a long time. But I would say if you're going to do something like Cascade or Disruption, yeah, use this augment. It'll make it feel a lot better. If you're doing Survival, fuck this augment. It's useless. There are a lot of good subsumes for Kome. There's also just running with no subsumes and taking her abilities as they are. Arcanes are also very slottable and very substitutable. There's nothing that matters. You can run Aegis. You can run whatever. It doesn't really matter. Like, just, you don't care. For subsumes, you can do less range and then roar on the 4. You can do ensnare on the 4 or webbed embrace. I have here decoy works. I have a lot of them replace the 4 because I don't like the 4 as much as I like the 1. The 1 is very spammable. How do you not die with a build like that? Well, I'm glad you asked. Surviving in this game, there's something that we reference called defensive layers. Defensive layers... Yeah, don't get hit. Well, don't get hit as part of it, but not really. Defensive layers mean that you basically don't rely on one thing to stay alive. And that's because when one thing randomly fails due to bullshit and unluck, you want to have something else to fall back on. So Omamori is great. This ability will keep you alive for most of the game. As long as you're moving around and you're moving around quickly, which is very easy to do on Kome, you really won't die too frequently. Especially if you were to build with more shield gate mods in mind. If you were to change rolling guard for like a more shield regen heavy thing, you're gonna be chilling, right? However, just don't get hit there, literally. Omamori will not always save you. Omamori will sometimes fail. To assist Kome in survivability, we have an Ocucore, which has the wrong arcane on. Where is it? With secondary fortifier. The Ocucore is great as a weapon. It's ridiculous in the hands of Kome. Kome turns the Ocucore from a great weapon to a fuck you, everything is stupid and broken weapon, and there's nothing you can do about it. Nah. Also, I changed the wrong thing. There we go. This is the one that's supposed to have fortifier on it. This weapon, the Ocucore, in the hands of Kome is so fucking disgusting that it single-handedly is like, kind of like, shouldn't be allowed. This is not the only weapon that's really good for her, though. The Knell is another fantastic weapon for Kome, and absolutely is disgusting. And any solid crit build will be perfectly fine. It works especially well with Kome because she gives you so much damage and fire rate and everything that you don't have to worry about anything else. I do recommend steady hands though, use steady hands. It helps a lot. And the big thing here is secondary fortifier. Secondary fortifier is able to trigger off of a bunch of things from Kome that it's not supposed to, including like her other weapons and her abilities. Specifically her decrees, not her abilities, but decrees. So basically, Kome could just walk around and generate overguard with every weapon in her arsenal, including weapons that have melee influence on them. So long as you get the correct decrees. Don't ask me why, I don't know. But that overguard generation will absolutely keep you alive with Omamori. In conjunction with all of that, I'm also using Vazarin. And Vazarin is just like that final layer of just no fucks givenite, where you go invulnerable whenever your shields break. You take shield damage, you press 5 with your operator, and then you void dash through yourself, and you just go right back to playing. That's it. So I will show you gameplay. I will just hop into a conjunction survival this time. Oh, look at that. There's a fisher. I should do these. Yippee. And I'll just grab a whatever, and I'll just show you what the gameplay for Kome looks like. Do I grab the Aki core or do I grab the Nell? I grab the Aki way. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to change my amp really quickly. Or my focus build. My Dantana build. To my... Oh, I already have it. My operator damage setup. Goody, goody, goody. Navigation. Lua. Conjunction survival. I don't really... I have so many relics that I don't care to run. What are these? Daiku grip, epitaph receiver, compressor. Let's go by like... Whatever. We'll just do this. It doesn't matter. I will show you how her decrees work. I'll show you how her gameplay works. I'll show you how I don't die with her. You guys are gonna witness greatness. Okay. First off, he took my gun. Fuck you. Her 3. Now that her 3 is on, these guys are basically going to be missing a lot more damage on me, right? These guys are, every now and again when they hit me, they're going to instead heal me. Good stuff. So look, these guys hit me, my thing goes on cooldown for a little bit, whatever, right? You see how I took shield damage there? And I'm like, oh no, I don't have shields anymore. During that time when I take shield damage, I'm going to go into operator and void dash myself. I'm now invulnerable. I'm chilling. That's it. At any point in time, I can just go invulnerable. Now, doing that all the time is tiring because, you know, there's a multi-button process there. But whatever. Her decrees. I have to kill enemies while sliding. Remember how I said I set myself up to be really cozy? Part of that comfort is that when you're aim gliding like this, because remember we put those mods on that reduce aim glide gravity? Yeah, you can aim glide and slide in the air. Oh, cool. I accidentally just heavy attacks, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Look at this. We have to kill enemies during a wall latch. Look what we can do. We can just wall latch, and we can just sit up here forever. And again, I take damage. Oh, no. I go back to wall latching. Where's my gun gone? I can't shoot. What happened? Okay, I couldn't shoot for a second. That was really weird. What? What happened to my headshots? There we go. And we can just sit up here, and we can just kill things. And oh, no. I took shield damage, and that's it. And I can throw my 1 out to prime and whatever. Oh, I got an actually really decent thingy. The other thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be cycling around when I use my... I'm going to be paying attention to my passive so that I can get more decrees farmed quickly, right? This one, I have to kill enemies with cold. I think my primary weapon has cold on it. But if not, whatever. You also notice that I'm not generating any overguard yet because I'm not playing with the... Does this one have cold on it? I don't think it does. I might just need to use my 1. Oh, no, it definitely does. Yeah, there we go. I'm not generating any overguard. Most of these enemies don't have overguard yet. And also, I don't have the decree that gives me overguard randomly, unfortunately. So I am just going to kind of run around and suffer for a bit. Oh my god, I got Bombastein's Malice. That's so nice. This is crazy. You're farming her tonight. Yeah, no, Komei's disgusting. Oh, look, I'm starting to generate overguard with my primary somehow. Or with something. Maybe it was just my secondary, and I was just lucky. Who knows? Oh, I can farm another decree. Kill enemies with toxin. See, a cool thing is I got Bombastine's Malice, so every time I get headshot kills, I'm getting hella toxin. So I don't really have to worry about toxin anymore. Now, one thing that I will typically avoid is headshots. Headshot decree challenges tend to bug out, especially with things like Bombastines and Wormling's Aid, which I do have both of them now. But we'll try to make it work anyways. Hi, Malice. Bye, Malice. Enemies within 10 meters. That's pretty easy. I can just kill things within 10 meters with my melee weapon. Because it's a melee weapon. It's not really going to kill things that are too far away. Because it's a melee. So I can spin attack and bring all these guys in. I can kill things. One thing you'll notice is that your RNG decrees here that you get, they have different kill requirements. Like I have to kill like 50 enemies within 10 meters, which is quite a lot. It's not like that's a small amount or anything. But, you know, thankfully the game is like not too crazy. But that's kind of why Komei is often like survival only frame. Oh, I got a 30 roll on that. That's cringe. Oh, also, when you get a 666 on your dice roll, 666s have extra benefits. So that was a 5x6, which is why it's like, whoa, crazy. Your operator gun does between 10% damage and one-shotting them. I don't know what enemies you're talking about, but I'm assuming it might be these Thrax guys here that I'm about to decimate. Kill enemies that are 20 meters away. See, a really cool thing about being able to like aim glide and wall latch forever as well is that you can stay like pretty far away from enemies as well, fairly easily. So like 20 meters away is also no big deal. You know what I mean? Also notice that I have like infinite ammo as well, because one of my decrees randomly refills my ammo whenever I kill an enemy. So it's like a 10% chance. And I can just sit up here. Because, you know, I grabbed the thing that just lets me aim glide just in the air up here. And eventually I'll be getting like a shit ton of fire rate and everything. It's going to be awesome. So like eventually this thing will be just like fucking mowing everything down. It's great. The Komei challenges are genuinely really easy. Like, you just, you know, just do what they say. Just kill shit far away or whatever. And you're chilling. Ah, this one's great. Weak point kills now give me lightning things. I got my primary weapon stolen. Fuck off. So look at this. These little lightning cages here. These lightning cages are disgusting. And they do like a ridiculous amount of damage. And I'm just going to farm a shit ton of these lightning cages. Because of course I am. Look at my overguard, by the way. So now I'm just chilling forever. And I'm basically GG. And keep in mind, I'm not really casting like my 1 or my 4 too frequently, which is why like Komei has like free subsume slots. Like you can just like whatever you want. There's no real like There's no rules to Kome. So this one, kill enemies inflicted with heat. I'm pretty sure my Nell has heat damage on it. It sure does. So guess what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna fucking use this and get heat kills. And if you don't have an element, like you're missing an element, you can always just use your Kome abilities because they just apply random elements, which is fucking peak. Or like drop a Citrine Spectre. Like, this frame is fucking disgusting. It's the best. Kome is just chilling all the time. No issues, ever. And people still shit on this frame and say she's bad. People call this frame cope, by the way. I only have a couple of decrees and I'm already like chilling because I got like lucky with extra hits and shit. Oh, I got a free decree. Cool. My critical hits now have an extra hit that forces cold damage. And all of my weapons deal hella crit. So guess what? I'm chilling. Oh no, violence is spawning. I sure hope he doesn't turn off my decrees. Oh wait, he fucking can't. Also, he died instantly. Lol. Anyways. By the way, decrees also buff your operator damage. So like your operator will also deal like extra hits and also cold and also bombastines and everything. So you don't even need to worry about your operator like damage wise. I got another free decree. Holy shit. This game just wants me to have free decrees. Awesome. This is like the best Kome showcase ever because I'm actually getting insanely lucky. I'm getting like ridiculously lucky. I never get this lucky. You know what? Fuck this thing. Yeah, fuck you, bitch. How about that? Fuck your stupid laser. A10, a Carius receiver. Yippee. Oh no! These enemies are here and they're gonna hurt my feelings. I don't want to get hurted. Anyways. Oh no, I have to kill enemies afflicted with an electricity status. If only all of my weapons were dealing electric damage because of the electric cage and I had melee influence on, the most broken arcane in the game. Damn, can you imagine? Oh, it's done. It's so vile. And it doesn't matter like what guns you use. It doesn't matter like what you bring. Eventually the decrees will just start overpowering and you'll just start dealing an insane amount of damage. Look at this. Look at my operator amp. 600,000 damage. I don't want to die in my operator though. Hello, give me a Parazone finisher. Why not? Oh, have to kill enemies during a wall latch. Anyways, business as usual for me up here. Let me just sit on this wall, immortal, because I'm generating hella overguard from all of the enemies that have overguard. And just chilling. Alright, that was easy. Also, her fourth ability inflicts like hella statuses as well. So like you can also use this not to just lock down enemies, but also prime them. So her 1 and her 4 are literally interchangeable for subsumes as well. It's great. I got a 666 roll. So look, so when I get a 666 roll, every single one of these threads applies every status. So pay attention to Mania, and eventually he'll have like every status on him. You see that? You see how he has all these statuses on him? It's because he keeps touching the wires like a dipshit. It's great. Oh, I gotta slide around. Well, all right. Let me slide around real quick. This counts as sliding. Dun, 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 dun. Cope May, by the way. Dun, 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 dun. All right, that was easy. Yeah, Kome makes everything that you touch ridiculous. Every weapon you've ever had becomes insane. Everything you ever interact with is just the stupidest thing ever. Nothing is safe from the bullshit of Kome. Kome is the bullshit. It's the best ever. I love this fucking frame so much. Enemies with headshots. So this is the one where, like I said, things get really shitty, and sometimes you'll notice a lot of headshots not counting. So like that there. The other thing is, like, you see how I have Bombastein's Malice? Bombastein's Malice is also gonna cuck a bunch of my headshots, and it's gonna do AoE kills and shit. So like, do you see how slow this one is going? If you ever get a challenge that's like really ass, like that there, I just got like 2 headshot kills that didn't count. And so like, if you get a shitty challenge that sucks fuck, I'm gonna finish this one out just because it's 26 headshots, but you can hold the decree button and it'll cancel the decree, and it'll just let you roll another one. So if you get a challenge that's like really hard for you, or like one that just really sucks to get, like this headshot one, you can just cancel it if you don't like it. If you don't have like cold damage, and you think it's like, I don't really want to use my abilities for cold damage or whatever, then just don't do that decree. And then you can just fucking hold it, and it'll reset the decree basically. Now it does go into a long cooldown when you do that. It doesn't fully re-roll the decree, which I think is a bit shitty. But like, look at this shit. That was like 3 headshot kills that didn't count. All these headshot kills not counting. Oh my god, give me a headshot kill that counts. I rule. Thank you. I do my best to answer questions. I also yap a lot. Give me a headshot. Oh my god, finally. Yeah, see, like, that's what I don't like about the headshot one. The headshot one tends to break a lot. Oh my god, I can't spend energy. There we go. Also, Kome's 4th ability is not really conducive to getting headshots either, so I would say that it's not really worth it for her. I think the headshot one should probably be changed just because it's like, I don't know, like the headshot one tends to not work a lot. It tends to break all the time, which I think is very frustrating. Oh, I just accidentally touched a nullifier, which doesn't matter anyways, by the way, because none of Kome's abilities matter if you touch a nullifier. Enemies while airborne. Well, wouldn't you know it? This is airborne. I'm in the air. Because I made my build for it. Yippee! Behold me. Zephyr at home. If you think about it, I'm basically Zephyr. Look at this fucking idiot acolyte. Look at this moron. Dead, decimated, devastated. By the way, I'm not even using like any broken synergy with Kome like a mecha mod set, which the mecha mod set on Kome is genuinely disgusting. You guys saw it earlier when I was using it on Varuna, but Kome is just as gross and able to also exploit the shit out of it. I just don't need it because Kome just does all the heavy lifting. It's great. I love this frame. This frame is one of my favorites. It doesn't help that the decrees can work against you for headshots. Yeah, I really do wish they would fix that. I think that should be fixed. Enemies afflicted with toxin status. Damn, if only there was a way for me to get toxin on every enemy around me whenever I got a headshot or something. If only there was a way where I could get toxin on enemies nearby on like every kill, so long as I was getting headshots. If only, huh? Damn. Wouldn't that be cool? Oh, I wonder how that finished so fast. Anyways. Sometimes with Kome, I turn the damage numbers off just because she has so many damage numbers that it's hard to see. And also, it can really help if you go into your visual effects intensity and turn this bitch down to like 20. This will help reduce a lot of the noise on screen from her abilities and a lot of the shiny bright lights. Like you see, like you no longer see the electric coming from the sky. It's still there. Like you can still see it, but it's very faint. There it is right there. It helps a lot with Kome. And yeah, because she makes so many damage numbers, it is also nice to turn those off sometimes. That is funny. Like her visual clutter isn't even like visual clutter. It's more like she makes too much shit, like too much damage. Everything she does is damage. And so you can't see what the fuck is going on, which is like a good thing. This frame is fucking awesome. Fucking Cope May. Cope May. Believe that shit. Cope May. Ugh, Warframe players. Nothing important said in dev shorts. You're a fucking hero. Get that man a medal. Watching dev shorts so we don't have to. Oh my god. What an actual hero. Oh my god, gold part. Umbra persistence after? Yeah, let's go do it right now. We just got a gold part. That's a good note to end on. I don't need to sit here and show you a full Kome showcase. Let me grab persistence Umbra so you can see the gameplay. Hello. Goodbye. Why I missed the headshot. Cringe. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Oh my god. Nice parkour, Nev. Reb is in China. Yeah, Reb is indeed in China. Yeah, Kome's fucking awesome. Best frame in the game, if you were to ask me. You were gonna try Loki, but you think you'd have a waste of your time with Kome? I think Loki is a great frame to learn Void Cascade on. Because Loki is if Revenant wasn't dog shit. Loki is if Revenant actually had like other things to use, like utility wise. The great awesome thing about Loki is that he has the ability to not only turn himself invulnerable all the time at demand, but this invulnerability isn't turned off by acolytes. Also, he disarms enemies. Also, he's invisible. Also, he has the best decoy in the game. Also, he has, like, all of this fucking free mod space. Like, these are really easy mods to put in. This is all a very generic, regular build. You can slot in or slot out a bunch of these augments. Like, you can slot in whatever mods you want. He's so comfortable to build. Loki is one of the best frames in the game. And I think especially for fucking something like Void Cascade, where the only thing you really care about is your Warframe not dying, Loki is perfect, dude. You're gonna get around faster and move really easy because your movement tool is also your survivability tool. You've got a decoy to keep your heat off your ass. Your fourth ability is going to keep you alive. Your 2 is going to keep you alive. Every one of your abilities is going to keep you alive in some way and also contribute to being a piece of utility. So, like, you're going to be so comfortable. Loki can't fucking die. Excal. The bullet jump build. Not the bullet jump. Excal. I believe it's not this one. I believe it is Umbra. As in, like, my second Umbra here. This is I have 2 Umbras. Don't ask how. Don't mind the name. This is an old, outdated name, because I redid this. Main. So, this is his sword build. Nothing complicated. Nothing crazy. Something big that you'll notice is that I have Discipline's Merit here. There's a reason for that, and it's partially Life Strike, but also you can stat stick every other Tennokai mod. Opportunities Reach, Master's Edge, Conditions Perfect, Dreamer's Wrath. All of these apply to your Exalted weapon. The only one that doesn't is Discipline's Merit. That's the only one. So, for my Praetos build, I don't even touch this fucking thing because I have Excal's 4 on. Dreamer's Wrath is multiplicative CD? I don't think so, but I don't know. Put all of these mods on. I'm never going to use this Praetos because I have Excal's melee out replacing my melee anyways, all the time, right? So if I'm never going to use this, fuck it. Load it up with a bunch of mods that I'm just, yeah, put all these mods in here. So all of the Tennokai mods, except for Discipline's Merit. This one, excuse me, you put it here, which is great, because you don't have anything else you're going to fucking put there. All the other Tennokai mods are on the other thing, so you're fine. This is great. Now, this does mean no Dispatch Overdrive, but womp womp, who cares? The Umbra build itself is very simple. It's Persistence, Blessing for a little bit more HP, just for comfort. We have Spellbind to give ourselves status immunity. You can also utilize Firewalker if you want a minor speed buff. Not necessary, but it's nice. I prefer running with Warrior's Rest. Because fuck AFK. Fuck Umbra. Fuck NPC Umbra. NPC Umbra pisses me off. I hate this guy. NPC Umbra makes me want to, like, put my fist through a book. I hate this thing. We have a triple Umbral build, unironically, in the year of our Lord 2026. Like, triple Umbral build is real because it gives us more than enough armor. We have one range mod. We have one duration mod. That's that and that. And then just a little bit of strength and rage. And that's it. That's it. That's the build. Chromatic blade so that we can do melee influence. That's it. There's no thinking required. There's no thought process here. Give yourself a grouping tool in your secondary. And give yourself the Praetos. And that's it. Like, you have completed the build. Now, I'm going to show you how to survive with this build. And you're going to say, really? Are you... Really? I'm going to say, yeah, that's just it. That's all there is to it. You're gonna say, are you fucking with me? I'm gonna say, no, I'm not fucking with you. Why would I be fucking with you? How could I even be fucking with you? I'm showing it to you. And you're gonna say, like, dude, like, that's stupid. That's not, like, what are you talking about? I'd be like, no, what are you talking about? Why are you doubting me? What the fuck do you mean? Like, there's nothing more to it. You're looking at it. And then I'm going to say, like, you know, like, if you didn't want to see, then why did you ask me to show you? And then you're going to say, dude, it's not that I didn't want to see. It's just that, like, this is stupid. Like, obviously, there's got to be more to it. And I'm going to say, no, there's nothing more to it. I'm not trying to fucking trick you. Why are you trying to gaslight me? And you're going to say, I'm not gaslighting you. You're gaslighting yourself. I just want to know the fucking build. And I'm going to tell you, this is the fucking build. Why are you fighting with me? Why are we fighting right now? And then it's going to go back and forth. We're going to make out. It's going to end with me apologizing and buying you ice cream. Was that too real? Rage over Hunter's Adrenaline. Rage is more cost effective. And the difference is literally, I think, 10%. It's like not even worth. No, it's 5%. Yeah, it's a mod cost difference for 5%. Okay, so look. Rage, 40%. Right? It's started by name again. Hunter's Adrenaline, 45%, but it costs 2 more capacity. If I did want to rank this up all the way, which would cost me 7 capacity, I wouldn't be able to slot because of that. Nev's Schizo-Ran felt so natural you didn't even notice. Schizo-Ran. Yeah, use Rage. The difference between 5% energy conversion doesn't fucking matter. You're gonna be topped up anyways. Makes no difference. You could do an unranked Rage and it'd be fine. Although, I'd still keep it like rank 3 or something. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna go right back to Circulus, and we're gonna grab this Daikyu grip by its prime grip. We're gonna... I don't know what that means. We're gonna grab this grip, and we're gonna squeeze it like a grip. I guess. I'm going to show you what this looks like. Oh no! They're hitting me! Don't! Stop! No! Don't do it! No! I'm full HP again. I don't really need my primary. I want my Nautilus. So look. Make sure you just have your status immunity on and that's it. And just spam heavy attacks to heal yourself. That's it. That's it. You can't die. You just make your third ability on so that you have status immunity, because that's spellbind. I took off radial javelin because I'm not using the augment because I don't need it. You can substitute the strength mod, the blind rage. You can substitute it for the radial javelin augment, and you can subsume over the 2 instead. But I prefer having the 2. That's it. Every heavy attack heals you. And you'll never take more than 500 damage. And you're pretty much always able to heal in that time frame. And you have melee influence on, so you're just able to hit through walls and shit. Oh my god, I just got double strength and range. Hold on. Look at this shit. Double strength and range. I snapshot of that forever. This is Excal gameplay. Every heavy attack will always full heal you, and you get a heavy attack every 4 hits because of the thing. So this is it. Now, if you're gonna say like, "Hey, Nev, you're not really doing all that much, a lot of damage or nothing like that," you can group and prime. Like, this has condition overload on it, but I don't ever really prime these guys because they all just die. Oh no, I took damage and I heavy attack and I'm full HP. That's it. That's literally it. Also, you don't need to heavy attack frequently because look, you have a 3-second window because of opportunities reach, because of the stat sticking I talked about. You don't need strength. You don't need much of anything, honestly. Just fuck around. Oh yeah, you can blind people as well if you're like scared you're gonna take damage or some shit. Because like, who cares if you spend energy? You're getting it all back whenever you take damage because you don't have shields. So who cares? Same result? Yeah. Spellbind gives status immunity, so no knockdowns, no need for prime sure-footed. Yep. So look, I can stand here in this jade light. I'm chilling. I can... Again, look at this. I took all this damage. No, I'm gonna die, except not really. You know what I mean? The only thing that really poses a threat to you is violence. Violence poses a threat to you, so you should always have, like, you should always be ready to just, like, one-shot violence. You should be wary of where violence is going to spawn. And yeah, with 2k health, like we have right now, I think, I mean, you're pretty much guaranteed to be fine. If you wanted a little bit more health, you could through Argon shards as well, right? So, like, a big thing for comfort is you can give yourself more health through Argon shards. I don't have any shards on. I don't have the electric shards. I don't have crit damage shards. I don't have nothing, right? You can give yourself a lot of quality of life through shards. You give yourself energy capacity, duration, whatever you want. Doesn't matter. You will always be fine. I just tanked a magnetic proc like it was nothing because I have spellbind and status immunity. And if you want a little bit more health so you have like a bigger buffer, then like go get it. Spellbinding is Titania's ability. So that's Titania's ability. And it gives you full-on status immunity. The base duration is pretty good. Oh no, he's beating the shit out of me, man. That's fucking rude. Anyways, they're dead now. Yeah, every life strike will full heal you. You can derank that mod to save capacity in Forma as well, by the way. Life strike does not need to be maxed out. Not even fucking close. Ugh, I'm one-handing. Hold on. My ear's itchy. Ah. There we go. Because you don't need survivability from anything as well. Oh, I accidentally heavy attacked. Oh well. Because you don't need survivability from anything as well, this is also like a good opportunity to say, like, you don't need to run Vazarin like I have here. Vazarin is useless here. You can run something entirely different, like Cogron for extra armor and utility, or Armor Strip. In fact, Armor Strip would be very, very good if you were to run Cogron, so I would highly recommend it. You can run Naramon for like no melee decay, but because we have so much combo duration with what's it called? It's kind of not a big deal. Oh, well, I accidentally scattered my group. That's so cringe. You can run Moderite for more strength if you want, like, even more. Oh, I got a heavy attack. Yeah. Excal. I find Excal to be... I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna skedaddle out of this fucking mission. Because, I am so sleep deprived. I am tired. I haven't slept, and I worked last night. Somatic fibers, yippee. Alright. Let's get my relic before I... You can Xeneric for energy? No you can't, because Excalibur is channeling energy. So I like where your head is at, actually. I appreciate that kind of aspiration. I like where your head is at. You still only get shards in labs? No. You get shards in labs, Archon hunts, and EDA as well. So there's ETA and ETA from 1999. And also you can get shards from Descendia. And also you can get shards from the 1999 calendar. So no, you definitely don't get them just from the labs. You slept and went to work since we were last in VC? Yeah, it's time for me to go to bed. I'm on too many hours of wake time. Hey chat, I'm gonna thank you guys for stopping by. We had a very, very successful stream today. Like, lots of people popped in. It was really nice. Very enjoyable. Y'all take it easy. I'll stream again soon. Bye bye.